Did we just make it?
We're live.
Under the wire. What's up, everybody? Good morning. Happy Monday, everybody. I hope that your weekend was amazing. Mine was not everything it could have been, Drew. How was yours?
What does that mean?
Lisa was traveling.
Aw.
Yeah.
Mine was relaxing.
So
Yeah?
you play games?
I did, but I worked. So when Lisa's gone, I don't goof off. I work. But I loved it. And literally, I'm looking at all of the AI goodness that I created this weekend. It was awesome. Now, AI is in a very... you hit a wall when you're trying to do things. Like, it is simultaneously unbelievable what you can create. Like, I cannot believe that there is a computer that just works magic in the background and hands me something. It's pretty incredible.
Sorry, 1 second. I don't know what's happening.
Uh-oh. Look at that.
You froze.
We're still live.
Reboot. Can you see us okay?
Yeah.
Oh, so only Eric has a problem. Now, if he reboots, do we lose stream?
Yeah. We're definitely lose stream.
Yeah.
And we cannot DJ the camera angles.
Correct.
But am I moving?
You're moving. He's moving. I just saw him come through the camera. I'm moving.
Huh. Okay. Well,
Through the robot.
I think we reboot right away, Eric. And chat, we will be back with you in probably 90 to 120 seconds. However long it takes the computer to reboot. All right. See you in a minute. Bye. Theoretically back. Nice. What I see on
Hi.
the whatchamacallit there, the chat, is that old or new?
That's old.
Boo. Well, welcome back, everybody.
We just got back. Give him. It's gonna buffer for like 30 seconds on their end. Till they see it
Also
again.
true.
Yeah.
Also true. Eunice, how you feeling?
I feel much more alive than last week.
You sound still pretty stuffed up.
I'm a little congested, yeah, but
I worry that Lisa is going down now. I
wasn't
slept
here.
in the guest room last night.
and you got a code if you could slack it to.
All right, let's do it. You don't want me to bark it out loud? That
That's
strikes
on
you as
you.
a bad idea?
That's on you if you.
The thing is, how could anybody actually make use of that? I'm not going to tempt fate because too many people can do
Yeah.
Like, you can take a photo inside your house, and if they can see the window, they can tell you where you are.
You see? Have you seen that guy who's like? I saw this one tree in the desert. He's
He
like, I know
sold his soul
exactly
to
where
the
you are.
devil, so that's whatever.
The geo mapping,
But,
what's it called? Geo something?
Your name
Geotagging?
is Nice. And the code
It is like a game. He does play a
Yeah.
game. I forgot what it's called.
I forgot what it's called too.
But it's pretty crazy. But yeah, AI finna do all that. AI is just crazy. It's crazy.
See, that's
morning,
why.
chat.
It
Good
is
morning.
truncated. What's up, everybody?
Good morning.
Fit through cancer. Let's go. Indeed, let's go. I was actually just saying that based on the name. I didn't even see what you'd written.
Thomas in the house.
That's true, Ivar. You are correct.
Kit Moon, I got links. Kit Moon came in
Zamboni.
swinging. Let's go.
Who came in swinging?
Kit Moon, she said I got links. She said, yeah, hi
Let's
and all
go.
that, but we got links.
Let's go.
We got show prep to do.
We'll take it. We'll take it. Dread Cons Piracy says, Tom, I think you're sleeping on the potential of tokenization to generate massive wealth.
What?
Ooh, Dread Cons. Well, I'm
Fancy
going
way
to guess.
to say meme coin.
Yeah, I'm going to get, well, tokenization is different. You take real things like the Amazon rainforest. So I don't know, Dreadcons, if we're actually saying the same thing, but tokenization solves, there is a name for it. And if you can tell me, I will be very impressed. Eric Weinstein talks about this a lot and I keep forgetting the name of it. But you make everything has ownership. And once everything has ownership, then everything has somebody fighting for its value. And so you don't get people polluting the rivers because there are people that are like, the river's mine, motherfucker, and I will not have you polluting it. And so it's an interesting concept. So I'm either giving him way too much credit or he's just on that super genius tip. But if that's what he's saying, it isn't a wealth creation device as much as it is a once everything has an owner, everything has a champion vibe. Why do I hate that? I probably just haven't thought about it enough is the honest answer. So I know to distrust my emotions on this. It's an interesting concept. I was looking at a thread from Joe Lonsdale this morning and I'm more vibing with his take, which is I'm obviously pro crypto, but the United States owning XRP makes me nervous. So that's tax dollars going to gamble on shit. And I feel some kind of way about that, chat, as you might have imagined. Whale tail mining for, I don't know what to do with that. I'm just going to stop reading that. I don't even know what that means. There was oh God, do I even want to talk about this? People will troll streamers to get them to say names that when you say that name fast is legitimately horrible. And there was a very funny video of a woman. You see the moment where she realizes what she just said. It's horrible, but hilarious. So that's why I stopped myself from reading that, because I don't know what it means. And I worry that if I say it fast, it says something horrible. Thought Knox, Bitcoin strategic reserve. They're talking about it, boys and girls. They are talking about it. So that is what it is. Dude abides. What is up? The U.S. is running headlong towards a serious market recession for about a year. BTC is facing another serious crash. Less than 70K. I think you mean below 70K is probably what you mean by that. In the next 4 to 6 weeks. We will see. We will see.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Short-term fluctuations are very hard to predict. So I wouldn't get too worried. We've got Bring That Booty and You Nice. I don't know what to do with that. That's on 2 different channels. Got multiple personalities over there.
That is actually Bring That Booty, but it shows as Eunice. I didn't think you'd want to show.
I mean, I see it up there as both.
Well, Bring That Booty on Twitch,
There it's okay.
But Eunice, on YouTube. That's
Here's
crazy.
the thing. I'm honestly, if it's not like properly offensive, I'm all for it. Let people do their username thing. I find that to be one of the more amusing things about the modern world, is that you will see people in a serious news show being like, Big Balls was in the database. And that shit is hilarious. So I am officially here for that. So I feel weird as somebody who works with you saying Bring That Booty. That does admittedly feel awkward.
HR?
But,
Can we get an HR?
right?
To the
So,
set, please?
but I'm all for it from a general perspective.
Thank you.
All right. I'm more angry Trump didn't include, oh God. Yep, not reading those out loud. Why do I hate the word? Those are 2 of my least favorite words.
Can I say them or no?
Yep, by all means.
Fart?
Yep. Okay, that word to me is worse than see you next Tuesday. Like I would
Oh,
much rather,
really?
100%. I would
That's-
rather say see you next Tuesday than FART.
That's institutional. Is it like a
I don't
mom
know.
thing that
I
came
can't-
from the family?
no idea.
Is it you just
know.
don't? Well, you don't like potty humor.
I don't at all.
Yeah, I know you don't.
If you ever see one of our characters making potty humor, no, I did it for you guys. I did not do it for myself because I don't find that amusing
So
at all.
you hate
But
Seth,
kids do.
you hate all Seth Rogen movies. You hate Superbad.
Sausage
Party wasn't your thing.
I didn't
That was the
see
worst
Sausage
movie
Party,
ever.
but
First of all, like nobody should like that movie.
Sausage Party is that sophomoric humor? Because like sophomoric sex humor is hilarious, but potty humor I don't like.
Okay, maybe
So
that.
Sausage Party to me feels like sophomoric
what's
sex humor.
What's potty humor of like fart jokes?
Haha, pee pee
Yeah.
poo poo. Haha.
Correct. Like all that stuff, I hate it. It's like when you see a dad talking to his 8-year-old son, that's normally like all fart, potty. Oh God, I hate it so much. I just don't find it funny. I don't know why, but that's a me thing. That is, I'm not trying to put that out into the world. You guys do your thing. You will see it in anything that is written by somebody other than me. You will see it all the time. Rachel letting us know, trying to get me to say it.
Go ahead, Rachel. Lean into it.
Potty humor shows low IQ. G. Paul, I don't know about that. I think most people pass through that phase, but it's just not my shtick. Edgy has a knock-knock joke that I very much doubt I'm going to read out loud. Vibe coding AI, welcome. They are not only will do reserve, I like your grammar, but pull a switcheroo and wipe out debt and regular people are going to lose their money. Well, that's what regular people have been doing for far too long. Reserve will go through by last week of this month. Yeah, well, I don't know about the timing on it, but definitely seems like given his tweet. I actually thought his tweet was AI fakery and then looked it up. King Tut trying to get us back on soaking. Let's go. People had good times with that. Shout out to all the Mormons in the crowd.
Still, it's been over a week.
Hey, it just came back up.
Soaking is forever, man.
No,
I'm
that
gonna
on a
need that
plaque.
on a shirt.
put that on a plaque
I need
at
that on
home.
a shirt, everybody. Soaking is forever. Some things are temporary, but soaking is not one of them. Soaking is not one of them. All right, we've got some stuff today that we're going to be talking about. What did we title the live?
What did we title the live? Bitcoin strategic reserve, Zelenskyy UK deal, and the news over the weekend.
Okay, so I think we got a good criticism last week. I don't know if they meant it as a criticism, but I took it as one, which was, hey, you guys titled it this. Are you going to talk about XYZ thing? So chat, you can always pull us in a different direction because ultimately these early hours are for you guys. Maximum engagement is the name of the game. But I do think having a orientation towards the things that we titled it is a very wise idea. So the Zelensky thing, our Ukraine episode, I should say, on Friday, Drew, you and I were lamenting off camera, was off to an absolute insane start. Like insane. It was on pace to do well over 100,000 in the first 24 hours. It did not. It then hit a wall. Drew thinks I jinxed it. I think that I have a feeling something went like this. Our most diehard viewers were like, yo, I want to hear about this. Mm-hmm. And then as it went broader, people just either it is so polarizing that there's so much agitation over it, or it is entirely possible people just absolutely despise my take on it. Certainly possible. But that video hit a wall. It was like running 100 miles an hour into a brick wall. It was crazy. It was going so fast. At one point it was doing, we were on pace for like 250,000 views. I didn't even want to say that out loud. And then it just crashed. And as of this morning, I think it was like, where is it at? Did it hit 70? Yeah, so I was like, damn. 3 days later, ouch. Comic Crusaders coming in hot on Zelensky. Really? The whole world is just turning on him, huh? Because look, war is brutal. Oh, Drew, we have a video. Let's play it for chat. This really is probably not going to do anything positive for people's take on Zelensky, but pull up the men being snatched in Ukraine. You may need to put a tinfoil hat on because I have not researched this. I cannot swear to you that this is all true, but if this is true, this is a level of terrifying. What was that?
We got a red light.
Super
Oh,
chat.
it's hidden.
First super chat of the day.
Let's go. Okay, we also, before we get into this, Joshua, thank you, by the way, we have to come to grips with Super Chat as a community. So you weren't here, but it was RJ, I think, that ran the experiment, and he was like, I've paid you whatever, $2, $10, $50. He's like, you just treat them all the same.
Yeah.
So basically, WTF. So anyway, we have to think about that.
My bad.
Joshua says,
It was
in your recent shift in format, a strategic bet that society struggles without shared reality, positioning yourself as a provider of that shared reality for your audience. Conspiracy incoming next.
Ooh, that's a good question.
That's not how I think it. Don't scroll off, please. That's not how I think about it. So my recent shift in format is I think the world is changing and people want to be in a community. Now, have you just thought more deeply about it? And community is about a shared reality? That isn't my perspective because I think you guys are going to debate like crazy. What it is I think that people will gravitate towards a set of unwritten rules, a vibe, and they will find a community where they like the way that something is battled out. They like the topics that are discussed. Like for instance, we say 5, but it's really not 5. We probably have 7 or 8 buckets of things that we talk about. And so for whatever reason, some percentage of the world will gravitate towards the bucket of things that I care about in the format that we have come up with. And we will shape each other. There is no doubt we are the shout and the echo. So you guys are going to shape me as much as I shape you. So I have a feeling it's more like that we will debate the things that are shared, but that we are looking for these informal things that manifest as vibe, community rules, et cetera, et cetera. That's why I say as a community, we're going to have to come to grips with what Super Chat means. All right. We got another one?
We've got another one.
Let's
Super
go.
chat.
Super chat.
A $5 super chat from V John CXY. Don't know how to say that, but thank you. Tom, you're the leader of the upcoming wealth fund. What do you invest in and why?
Ooh, okay. So I really have to think about how I feel about sovereign wealth funds. Okay, so all of investing is gambling. So you are taking people's money and you are gambling with it. And I have a very uneasy time with that. But let's set that aside. Okay, so I'm going to be investing. America has the strongest economy right now anyway. I'm going to be investing in future tech, American-based companies. Full stop. Like you can round it to that. Yes. So my base assumptions that drive that are that we have a super chat. Let's go. All right.
Super chat.
Here we go.
Woo! We got another 10 from Joshua, who
like it, Joshua.
previously just had one. Thank you, Joshua. He did say he was going to continue, so
He
his
did.
continuation is Conspiracy Corner. Previously quiet elites are now adopting similar formats. My theory, after seeing Trump influenced by nonstop Fox News viewing, they're intentionally shaping content to sway future.
Okay, so I don't know what words to put heavy emphasis on there. So content to sway future. Here is how I think about talking into a microphone. I want to be convincing, but I don't necessarily want to convince. So, okay, how do I make that make sense? Because I know that I believe that I'm right, but I don't know that I'm right, and that I have so many times had strong conviction only to realize to reach my end goal, I had to change my way of thinking and had to admit that I had been steering by incorrect base assumptions or whatever and update it. I want to put my ideas out there as strongly as possible so that each individual person can use it as a lens by which to view the facts and ask themselves, when I adopt Tom's beliefs, does it have more or less predictive validity than my own or somebody else's? If it has more predictive validity, use it. If it has less, move on immediately. So I, in many ways, in many ways am trying to test the veracity of my own ideas. And this is an amazing format. I, in many ways, am realizing that I am a flawed interviewer in that I am not able to bring the full breadth of my personality despite many efforts. This format was Drew's attempt to get me to be more like I am off camera, on camera. So far, the experiment has been utterly enjoyable. The comments have certainly changed. The views on the channel have not gone up. So we will see if long tail this was a smart move or not from a business perspective. But if you guys are going to journey with me into the unknown future that is rapidly changing, and I'm actually going to have a community that cares about the things that I'm building, then I have to put myself forward. That's my core thesis, that this is all going to be community-based, that people gravitate to the vibe and the rules, yada, yada. And we come back to where we started. Sandra says, I love you, Tom. Well, I love you, Sandra. Thank you very much. Thanks for your podcast. It is my pleasure. I'm always curious to know what part, when people say that, because I have like 1,000 episodes at this point, when people say that, what phase of my content do they actually enjoy? Always a fascinating question. Hit the thumbs up, y'all, says Lab Experiment. Well, thank you, Lab. Much appreciated.
Share it with
Yes,
friends.
let's get this out there.
Like, subscribe.
G. Paul, very noble. I'm not sure what was noble, but something was noble. Have you seen my crypto gains? Uh-oh. Lion, you down?
Swear.
You down? That's crypto, baby.
They were just,
They go
I just
up,
had them.
down. Too real. Too real.
Oh my gosh, 4 Spaces said, soon's your birthday, Tom.
It is.
Oh my God.
It's
When's your
so
birthday?
funny. I'm not telling you.
Cute.
People are very
Well,
hey,
somebody
it's
put it
right
on there.
Yep. Yes, they did. And they actually got it right. So I won't even
Spaces, you're the
make
best. You're the
team
best.
guess. So I, long ago in a galaxy far, far away, when I first started my Facebook account, I was convinced that people could basically spoof your identity. And so I lied about my birthday. And so to this day, my Facebook account has a fake birthday. And I still to this day get birthday wishes. And
No.
then And then every now and then we will post something on X that'll be like, I'm 48. And then people assume that means that today is my birthday. So then I will get random birthday wishes when we post something like that. So yeah, only have one birthday, and 4 Spaces somehow knows the real one. So 4 Spaces. I don't know how you know that. I'm sure I've talked about it, but I have no memory of
True
putting
fans.
that out
You're
there.
the best for us.
Same birthday here, 26th. Studera. I don't know who you are speaking to.
They said
It
birth
is not
month,
I.
same birth month.
Read what's actually written. Yes, very wise. Andrew Windmine says, if we do go to Bitcoin as a strategic reserve, we could theoretically buy and sell prisoner labor. This is becoming a thing with the government of El Salvador. Think about the possibilities of cheaper license plates. Okay, so given the phrasing of that, I think you're being sarcastic. So I'm really weirded out by how nonchalant people are about the idea of prison labor. I'm not opposed to it at a 30,000 foot view. but it's not something I've thought a lot about. Prisons do not strike me as being very reformational, which makes me very sad. Show me the incentives and I'll show you the outcome. So you need to be very careful about trying to get cheap labor out of people. Is there a way to get people to build a trust or something? I don't know. That is a problem for somebody who's thought about it a lot more and plans to think about it a lot more than I am. I saw somebody mention something in a jar. Yeah.
That's what I was laughing at. They said, "Happy birthday, Tom. Here's a fart in a jar."
You had to, didn't you? Didn't you? I was just going to leave it alone.
No.
But I suppose I had to bring it up. So, Luminous, what is up? Good to see you. Miggy, always wonderful. Put them on bikes generating electricity and make them BTCs. Jesus, people. Yeah, that's somehow uniquely awesome and horrible all at the same time. What should you do with prisoners? I just watched Demolition Man over the weekend, which is a great movie, by the way. If you were alive in the 90s. If you weren't, it's going to seem hopelessly outdated. But update on Drew's fitness app. Drew?
I got stuck converting it from a mobile app to a web app to a mobile app. So I built it in native React, but I was supposed to get a native React mobile project. So I had it built and I was trying
Did you know about any of this before you started? Okay, see, that's why I love AI. No. Hold on. I'm not sure why that's funny. That's amazing. The fact that it's teaching you, like, here was a problem. Let's backtrack. Let's redo this. That is awesome, dude. And if you see this all the way through, it would be incredible. That's where I'm at with the creative side of AI is when you're actually engaging with it, you find the limitations. You see the things that need to be changed. There's no substitute for actually engaging. And Eric, our timer never started. Not that it's a big deal, but probably worth it. Ends up being a good check for me about where we're at in the episode prep. Mitchell Schmalls, prisoners go into future tech VR. The crazy thing is I was thinking about, could we use Neuralink? Probably horrible because now you're forcing somebody to give up their bodily autonomy, which even with prisoners, I'm not here for that. Yo, give it to me. Red light.
Dreadcon's piracy.
He's
my
back.
God, too. The potential lies in decentralizing ownership and possibly revenue of previously less dividable RWAs like the Empire State Building or Mona Lisa.
The potential
of
lies.
tokenization.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dreadcons.
The potential
Appreciate it.
lies in decentralizing ownership. Yup. Yeah. Yeah. So basically turning everything into a company. So here, DreadCon, is that new?
Yep.
All right. Take us to it.
Truth Devin, $10 super chat. Thank you, Truth Devin.
Let's go.
Devin.
It says, Tom, it will take time to know if this format will work, and you probably have to always improve on this live streaming format. I love this format. Tom, you have to talk about the Oscars on the Tom Show.
Yeah. So we did drop a link in there. I don't know. Did you mention that in the headline that we're going to talk Oscars? No.
I didn't. Let's update
We're
that.
going to talk Oscars.
What's that?
Huh?
Oscars?
Are you like Oscar? Like you Oscar into it? Like you watch the whole show and everything?
I just follow whatever's on Twitter.
Yeah. So I
get all my news from Twitter.
Care about, don't we all? I used to care about the Oscars deeply, and life goal was to win the Oscars, to win an Oscar. And now I don't care at all. And literally yesterday I was like, oh, I think the Oscars are today. So I'm very sad that movies don't really matter that much to me anymore because I don't think they matter to culture much anymore.
Aww.
And I cannot abide that there are requirements for your cast and crew that they have to meet from a diversity standpoint in order to qualify. That is crazy town to me. So I saw who won the Best Picture. I had never heard those syllables strung together before this morning. So I don't know anything about that movie. Literally nothing.
Who won
It could be
Best
the greatest movie of all time. It could be absolute garbage. No idea.
Oh,
It's
Anora
Anora. Anora. There we go.
That's shocking.
No idea. I don't know what that is.
So, okay, Anora is what the streets are saying is a good movie. I haven't watched it yet. My roommate watched it, said it's like amazing. The Brutalist was leading because it won the last, I want to say Golden Globes. Like, so everybody thought the Brutalist was going to live. That's the Adrian Brody. And he won
No,
Best
nothing
Actor.
about that either.
Substance was my pick because Substance was the best movie I've seen in like the last 2 years. It
Again,
was so good.
no idea. Haven't heard of it.
That one's crazy.
Movies don't even make my radar.
Honestly, you should watch The Substance with Lisa.
Wait,
Yes.
is that the one with what's her name?
Demi
Demi Moore.
yeah.
Oh, so I've seen a clip of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hard
it's-
pass. No way.
I'm telling you, so good.
Nope.
The clip's not gonna do it justice.
No.
Because it's weird and then it makes sense.
I
My
tried to
wife
watch
was like,
I couldn't
"This
watch it because the
derailed
body
so
horror
hard."
was way too much for me.
That's what Lisa was saying. She was
Yeah.
like, yo, it's like 5 minutes of spraying blood
But-
in the audience. She was like, I'm not here for this.
But I was like,
The
fast
part that I
forward.
watched, I was
But
like,
that was at the
nah,
end though. That was like the last like
nothing unique.
20 minutes.
that's fine.
The last 20 minutes? You're
No,
okay with that?
no, I'm saying-
It's like, well, the
no.
last 20 minutes can be trash.
No, I'm saying the last that 4-hour blood spray was the last 20
Not
minutes. of the movie.
4-hour blood spray.
Or
I'm not
4
okay with
minute
that.
blood spray.
What's happening right now? Were you defending it or are you helping make my point?
No, what I'm saying is they
don't-
do it's symbolism. It's symbolism with the body horror because at first it circumvents like popular. Okay, you're not gonna watch it. Sorry guys, spoilers. Sorry, it's Tom's fault.
I don't know what's happening right now.
Okay, so the movie is about a woman trying to like
I've seen enough of it. I
regain
know.
her youth and all that, right?
And like
So
out
it-
pops like this beautiful monster.
So yeah,
Yep.
so she's naked, and then so you know, dudes watching the naked, it's like, oh, okay, she's naked, titties, whatever. And then the younger girl comes out. And
He's
it's like,
really trying to normalize titties. for
no.
me, right?
I'm saying so. It's like, oh, then a younger girl comes out and it's like, oh, okay, body, we love this when the person's naked. But then as the movie goes and she mutates worse, she becomes this monster, and now she's a monster. But there goes that same titty that we liked 3 hours ago is now on her shoulder, and it's now coming out. So it circumvents what you think of like, oh, it's acceptable when this person's naked, it's acceptable when this person's naked. But now that she's done all these things to get here and she's naked, it's weird now.
Yes.
And it's a trope on like plastic surgery, how like you're perfect, and then it's like you did too much, now you look weird.
Yep.
So I feel like from a symbolism
Okay,
perspective,
listen.
it
I
has
haven't seen
layers.
it. I haven't.
So it's
I've
not
seen
just like
maybe
weird
20 minutes of it.
Yeah, it's not just weird randomness, but
In fairness
in
to
the
you-
context, it looks good.
It's entirely possible that if I watched the whole thing, I'd be like, okay, this is amazing. But when I used to teach film, what I would say to my students is boring is not a genre. If you're trying to convey boring, don't bore me. So
In the 20 minutes you watch, you were bored.
I just didn't think it was quality filmmaking. So the 20 minutes that I watched at like I get what you're trying to do, but this is lame and I've seen this sort of visualization before. So take the movie Paprika, which then obviously wildly inspired
I
Inception.
love that movie.
Okay, so here you have something where the visual element is like, oh, damn, this is novel. Same idea with The Matrix. First it shows up in anime, then it's ripped off in The Matrix. But The Matrix is so fucking gangster, you love it. Inception, same thing. Basically, if you look at Paprika, you can be like, aha, I get how we ended up at Inception.
I gotta watch Paprika.
So we have a red light.
We do have a red light.
Let's go.
From Lyrith. Thank you for the $5 super chat,
you,
Lyrith.
Lyrith.
There is.
Lyrith says, Putin attacking USA interest is declaration of war. Same if he attacked our troops. That simple. Security guaranteed. Period, they said.
Putin attacking USA interest. So I think Lyrith. Okay, so let's give context. If you didn't see the battle royale on Friday, it was pretty crazy. The AI version of Trump and Zelenskyy actually fighting captures what it actually felt like watching it. I was like, yo. Part of Trump's whole drumbeat is that Trump, would like to intertwine the interests of the Ukraine and the US. I'm not going to give you security guarantees written on paper while you're still at war. That would basically be us stepping into the war, and that is nonsensical. I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to wait for you to negotiate peace, and then you're just going to have to accept that us having, call it 50% ownership of the mineral rights means I'm going to fucking protect that. Not necessarily by coming into war, but I'm going to, behind the scenes, I'm going to make sure that we're good. So I think that's what Lyrith is representing, that we have an interest in Ukraine, because that is the only interest that I know that Putin has attacked. So not sure, other than that, if that's where Lyrith is going. I'd need more clarification. All right, Drew, I've been reading the book of the person that we're going to be red light flashing in my peripheral vision. Let's go.
Sorry, that was
No, why
It
apologize?
did not mean to flash it. Lyrith sent another $5
Let's
super
go.
chat.
Let's go.
Thank you, Lyrith. Lyrith says, that interest we did not have before when Putin attacked Ukraine under Biden administration, who said a minor incursion would be no big deal.
Yikes.
Do you like how I'm putting character behind them, by the way?
I do. Your read, like people, the $5 super chat is worth your performance.
Top notch. Well, you were supposed to show the Ukraine video first. So why don't we close the loop on the Ukraine and then we can go to that.
Yo,
Eric, can you play that
play this
video that
This
was
is crazy
on Slack?
town.
think you mean
This is
Funky
crazy.
Town, right?
No. Watch this.
Oh,
This
okay.
is like, God.
Won't you take me too?
I fear that we will make jokes out of anxiety, but this is terrifying. I've been thinking about this all weekend. So this is supposedly soldiers from the Ukrainian army forcibly conscripting men of fighting age, literally just on the
Wow.
streets. Now, supposedly, there are thousands of videos like this. I cannot verify that. I've seen this is probably the third one that I've seen. So I don't know if that's true, but this is literal bananas. Can you imagine, dude? He's got a fucking dog. I hate everything about this.
What are they gonna do with the dog?
I think they just leave it. But dude, I mean, forget the dog for a sec. It's like,
$300 billion.
bro,
That's what you get. That's what you pay for.
but this is crazy. So here's why this is so disturbing. Obviously, your autonomy's gone, but also they're legitimately being invaded by another country, and it becomes so different when I teleport myself and go, China just invaded Los Angeles, and they are on the streets of fucking LA. And now what? Like, everything's getting blown up. Bombs are being dropped. Everything's on fire. Cities are being decimated. What do you do? And what do you do if people, like, you're just running out of soldiers? Yeah, they just leave the dog. Oh God. The dog is not the terrifying part. It's just a weird response we all have to pets. But it is very clarifying to say this is happening in my town. And now what do you do? And I keep coming back to, I see you trying to press red buttons, even though it's not lighting up. I see the body movements. This is very scary, and I don't want this for anybody. All right, hit it.
It won't light. But it says, Truth Devin with a $10 super chat.
Let's go,
Thank
Truth
you,
Devin.
Truth Devin. Truth Devin says, Tom, I love movies so much, but I think Disney is still killing the movie industry. Anime and manga are still killing it, and they make amazing stories like Solo Leveling, and anime is very relevant.
Yes, but you just pulled a fast one because you went from movies, which I think are culturally more or less dead, to series, which have all the attention. If there was an Oscars for television series, I'd actually watch it, which I guess is Emmys. And so I guess I'm lying because I don't watch it. That's
crazy.
Lies, you heard it here first,
crazy.
chat. But if it had that kind of cool pomp and circumstance and they narrowed in on like just the good stuff and I didn't have to deal with daytime TV, I think that all of those things are true. Drew, a show, let me make sure that I fully, okay, so yeah, anime is the shit and is incredible. And when Lisa was gone, I watched more Dan to Dan, which is just really good and is a great example of sophomoric sexual humor that I find absolutely hysterical. Okay, Drew recommended something, intentionally or otherwise, that almost made me cry this weekend. And if people watch the clip that almost made me cry, they are going to fear for my sanity. Because even I was like, it is hilarious that this I tried to find it and I couldn't find it, at least quickly. But it's a series called The Lioness, or just Lioness.
Oh, on
And
Paramount.
Drew had been talking about it. And so Lisa and I were like, what are we going to watch? We finished Severance. We finished, or we're caught up with White Lotus. What do we watch? And so we started Lioness. And there is a scene where the woman who's being basically recruited into this thing, I forget how it starts, but the guy that's recruiting her is like, we protect America and we are relentless in that pursuit. But it's done so well. I legitimately almost burst into tears. I was like, I don't know what this means about me, but I am so into that whole like fucking will fight and like do our thing and step up when we have to.
Are
Like
you into it?
all caps, Drew.
Let's
but I feel like
go.
I'm being set up. Oh no, you here for that too?
No,
I thought
yeah.
for sure you were about to set me.
No,
up.
no, no, no. I'm with it.
But yes.
I'm just glad my recommendation.
Oh, you reckon the show's great?
Yeah, that's it.
Fantastic.
Right.
But that moment, I was like, this is fascinating.
And he plays that
even
character
to me.
so well too. Like you're talking about.
Are we talking about the same character?
the House of Guys, the House of Cards dude?
Is he in House of Cards?
He used to be in House of Cards.
If you can pull this up, I didn't recognize him. It's one relatively short scene with the Not the guy, not when she like stumbles into the Marine office.
You talking about that dude?
No.
Oh,
so
okay.
maybe there's an even better scene coming.
Oh,
that I
okay,
don't know.
okay.
No. This is so the woman, she's getting chased, about to be beaten, falls into a Marine's office. That set me up because he's like, now your problem is with the U.S. Marines. And I was like, oh, fuck. Like that gave me the chills. So I was poised. Then like a couple beats later, there's a guy who's like, you're scoring off the charts on like the mail stuff and all this. And I think that you should move forward for this like particular thing, but it's going to be hard. And he gives her this speech about what the military is really all about. Anyway, we'd have to find the clip. I'm absolutely fumbling the ball right now. Yeah.
Lyrith has another
Let's
super
go,
chat. Thank you, Lyrith,
In the
for
house,
$5.
big time today. Can we
Lyrith
pull that
says,
one up?
if minerals deal puts USA companies in Ukraine, attacking that means declaring war on US. You think Putin would declare war on USA? I don't think so.
But I agree with you.
Yeah, this is Trump's argument.
Sorry, not to jump in. I agree with her, Lyris, but that is why like the security guarantees are kind of an oxymoron. People saying we're making a deal with them. We wouldn't necessarily need those security deals because now the U.S. interest is.
Drew,
or you're calling BS?
I'm calling BS in all capital letters. This is what guys will say to women. We don't need a marriage. We don't need the government in our business. Like, what are you talking about, girl? I love you. Like, that is some bullshit. Listen, the reason he doesn't want to give security guarantees, and as an American, I get it, is if you guys start acting a fool, I don't want to have to come and save your ass. I want to be able to judge this on my own terms. I want to decide if I'm in or out. I do not want to be violating some treaty. So this is, look, when people negotiate, there is a type of negotiation where it's like, I'm going to get what's best for me. And I literally don't care about you. You are going to take the deal that I give you because I have all of the leverage. And that is the style of negotiator that Trump is. So let's say that is just the reality. If they loved you, they put a ring on it, Eunice. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying. So, hey, again, I'm not even faulting him. I'm just saying that's the truth of it.
Gee, you petty. You went to your full screen when you put your hand up.
What happened?
Gee, live cut when you just put her hand up.
That's great.
That's hilarious. Akshay, what up? Welcome. Finish Severance. It's not done. Severance. Did we get to the end of the season? Are we at the end of the season? Because we're all caught up. So if we are,
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think there's more, right? Yeah.
I just hear my friend talking about it, and she just says that she loves that show.
Yeah, I haven't gotten on the train.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten on the train.
Season 2 is way better than season 1. I tapped out on season 1 because it was getting so esoteric. I'm like, I can't connect emotionally with anything because it's all so bizarre. But in season 2, they really dive into like the morality and like what it would be like if you actually severed yourself. It's crazy. Red light.
We have a super chat. Their first super chat.
Let's go.
Thank you, Brad, for the $10.
Super chat.
Brad Burkett.
Philosophical question. We like them.
Everybody's talking about how disruptive AI and robotics will be. Kenny Chesney has a song, The Life. How does this fit into the future?
Can somebody give me the lyrics? I have never heard.
I will. Kenny
Life.
Chesney.
Let's go. We're going to pull up the lyrics. We'll get back to you on that. Dang, Eunice, don't let them dudes get away without the ring.
Ain't nobody
Cut
getting
has
away
to
with
say about
anything. What are you
that.
talking about? It's crazy.
What was the commentary, by the way, on this clip that we showed of the theoretical Ukrainian forced abduction, conscription?
I seen a couple people on Twitch said it was crazy. I think they seen it. I don't know if it was Kit or if it was Yeti.
I have the lyrics
All right,
for The Life.
Zoom in. I can't read that.
Kenny Chesney. I don't know.
Whoa. We had sauce on that one, Eunice. Let's go. Getting saucy. A little more.
I don't know if you guys know, but I love to sing.
It was early one morning, Playa del Carmen. That's when I first met Jose. He had a 12-foot schooner, a 3-foot cooler, full of the catch of the day. This sounds terrible as poetry, but I bet when it's sung, it's amazing. And he was wrinkled from grinning from all the sun he had been in. He was barefoot, cerveza in hand. Okay, so I get the idea. Basically, like the kickback life, all of that, that is the play. Here's the thing. People should be able to choose the life that they want to live. This is a big part of the reason that I'm all for public parks. I think that's amazing, even though I am a Tokyo city bather. I do think there's a reality to be faced that we have millions of years of evolution that make us want to be in nature. Grounding, all that stuff strikes me as all very real. Sun in the eyes, all of that. Hard work, out in the light, sweating. all of that strikes me as real. So yeah, I think that if this is the life that people want, they should go for it. I think we are all 120-sided dice rolled, and that's your personality, and life is going to be some kind of way. So for instance, for me, using AI when it actually has a purpose in my life, like it's moving me towards a goal, I can't even quantify how excited it makes me. Like, it is so fun. I become so obsessed in a way that I'm sure some people feel this profound sense of peace when they can just relax. But I can afford to go to the most remote locations, the chillest beach, the whatever. And even when I'm there, I find myself not wanting to only chill. Chilling is good, and it's a gear that I have, and I am not afraid to do it. And I'm not one of those guys that has to work around the clock. That's not my shtick. But nothing lights me up more than pursuing something that helps me make progress towards my goal. And I tend to gravitate towards cities, high tech, future, yada, yada. You nice.
We have another super chat. Truth Devin, thank you again for the $5. Thank you. Truth Devin says, why are manga writers so good? They know how to make you love characters, but Western or comic writers don't write as emotionally compelling stories.
All right, Truth, I think you are correct. So at one point, I jokingly, but I actually meant this, felt I could write a doctoral thesis on the difference between Japanese storytelling and American storytelling. And it goes something like this. In the 90s, there was a 92, I think specifically, there was a comic book company started called Image Comics. And yes, I think I'm out of focus. And that comic book company was started by the best writers and artists of their generation. And they all left because they felt like they were being treated poorly by Marvel, DC. And they started this indie imprint, and it created a firestorm. And people were like, this is going to be the greatest thing ever. And so people were buying their comics in millions of copies. I'm talking like a single issue of a comic selling 8 million copies. You cannot imagine how far from today's numbers that is. I mean, just absolutely bananas. Like a comic that absolutely smashes it is going to do 100,000 units now. And that is just ridiculous. Most are going to be in like the 5 to 10,000 range. So for a comic to be doing 8 million is just absolute insanity. Let me finish this thought just because I care about this so much. Do not let me lose sight of that. Okay, so it then implodes because everybody thought those comics were going to be worth money, but when you buy 8 million of something, it's not scarce and therefore is not going to be worth anything. Also, the creators were missing deadlines and all this, and so the industry implodes, and there were multiple distributors before. It all scales back to only one distributor. And so now you have a monopoly in distribution of comics. And what ends up happening is the stores are forced to keep a comic. So in the book industry, if something doesn't go well, they can send it back. In the comic industry, you can't. So once you buy it, you're forced to keep it. So now you've got all these comic stores that are like, oh God, like if I misbuy, I'm in real trouble. So the comic industry became excruciatingly conservative. And so to stay alive, you basically only bought things that would already sell to your current audience. And therefore, you're selling to people that are already buying comics. So they stop selling to kids. Then you get, because kids are a gamble. You don't know what kids are going to be into. You've got to like re-indoctrinate all of them to love comics. At the same time, a cultural change that we now call woke begins to happen. And so you've got comic writers that are writing only to people that already buy comics, and they begin shifting in this woke direction. Now it ends up creating this whole battle because not everybody in comics is into this, but because they're not bringing kids in with the enthusiasm that only kids can have around superheroes and stuff like that, it just starts getting more and more for adults, way more heady. And as you get into headier territory, you start getting into woke philosophical territory in the West. In Japan, they did not get the fucking woke memo. So they're like 14-year-old boys want to have upskirt shots. They want hot chicks everywhere. They want storylines that are known as power fantasies. They want to beat up the bad guy and get the girl. And then a 60-year-old lesbian wants a totally different comic. And so Japan was like, cool, I'm not going to try to make comics that match everybody, because they actually had a meeting at the big place called Shonen Jump. I think the meeting might have actually happened at the level of Shueisha. Anyway, nobody gives a shit other than me maybe. But they decide, are we going to make comics for adults, or are we going to just stick and ruthlessly say we make comics for kids? They decide they're going to make them for kids. And so Japan just goes on this totally different trajectory of raising artists to tell stories for kids that are like fully underdeveloped in their brains. And so it's all like this dreamlike quality of storytelling that's meant to maximize the emotional response of the child. Ends up being a brilliant move that is the reason why a single title called Demon Slayer in Japan, a single title, outsells the entire Western comic market combined. So the test was run. The answer is in that you shape kids when they're young, and when they're older, they'll be into those kind of things, and it becomes anime, it becomes video games, so on and so forth. But you got to get them when they're young, and you got to tell stories that they care about without having to be like this full-blown intellectual engagement. All right, red light.
We have 2 super chats.
Let's go.
Want to shout out Nick Smith for his very first super chat ever. Thank you, Nick.
Let's go, Nick.
Nick, for the
It's
super
not
chat.
$20. There's a different symbol there that is not a euro that I don't know. But thank you, Nick. Nick says, off topic, but shout out to you, Tom. Followed you for 5 years, and from your studio, you've helped me grow a 7-figure...
Yo, this is 20 pounds.
20 pounds, that's what it
Let's
is.
go, Nick.
A
Come on
7-figure
now.
business. Become smarter and humbly pursue more knowledge. I can't thank you enough. Changed my life.
That's awesome.
Nick, thank you, man.
Can we add that? Or can we
Yeah, we got to get that to Will. We got to get that on the website. Let me tell you right now, Nick, I really appreciate that, man, a lot. This has been a big focus. Look, I am bifurcated, and I don't know what to do with that. It is terrible for the brand, but it is so good for my soul. And so I thank you because, man, as you are living proof, these ideas are usable by anybody with the intellectual horsepower. And when used, they can yield incredible results. I love it, man. I love it. Long may it continue, Nick Smith. Long may it continue.
And we have another super chat.
Let's go.
Another first super chat from
Ricky
Good Day
Ray.
with Ricky Ray. Thanks for the
go.
$2.
Ricky Ray.
Let's go, Ricky Ray.
Ricky Ray says, best way to talk to those upset of Trump-Zelensky debate.
Ooh, don't engage. So you are not going to be able to sway people. There's a great Thomas Sowell quote. Oh, I'm not going to be able. Can you pull up his ex, Thomas Sowell quotes? It was just today. And it said that it is something like it is hard to sway people with logic and facts when they are busy being morally superior in their something. So basically, people are not going to change their mind just because you have evidence. Unfortunately, that's not the way the human mind works, at least not on average, when spread out across humanity. So what I always try to remind myself is it is far more useful to allow myself to take in their ideas and think about them than it is to try to convince them. So I love talking to people that disagree with me because they're going to help me have sharper arguments, or they might just make me realize, oh, I'm not thinking about the right thing. You'd have to go to his X feed, and it's called Thomas Sowell Quotes.
I'm going to.
Because it might not be like a long-standing quote. It might just be what they pumped out. I don't think it's actually him, but nonetheless. Thomas Sowell's a gangster. Oh, God, this guy's amazing. Scroll down because that wasn't it. Anyway, I gave you the right gist. You got the gist. There we go. All right. Back to them comments. It's possible, I guess it was like a day old or something, and I just happened to see it today. Anyway.
Ishan Varma says, I don't know what to do with my life now.
Oh, I found it. Sorry.
And a lot of people are saying, get a girlfriend.
Don't do that.
Oh,
That's
Drew
not gonna
giving
save you.
terrible advice.
That's not gonna save you.
Okay, so here's what will save you. If hiding in the get a girlfriend is become the kind of person that is worthy of a woman allowing you to place your genitalia inside of her,
Yes.
do that.
Yes.
Here's the thing. I want people to remember what a romantic relationship is. You are getting somebody to say, I am willing to risk my life to have your children. That, in a historical context, is what a relationship was. And if you become the kind of person that's worthy of that, now you've really got something. And so it is because we have begun to abstract this and not talk about it in a real way that people don't realize what it means to become worthy of that. Bear he.
And I was
what it
saying,
is.
don't just bury your insecurities into a woman, because that doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Ipso facto.
I will agree with you.
Ipso
on that.
facto.
I will agree with you on that.
It is hugely futile to try to talk facts and analysis to people who are enjoying a sense of moral superiority in their ignorance.
Yeah. Yeah. Thomas Sowell for the win, man. If you guys are ever in the mood to just have your brain absolutely melted, read Anything and Everything by Thomas Sowell. He is unbelievable. He will in some ways erode your will to live, or at least to fight, because as Coldman X said, Thomas Sowell has been in the public discourse for like 50 years and has created precious little change. That makes me so sad. Dread conspiracy. Am I a stoic? I suppose, like if you look at the way that I live, I don't really identify with any like hard and fast philosophy. I need to name my philosophy. In fact, God, is there... Oh, now I'm worried because I think there is a philosophy under this name, but I don't know it well enough to know if I want myself associated with it. So I'm a does it work-atarian. I'm going to avoid the real word for that because I think it already, I think it already exists. And I remember enough of it from high school to know that I can't say without going back and looking more closely that I'm on board with it all. But yeah, I think people ought to be looking at whether something works or not. That should be the thing that drives you. The myth of Sisyphus did that to you. Yeah. Sidney. I'm with you there. That one feels all too real. Seabreeze, go read about all urban culture came from British hillbillies. Yeah, so that's from Thomas Sowell, I think, who wrote a book. God, what's it called? Oh, Seabreeze, tell us the name of the book. I'm totally blanking on it now. Marshmallow Man, don't think about it. I'm guessing we have somebody in the feed named Marshmallow Man. So Bill U. Tatarian. Here's why... Until the Tom Bilyeu Show, I never wanted to name anything after me because nobody wants to buy into a theory named after somebody else until it is completely abstracted. Plus, I've stolen all of these ideas, not the least of which is from the Tao Te Ching. So that shit's been around for thousands of years. Lab experiment. Tom, did you order the dog yet? No, I haven't. I didn't get Lisa to buy into it.
The dog?
And can chat name it. Not a real dog, a robot dog. So this is what happens when you miss episodes.
I was like,
Eunice?
another angel? Oh my God.
Jesus. They bark so much. The odds of me having 3 at one time are effectively 0. The only thing I would consider is as the oldest one, because she's like 8 years older than the one below her, as she gets like proper decrepit, then I could see getting another one for the young one to play with. Because I wish we had gotten Smurf a couple years earlier so that Wookiee was still younger and could really like play.
Yeah.
Because now it's more like she does enjoy it, but you can see she's like, she really has to be careful about getting herself stable, and her sister just bounces around like biting her and then piecing out. Scorpion, you're correct. That is a part of their charm. Ronald, dogs be armed. Listen, I'm not above strapping a gun onto that when times are right. Oh, chat, I'm gonna need a close-up cam. We gotta go. What's my boy's name? Andrill. By the way, he called me he accused me of treason, but I'm still gonna say that he's my boy. And that is, and by the way, I'm only kidding. He accused everybody that doesn't have kids of treason. But what is his name? Andrill. Oh, Oculus Rift. Somebody, come on. We're playing a game.
We're talking about Meta?
Yeah, that's who bought it. But what's the guy's name that created
Lucky
that?
Palmer.
Yes, thank you. I cannot believe of all the names to forget. Okay. He posted, literally, he didn't even say anything. He just posted.
Palmer Lucky.
Come on,
Palmer
Meow.
Lucky.
Palmer Lucky.
Come on, Meow. Uh-oh.
Like Halo?
KPIs. Thank God that wasn't like a terrible
That's Master
alarm that
Chief.
just went off. That is Master Chief Eunice, because
Why?
he's building that.
Huh?
That is my read. He's talked about building exoskeletons, so I have to imagine.
And we did
That
have
he was
that
just inspired.
China Gundam video where they like are now, you can sit
Japanese, you mean?
Japanese.
Yeah, that. Be careful with that mix up. The both the Chinese and the Japanese gonna come unglued with that one. They have beef, man. Beef.
Crazy.
Do you know much about the rape of Nanking?
I don't know about
Yo, the line between good and evil runs through every human heart. That shit is scary.
Foxhole 117
Make
said,
one
building
so
it as a robot or as a suit?
I believe he's building it as a suit. He's talked about like up leveling. Basically, autonomous robots, he said, is farther out than people think, but building exoskeletons for people is closer than they think. And I think he's run like a mile in one of these exoskeletons, and they help you like run faster than you'd be able to run. He's like, look, you're still going to be tired at the end of the run, but you can do it like 40% faster or something. I'm making up the numbers, but directionally you get where I'm headed. All right. Guida Beta is very happy to see Eunice back. Let's go. Queen Elysium. Yes. Love that movie, by
Elysium
the way.
vibe.
Robot dogs still lean out the car window. I'm going to guess not, Alan. That is my guess, but we shall see. Gordon Ramsay. Need context for that one. Ishan Varma. Does to amass great wealth, you must start a business. Ishan, no, you can do it by getting involved in finance, but you have to make a concentrated bet against the consensus and be right. That is exceedingly hard to do. Feed robot dogs Quest bars. Let's go. The good news is they only eat electricity, bam. So that's the good news there. Ha, 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 chief.
Tom, did you ever play Fallout?
Did I ever play Fallout? Yes,
Yeah.
but very briefly.
Do we
I
not
don't like games that make me feel like I'm on rails.
do we not feel like that's close?
Post-apocalyptic?
Like, does that not feel real to you? Like, that's the whole exoskeleton, the whole
I haven't played
bunker
enough to know
thing, the
about
whole nuclear war. Like,
Oh, they've got,
You know
I've
what I
seen
mean?
the show enough to know what you're talking about.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that feels closer to home than a lot of these other ones do.
Then the robot, like give me some that you don't think match. Because this is probably just time.
Yeah, like the full-on robot society ones.
Give it 15 years. And you'll be like, oh, damn. Not that we'll have robot societies in 15 years, though we might, because the technological singularity is racing towards us like a fucking supersonic jet. But, I mean, 50 years for sure. Red light.
I can't, yeah.
It's okay.
Truth, Devin!
Truth, Devin.
Another
in the house, bro.
$10.
Come on. Like,
Super
we
chat.
really do need to have and I really mean this, Eunice, we need to create some sort of Mount Rushmore, probably more than 4, but we need a Mount Rushmore of super chatters, because show me the incentives and I'll show you the outcome. People trying to get on that Mount Rushmore, I'm here for that. So, yeah, Truth Devin right now I think has got to be up
Truth
there.
Devin says, hey, Tom, I have read Thomas Sowell. He's amazing. I even went to study economics in university, but I don't think he is always right.
No one is.
Sowell is amazing, but his ideas will not make a strong middle class.
Don't know that I agree with you on that one, Truth Devin, but here is the good news that this is exactly what you want. No one is going to be right all the time, and approaching somebody as if they are right all the time is, in my opinion, a catastrophic mistake. This is why people should not tribe up, should not be on teams. I'm not on anybody's team, not even my own. So I want the highest utility approach. And so your approach is built on the back of values, beliefs, and biology. That biology part does confound things, but yeah, nobody's going to be right all the time. Them's is the truths. So much to my dismay, that is the reality. So yeah, I don't listen to Thomas Sowell because I think he's infallible. I listen to Thomas Sowell because he makes me think better. He gives me a strong, sincere take, and then the rest is up to me.
All right, going back to the headlines. Zelenskyy deal we talked about. Oscars, you're not really interested. And the Bitcoin strategic.
Well, I'm interested in how uninterested I am. For real. Like, this is how you, going back to the Japanese manga versus Western comics, to me, that is a signal that we have eroded the artistic signal. We have said your piece of art has to conform even off camera to this set of things. That will definitionally make worse art. So that one makes me very sad. But really more, the thing is like setting all that aside, because I'd really lost steam on the Oscars before they did that. And that just gave me a flag to plant and go, this is why it's so dumb. But what ended up happening was films began losing their relevance because there was a brain drain away from film into TV. There was more economics in TV, so people just started going over there. And so when I was a kid, movies were the cultural hub. Like, everybody was about it. And then it became, well, I want to binge. And that sort of kick back on the couch, just watch something, almost have it in the background, playing on my phone while I'm watching something, which I cannot relate to. I do not do that ever. But that whole vibe then moved the economics over to streaming, which incentivized series. And so you had this incredible influx of talent. And for those of us old enough to remember when House of Cards dropped, it was like, holy shit, the level that you could develop characters over not only a season, but multiple seasons was just crazy. And so now you had one, you could make them shorter. So you had like a movie over 45 to 55 minutes. So it was way punchier. And all of the second act struggles that you get in a film went away. And so they were really punchy. And now, to use social media terms, you could rehook people. So you would end with this cliffhanger, which rehooked them to want to watch the next episode, which just made a more compelling format than film. Film as a format just isn't as compelling as a series. And so it's like, oh, we've run the experiment. Now we know the truth. Like when you can watch something where you can binge it when you have that time, becomes far more interesting. It's just a better experience. And you can take people way deeper philosophically, character development wise, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's also part of why people are so into anime is it's just a series format far more profoundly than the films. The films are good, but like I'm obsessed with Neon Genesis Evangelion. It is European art house cinema made in the form of a cartoon series for kids. It's the craziest shit ever. Like I still can't believe that it got made in like the 90s. But seeing the depth to which they can explore this one character when you've got multiple seasons is crazy. And so the films to me only make sense if you've watched the series. And so like if you said you have to pick one, even though the films are way higher production value, the series is way more interesting. The manga of Akira is way better than the movie of Akira, even though the movie of Akira as an artistic statement is unbelievable. It holds up today because of the obscene amount of effort they put into it. At a time where people were doing like 12 frames a second, these guys were like pushing it. I think at times going up to 60 frames. I could be wrong about that, but it was like the punchline being, it was so far ahead from a frames per second over every piece of animation, including Disney at the time, that it was just like this astonishing work of art. But the manga is way deeper, a way more cohesive story. God, if we can build a community that can swing from the Ukraine to fucking Akira, the film and manga, all my dreams will come true, chat. All my dreams will come true, but I'm not convinced yet. Do women and men write characters and story differently? Massively. Ishan, if I can be a dick for a second, there is a great line in As Good as It Gets where Marvin Udall, the character anyway, plays this famous writer of bodice ripping fiction. And a woman comes up to him and she's totally fangirling. And she says, how do you write women so well? And he says, I think of a man and I take away all reason and accountability. Oh God, that line is so good.
That's crazy.
And it's terrible. I know it's terrible, but it gets at the way that the difference in how men and women think is. Like there's an equally hilarious line to write from a woman's perspective. I take a woman and I jumble his brains with sex and aggression. That's terrible. You need a woman to write it, but you get the idea. Like through the lens of the other sex, they each seem crazy. Like here is what I wish upon every buddy out there. Marry somebody and then go through menopause together. That shit is wild. It is wild. And it is utterly fascinating because from my perspective, I don't feel those things. So I look at it and I'm like, hold on, the response that I'm getting is disproportionate to the stimulus. And to my wife, who's actually having the emotions and is in the grip of the chemical changes, she's like, you don't understand. Like, I am experiencing the things that I'm articulating. And so you're living in these like parallel but very divergent realities. And it is utterly fascinating because nobody's right. There's no right or wrong. There's just wildly different experiences. And so the male and female experience, and this is what was so deranging about the period where it was like men and women are basically constructs. It's like, Jesus, you want to talk about somebody that has not looked into the way that the human mind works, like at a brain level, neurochemical level. Yeah, it's madness. All right, I have to insist. Can we scroll back up? I see people talking about anime and manga and I cannot stop myself. I want to see what chat has to say here. A little more shonen versus seinen manga genre. All right, John, I can tell you're actually in it if you know the difference between shonen and seinen. All right, Edgy and Ageless is like, Tom, what the fuck? I'm guessing that's my Martin Udall comment, but I don't know that. All right, Studio Ghibli, let's go. Although the Studio Ghibli may be the exception to both the rules. Okie dokie, can you give me more on that? Not a dick for spreading obviously glaring truth.
Ooh,
Savannah, let's go.
while we're on the
US.
anime
Yep.
talk,
Let's go.
your top 5. Remember?
Do you have a platypus on your shirt?
What do I have on my? Oh, a hedgehog.
A hedgehog.
Shirt
How's
cam.
nobody acknowledge that?
Animal shirt cam.
Wait, what's
You
happening?
need to
Chat.
and then I have the animal on a
I-
shirt.
If you called it out earlier and we just trudged past you, please, I beg your forgiveness. Andrew shouting out Cowboy Bebop, but wait, you finished the live action Cowboy Bebop and it was better than
No, that's not true.
I wouldn't even I watched like 15 minutes of it and I was like, I will not sully the reputation of Cowboy Bebop with this. But can I just shout out to Tim Sweeney, who probably doesn't even know what Cowboy Bebop is, but
It's in Fortnite.
this weekend, Cowboy Bebop was in Fortnite.
I know.
Nearly dislocated a finger buying that skin.
Yep.
So shout out to my boy Spike Spiegel.
Anyway.
I am here for it. So sorry. I
You're-
was the top 5. I actually wrote these down, but I had to do 11. I had to do 11.
That's crazy.
Can you
top
forgive
5
me?
turned into
No.
11?
It was top 10.
It was
in
top
my-
10, but I
in
thought
my-
top 5 just for like boom, boom, boom sake.
Okay, I'll read you the top 5.
No,
but-
give us all of them.
Oh, you gonna let me go?
Yeah.
Okay, but okay. These are in order. These are in order.
So then
Okay.
you got to go 10 to 1.
Oh, start at the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give us a-
okay.
give
I
us a-
like
Chat,
that.
chat,
That's
this is-
great.
this
What was
is
I thinking?
Tom's
I would've
favorite
started at the
animes.
top. In reverse order.
reverse
starting
order.
with 11. Starting with 11.
Yeah, starting with 11.
Okay. Naruto.
Number 11, Naruto. Okay.
Wait, are you throwing shade on Naruto?
No, I'm
Because I
I'm
was about
listening.
to ask you and your uterus to leave because that is, dude, young boy power fantasy. Yes, chat, I said it. I don't think any boy can look at Naruto and not be like, this is the most gangster shit ever. Naruto is facts.
So other little
Why
boys
is my
running around
uterus
like,
catching
Yes.
strays at 9 a.m.? What's happening? What's happening?
All right, chat, they wanted a format where I'm myself. Here it is. Always be careful what you wish for. 10, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Don't watch the original.
Yes.
Don't
Love
watch the
that.
original. I
Full
tried.
Alchemist.
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Oh,
They
Brotherhood.
basically did so.
Because I was going to say, I know Full Metal.
manga.
When you said Brotherhood, I was like, okay. That
You
might be
get the
different.
manga, and everyone's like, "This is dope." They make an anime. People are like, "This is trash." So then they reboot. Literally, or just like, "Let's all pretend that didn't exist," and they make it again. Now I got sucked into the original. I was like, "Why do people like this?" And somebody was like, "Are you watching Brotherhood?" And I was like, "Motherfuckers, do you know how little time I have? You cannot do that to me." So anyway, started over. Brotherhood is dope. Do you want to do it now, or do we want to?
It's
go
up to
through the
you.
list?
It's there. It's a question about. It's a long question, so maybe let's get through the anime first.
All right, let's
Good
do this.
deal.
Then we'll come back. Random
Yeah.
B, we got you. We'll be there in a minute.
I'm holding it right here.
Okay, 9 may be my most controversial, but Fooly Cooley. I love it so much. Fooly Cooley is the anime equivalent of vibes. It's just vibes. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's totally random. Like, good luck following the story, but I love it so much. Coming in at 8, Cowboy Bebop.
Okay.
Cowboy Bebop. Amazing. It might have scored higher if it wasn't like, it was like a 80s TV show where like the story basically resets every episode. It's not quite true, but it's close enough.
Yeah.
All right, 7. If you don't like this one, you are not a shonen fan and you will leave. That is Hunter x Hunter.
Okay.
Hunter x Hunter.
A classic.
Classic all day. Come on. Shout out to Nen. 6. Okay. 6. Chainsaw Man.
Oh.
Okay. Here's the thing.
Okay.
Chainsaw Man is top 10 forever. If for no other reason, this is terrible. I have to look at you when I say this. There is a sequence. So the whole kid is like, I'll fight and face death and all that to touch a woman's breast. How relatable is that? If you're a young boy, okay? Literally, I remember as a kid thinking one day this is going to happen and just being like tripped out of my mind. And they show it on camera.
Wow.
And I have to keep looking at you. The breast has weight. And I was like, holy shit. Like, they really got the
Just
moment.
keep looking at you.
And then Drew, wait. So
Like eyes with me, Drew.
Hold on.
Oh my God. You guys better make eye contact.
you
when
guys,
I say that.
hold on. You guys are going to miss the greatest part. I'm really serious about this. This is some of the greatest, like, real human life captured in an art form I've ever seen in my life. So this kid, like, suffers death, brings a demon into his life, keeps fighting all this just to touch a breast. He touches it. It's awesome. And he's disappointed.
Wow.
And the woman's like, it was disappointing, wasn't it? I'm reading the manga because this was in the manga. It might be in the anime as well. I don't remember which, because it occupies my memory so much from the manga. And he was like, yeah. And she goes, you know why? Because she doesn't use the word connection, but that was the idea. There's no connection between us. And so it doesn't matter. And I have the chills now retelling it because every boy thinks I'm going to touch a breast and that's going to be the thing. And it's not the thing. The thing is like having that chemistry with somebody.
It's touching my breast, not just
Yes. And I was like, what the fuck? This is in a cartoon about a kid who brings a demon dog into his fucking chest and pulls a ripcord and chainsaws fly out of his face and his fucking arms. And I was like, how has like the realest moment ever captured in that? I was like, what the fuck? So listen, that scene might be one of my all-time favorite scenes, full stop, period, movies, TV shows, everything. I was like, God damn, I was so here for that. I'm afraid to look at chat because I so need to share this moment with somebody. And if chat is like not here for it, I'm going to be fucking devastated. Chat, it was so good. Okay. Anyway, that's 6. 5, ringing in at the thing I most wish I had created, My Hero Academia.
Oh,
it is the most Project Kaizen impact theory thing ever. Not Project Kaizen, impact theory. Like, oh my God, that shit. Attack on Titan comes in at 4. So good. I haven't watched the end because I'm actually afraid it's going to make me fall out of love with Attack on Titan. So forgive me, chat. But that comes in at 4. 3, Death Note. This Death Note was when I realized Neon Genesis was not a one-off. Like anime just really has a thing.
Yeah.
That was too good. Number 2. Any guesses?
All the ones I hear you talk about.
You know what my number 1 is because I've said it many times. So number 2.
One Piece.
No, One Piece doesn't make my list.
Wow.
Hey, make sure Straw Hat's not in here.
Okay.
Straw Hat, sorry.
Here's why. I haven't seen the anime. I've watched like 3 or 4 episodes and the early stuff is so outdated. I didn't love it. So the manga is awesome.
Okay.
It's very young though in the beginning. So it's admittedly, I have the aspirations to read all of it or watch all of it because it's so a bedrock of this thing, this art form that I love.
Yeah.
But I have not yet. So anyway, doesn't make the list
Sword
for that
Art
reason.
online? SAO?
I thought Sword Art was pretty trash.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's like average. It's fine. It's popcorn munching, but it's not going to be in my list.
I know it's not Berserk.
I can't believe you got, no, I haven't seen that.
I know.
Not the anime. I keep trying to read the manga and it just doesn't grab me. But I can't believe nobody can guess this. I'm hurt by this.
Hold on.
Vinland Saga.
Let me think.
It's too late. I already said it.
What is it?
Vinland Saga.
Oh.
That is so good. Season 1. Season 2, I keep wanting it to be good. Season 2 is not. But season 1 is unbelievably good. Unbelievable. And then number 1, everybody should be able to guess. Neon Genesis. Evangelion.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Chad, is this a safe space? Chad, is this a safe space?
It is. Let's go.
Out of that entire list, I watched 2 episodes of Cowboy Bebop.
Wow.
That's it? That
Do
entire
you
list?
have a list though? Or do you just
In
not
2
fuck with
episodes
anime?
of Attack on Titan.
Do you not mess with anime? What's the deal?
It's not for me.
It's not your shtick?
not
Here's the thing. If you watch it at a glance, it couldn't be more embarrassing. And the only reason I got into it, and I didn't get into it till I was in my 40s, the only reason I got into it was I realized that whole thesis that I gave about Western versus Eastern storytelling. And so I was like, oh, I have to learn this as a format because we're going to start making comics in this genre. And so I need to like figure it out because some of my early interactions with Digimon shaped my desire to not have children. So I was like, okay, how do I go from hating Digimon so much that I don't have kids?
Digital monsters.
Yeah, thank you for triggering my PTSD.
I watched Digimon.
Yeah.
Pokemon doesn't make it either.
No, I haven't seen it.
Crazy.
Yeah,
Travesty.
I know. It like
Travesty.
tops everybody's list and blah, blah, blah. I've never played the games. No.
Travesty.
Haven't played it. I haven't watched it. Again, that's from that Digimon era where I was, to my core, I was shaken. Okay.
We do have a couple.
Let's go. We had a super chat.
chats.
Let's do them.
$5 from Random B. Thank you, Random B. Random B says, hey, Tom, if you're starting over today with only your mindset and $5,000, no contacts, how would you get traction in 2025? Easy question. LOL.
Do we mean on social media? Social media is very easy to gain traction. You go straight to TikTok and you put out pieces of content that people resonate with. The algorithm does not care if you have a social following at all. You can go from 0 to hero simply by getting good at content. So the playing field has literally been evened out. And now, in fact, TikTok is equality without equity, if you want to know all about that game. So everybody can play, but only a few will win. So I would do that. But to be honest, I was thinking about this weekend for some reason. If you just mean like, how would I make myself wealthy again? I would go help people with companies. I would just be like, listen, I just lost all my money for XYZ reason. But when I say that I will fucking smash your goals and I will help you grow faster than you've ever grown, you simply have to give me some equity. In fact, for the first 120 days, as long as I can keep food in my belly, don't pay me. And I will just show you what I can do. And I'm not afraid to be tested. And this is why we do Impact Theory University, boys and girls. I would just tell you, go do this. And shout out to our boy who came in earlier, who was like, hey, I've been following you for 5 years and you've helped me grow my company faster. I'm telling you, these ideas fucking work. People can put it to the test. So yeah, I don't want anywhere to hide. I will give you the ideas, deploy them. And assuming you have culture or product market fit, it'll work.
We
Also,
have another super chat.
Let's go.
From Good Day, Ricky Ray. Ricky Ray, thank you so much for the $5.
Indeed, Ricky Ray.
Ricky Ray says, maybe TS's precious little change is the disengagement.
TS? What's TS?
I don't know the acronym. They just said TS is precious little change is the disengagement of discourse via culture. Perhaps instead it's a calling for noticers like you and us culturally.
Oh, Thomas Sowell.
Oh, there we go. I was like, somebody's going to have to tell me what TS
Thank
is
you.
otherwise. Precious little change is the disengagement of discourse. Very interesting idea, Ricky Ray. Do people disengage with discourse? I think they tribe up. So if that's what you mean, calling for noticers. Yeah. I think it is more that people think tribally and that our man Thomas Sowell is at his most correct when he says the last 30 years have been marked by exchanging what works for what sounds good. And we live in a time of peace where we can afford to do that. That's always felt like the most real thing about him. Chainsaw Man will only get better when they get into the next arcs.
Also, no Demon Slayer on that list. No Dragon Ball Z on that list.
Here's the thing. Watch Dragon Ball if you want to have your eyelashes curled back. Dragon Ball. I didn't say Dragon Ball Z.
Mm-hmm.
Dragon Ball. Mm-hmm. That was the first time where I was like, oh, this really is illicit literature. Like, I would be a little conflicted about my kids reading it because it's always like this sex stuff with kids that are young. It's a little freaky. So anyway, I've seen precious little Dragon Ball Z. I've seen enough to buy the skin in Fortnite because I do have a positive association, but I haven't seen enough for it to be on the list. So people also have to remember that I have very little time for consuming any content that my wife doesn't enjoy. And so the fact that I have 11 on my list should already like, hey, I've seen enough of 11 that I feel confident. But that one is I just haven't seen enough.
And then Demon Slayer.
Demon Slayer I've actually seen a fair amount of, and it's good. But when I'm like, what do I replace it with?
Did you watch the
Naruto
movie?
was so OG that like I have to give it the nod because it like started it all. Plus it's so martial arts focused, which I love. So visually Demon Slayer is way better, but also I like stuff that, not that Naruto's futuristic, but it feels more contemporary. Demon Slayer's a little bit old fashioned. So anyway,
We have a super chat.
let's go.
Another one from Truth Devin. Truth Devin, thank you so much again for all your super chats. This one's $10.
Super chat.
Truth Devin says, anime makes amazing stories people connect to. I felt super average at 15, then watched Haikyuu. Oh my God, you haven't watched that. Oikawa is a character I connected. He's a character that wants to be great so bad, but he is not a genius.
Oh man, this has got to be why people like Haikyuu so much. I own, I think, all of it, manga, but I have not read. I don't think I've read a single page of it.
It's really good.
It's so on my list because everybody hypes it. That is a good summation that makes me want to read it. I will tell you that. John McLeod.
And we have another super
Samurai
chat.
Champloo. Literally, I was literally like, do I interrupt this super chat to mention Samurai Champloo? So it is very curious to me. Did some part of my subconscious see that you wrote that? Because I was going to say Samurai Champloo has some of the best animation. It is unbelievable.
And that one I did watch. I enjoyed that
Unbelievable.
one.
So good. So good. Respect. Has anybody seen Blue-Eyed Samurai?
Yeah, that was good.
So
Is that doesn't count as anime though? That was Western, right?
I call everything in that style anime, which
That'd be-
Japanese purists are gonna hate.
Yeah.
But yes, I count it as anime.
Yeah,
And
it was
is
good.
Good.
Yeah, I finished.
Very good.
That was good.
Very much a Western angle, but let's go. You nice.
Lyrith, another super chat. Thank you, Lyrith, for the $5.
Thank you, Lyra.
Lyrith says, no order, but they belong in everyone's top 10. Baki, Chainsaw Man, DBZ,
Baki.
Death Note, Gundam Seed Series, One Piece, Log Horizon, Berserk, Pokemon OG only, and Black Clover.
Okay. Interesting. I have not seen Log Horizon, Black Clover, obviously Pokemon.
Pokemon OG.
Berserk, I've read some of. Gundam Seed Series. Now, I've seen a lot of Gundam, but I don't know the Seed Series. There's a Gundam movie. I can't remember the name of it, but it is really good because I'm all about the Origins series, and I think it was from the Origins series where you're getting the story of the, the Red, what is his name? Red something. I'm forgetting it now. But yeah, I love Gundam.
I'm noticing no slice of life animes on your list.
No,
It's crazy.
Shout out to Andrew who
What
brought up
should be?
Samurai Jack, which
I haven't seen Samurai Jack.
technically not an anime.
Literally.
So good.
What is
Yeah?
I
Samurai
love
Jack?
Samurai Jack.
I
On
think
Cartoon Network.
I used to go
was
to
not a
this
Cartoon
like
Network kid.
underground comic group, and the guy that created Samurai Jack was at that because he's
Yeah,
he's American,
the same
right?
dude. Yeah, he's the same dude who made Powerpuff Girls. He's like a OG animator.
Okay, yeah, he was at that comic thing.
What's his name? Janetti.
Shay loves Blue Eye Samurai. What up, Shay?
Janetti Tartakowski.
By the way, Lyrith, every time I see your name, I think of Neon Genesis Evangelion. Every time. I don't know if that's from there or if that's your real name.
Oh, Last Airbender was something. Okay, we gotta talk about the crypto strategic reserve.
Let's do it.
Um,
Char. Yes, they know. Super Blue, Scott, they both know.
So okay, Trump announced it. I know you said personally you have icky feelings about it. It should just be Bitcoin.
No, I didn't say that.
You said when
I
they,
said it's all
XRP.
gambling, and I worry about there being a sovereign wealth fund where what we are doing is gambling on crypto full stop. Now, if you're going to do it, then BTC. But this is one of those where I just don't think I want to be the person to make that decision. So when I look at other countries doing sovereign wealth funds, it's never given me heart palpitations. I've always been like, oh, okay, yeah, I get that. But for some reason, when I think about Americans doing it, when we have the debt that we have, I get, what was his name? FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried vibes. So remember, Sam Bankman-Fried basically took your money and then said, hey, don't worry. I know where to put this money. And let's all remember, Sam Bankman-Fried was right. He ended up being right. And it's only the fact that people were like, hey, motherfucker, that's my money. And you didn't tell me that you were going to do that. And at the time I found out about it, we were down. But if they had just chilled, he would have had all their money back. So I'm like, you want him locked up for all of eternity when Sam Bankman-Fried does it, but you're cool with the government doing it? Like, I just, again, guys, I'm just thinking through this stuff. Please, no one gets to hammer me later when I'm like, actually, I love sovereign wealth funds. But right now, you got to at least process through that, because the reality is sometimes you'll be up, sometimes you'll be down. And I think people are going to feel some kind of way about it. Red light.
We've got 2 super chats.
Yeah, we do.
One from Cameron Fry, who just
Let's go, Cameron.
No chat, no anything, just a nice little
Cameron, thank you.
thank you.
Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated.
And we've got another super chat from Good Day with Ricky Ray.
Ricky Ray's back, man. He's been going hard today.
Ray saying, if disengage, losing. Engage culturally. There might be a tide turn from our tribal tendency. We are all innately not immune from, example, maybe through manga.
Ricky Ray, I don't think it is an algorithm that runs in the deepest recesses of our minds to say us and other, because we had to survive. So there's no way around that. All the manga in the world won't get you there. Now, you can nudge people for sure, which is the very thing that I'm trying to dedicate my creative life to, is nudging people in a positive direction through story. But I don't fool myself into thinking that this is going to be Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure where I drop an album and the whole world becomes a utopia. It sadly will not work like that, much to my
Are you
dismay.
muted?
No. Am I?
I was getting no audio, low audio in the chat, but we're good.
I grew up watching Scooby-Doo. So did I, actually. So did I. And I would have gotten away with it, too, if it wasn't for you pesky kids.
We have another super chat.
Mr. TKO.
Mr. TKO, $10. Thank you so much, Mr. TKO. Mr. TKO says, your opinion on more tax for wealthy? I'm transitioning from W-2 to self-employed, and I'm conflicted. W-2 mindset says yes, but capitalists create jobs, take risks, and drive innovation and economy.
Yeah, so I think the real punchline is...
If I may continue real quick, Mr. TKO
yeah.
has a second one to add.
let's
on to
go.
that. Thank you,
Engage
Mr. TKO, for a second super chat, by the way. for
Is
another
the
$10.
second one related?
Yep.
Okay.
If taxed more, do they downsize, dissolve, or automate to reduce human labor? If their businesses employ thousands who all pay taxes, aren't they already contributing more than just their own taxes?
Okay, so we have to separate a few different things. So there is the personal tax, and then there is the business tax. So the business tax, for sure, we played it out historically. You will guarantee that people turn around and they invest in their companies and they make sure that they are not paying anything in tax, which they already do. So it's like no matter what you tax them, unless somebody's trying to take dividends out, good luck. They're going to run their company at like right break even. You should want them to do that. The reason you should want them to do that is because they are making the modern world. So think about Amazon. So many of the things that make our lives better, easier, the kind of thing that kings from 300 years ago would envy with all of their heart, is because you have innovators doing all this cool stuff by reinvesting the profits back into their business. Okay, so that's not a bad thing. Plus, every person has to pay payroll tax. So on all of my employees, I'm paying tax. This is why people were so up in arms about Uber, because they were doing 1099 contractors. And so they weren't paying any payroll tax, only the employee was. So you get people getting very weird about that. You're collecting a ton of tax anytime that you have a company that is performing well. Yay. Then there is that person wants to take money out, like real money. So Elon Musk sold a bunch of his stock and paid tax on that. And that's why he was saying, whatever year that was, I forget, but he said, I have now paid more in tax than any human in history. And everybody likes to skip over that part. So if he's going to take advantage of that money and not just have it inside the company, he is going to be taxed. But those are two separate things. Okay. Should we tax the wealthy more? If you tax the wealthy at 100%, it won't solve your problems. So I just keep coming back to that. If you tax the wealthy at 100%, it won't solve your problem. So now it's like, hey, everybody, you should solve your problem. You have foundational things that you need to address in order to ensure a thriving middle class. What are those things? You need people in the middle class to be able to save money. That is like the single most important thing. We all want any one generation to win in and of themselves. And this is the mentality that we've gotten into. This is why I say, oh God, whenever I say this out loud, I think I'm setting myself up for future problems, but you have to give up on adults and focus on the youth. In the same way, I will say you have to give up on this current middle class and think about the next generation of middle class. Because the right analogy is you're at the bottom of a waterfall pulling bodies out of the river. That is not a wise use of your time. Go upstream and stop the people from being thrown into the river in the first place. That is the right way to play this. And the way to do that is to stop inflating the money supply, because that steals from everybody, but it disproportionately affects the poor and working class. So stop doing that. Allow people to save money. Make sure that they can buy assets. That's incredibly important. The stock market, I would say, is probably too confusing. People understand the things that they live in, which is why real estate has always been a brilliant one. So we have to make sure that housing prices are reasonable enough that people can get on that ladder, and stop forcing people to own real estate as a way to hide from inflation. I'm going to keep this tight. If there are follow-up questions, I'm happy to go deeper. Stop making housing so expensive that people can't get into the one asset that they really understand. So now people can save their money because it's not being inflated away. They can buy an asset that they understand, that they can pass down to their kids. And then all of a sudden, people have a way where it won't necessarily save them, but their kids will be so much better off. And then their kids will be so much better off. You're always going to have different outcomes because people have different intellectual capabilities and they're born in different places and their parents taught them different lessons. There's just so much complexity. But that is the most important. It's not the only thing, but that's the most important thing that you could do to build a thriving middle class in the long run. And unfortunately, taxing the wealthy won't get you there.
If we had to start society from beginning, so the debt is at zero, everybody's like good, fresh start, all those things.
Yep.
Disclaimer, disclaimer, disclaimer.
Yep.
And you are establishing the tax code.
Mm-hmm.
How would you arrange the tax rates, top to bottom, to start this society to ensure that, quote unquote, people are paying their fair share, quote unquote, everything is going in the pot?
A very simple tax code that can be read. I mean, honestly, it can probably read in a single page, but let's say 10 pages in case there's something I'm not thinking through clearly enough. No loopholes, just you pay, let's say, 15%. Period. End of story. Everybody, doesn't matter who you are, you pay 15% of your profits, not unrealized gains. If you want to signal yourself as fiscally illiterate, talk about unrealized gains. Like that was the thing where then I was just like pure tirade when Kamala Harris was talking about that. I was like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, just ultra simple, nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. That's where you're going to pay, period. End of story. But the key thing is you have to balance the budget, full stop. You have to balance the budget. And if as a government, you don't balance the budget, that's where everything deranges.
We have a super chat.
Let's go, super chat.
From Esoteric Dichotomy.
Let's go, Esoteric Dichotomy.
Thank you for
Always good to see you.
Esoteric Dichotomy. They said, hey, Tom, we need people to save money, but we aren't educating them to do such at home, school, culture. We celebrate luxury and consumption so much.
Welcome to money printing. Okay, so this is all true. There's a reality to be faced. Humans are going to human. We like cool stuff. We like anything that separates us from the pack. So there's no way around that. But when you force people to gamble, it's a complex issue. When you force people to gamble, you get into problems that I was just talking through. But you also get what you celebrate culturally. So if culturally you celebrate flexing, then it's going to be a thing. But I find something very interesting. Once again, 50 Cent, Drew has promised, by the way, that he's going to get me 50 Cent. You heard it here first.
That's a big,
she was like, wait, I don't remember saying
that's a big promise.
He said something that I thought was really interesting, which is that after the success of Get Rich or Die Trying, he tried to put positive energy out there and he realized that people just don't want that from him. They want what he called dysfunctional energy. And I get that. I get that as a podcaster where I'm like, bro, in phase one, if I wanted a video to do well, all I had to do was be the disapproving father, yell a little bit, tell you that you're not living up to your potential, and the video would go crazy. And I was like, but that isn't the only gear. Like, I don't want to live in that gear, but that's what the world wants from me. Like, if I really had a gun to my head and was like, yo, you have to become the biggest YouTuber possible, I would go back into that gear, because that's the only thing where I really got like that disproportionate response. I just started getting really fucking bored and was like saying the same things over and over and over, which just felt so weird to me. But that's the truth. So people like the luxury right now. So if you tried to do something that wasn't on that, like how far would you go? I don't know. Kendrick doesn't flex on that kind of stuff, does he? I mean, I saw him talk about having a $3 million headpiece, so maybe that's not a great sign. But at least a little bit that I know about him, he seems like on a different plane.
I think he's a different kind of rapper.
So yeah, hopefully.
We have another super chat. Woo!
Let's go.
James Island Panther, thank you for the $4.99. Thank you so much for your super chat.
Yeah.
James says, do you know anything about the fair tax by Neil Bortz? If so, any opinions?
I've never heard the name Neil Bortz before in my life. So I always hate letting down a super chatter, but alas, we will have to look into it. Don't know. All right. First of all, chat, I just want to thank you guys for being here. Bear, he says, Tom and 50 can definitely flow off one another with their views on business integrity. Yeah, dude, he is fascinating. I mean, look, he's wildly successful. So it's not like people are sleeping on him, but I don't think he gets nearly enough credit. He's always on, and maybe this is a him thing, but he's frequently on a small subset of podcasts. But he doesn't, like, I've never seen him on Rogan. Like, let's go. I want to see, obviously, mostly on my show, but I would love to see him on Rogan. I'd love to see him on Lex. I think the way that he thinks is profound. Let's go.
We have 2 super chats.
I see him.
Double super chat.
Double super chat. Lyric with the $5. Thank you. Saying Log Horizon is so relevant to y'all and everything you talk about. It is a must-see anime. Gaming, AI, geopolitics, future of AI, ideology, and philosophy.
Let's go.
Put it on the list.
Log Horizon. I've not heard about it. I saw an animated show that supposedly has 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. I think I sent it to myself because I was like, hold on, I need to look this up. Let's see if we can find it. Oh man, I've got a clip that we got to show. It's going to wind chat up, I think, but I think it's worth it.
Shall I do the second?
Yeah, do the second one.
The second super chat is from Truth Devin. Truth Devin, thank you for the $10. Truth Devin says, Tom, I'm a Gen Z baby. You're right about the money printing part, but you should limit the buying power of the rich from buying a lot of assets, especially housing like China, because they hike up prices.
I don't think that's crazy. I get it. That's probably, when we talk about light touch regulation, that's probably what we're talking about. We probably do need a bit of that. Drew, I just sent you a link. Let's see if we can get people mad.
Can we?
Play that. I think it's very interesting. You trying to turn it off?
Yeah.
G, coming your way.
Every once in a while it works, you know?
I thought this was super interesting. And Chad, I'm not even taking a side on this, but I do think it is fascinating as these timestamps about where culture is at. This is very, very interesting. All right, give it a listen. Uh-oh, there we go. Got to mute it and then start from, or unmute it and start from the beginning. This is comparing how we used to think about measles in entertainment to how we think about it now.
Measles. Let's see, their measles are a strange case of red freckles. You have got a temperature. They told me 101.1. What's the record? Never mind.
Oh, are you sure it's the measles?
Well, he certainly got all the symptoms. A slight temperature, a lot of dots, and a great big smile.
A great big smile.
No school for a few days.
Say hello to my dotted son for me. Tell him I'll bring him some comic books and I'll see you later, dear.
Okay, honey, bye. Boy, this is the life, isn't it?
Yeah. If you have to get sick, you sure can't beat the measles.
That's right. No medicine. Inside or out. Like shots at me.
Don't even mention shots. Yeah.
Dad says I should go to school.
7 students confirmed with measles, 4 others possible.
How? They had to have been vaccinated.
These moms never vaccinated their kids and lied about it.
Vaccines are harmful. You are endangering the health of every child in the city.
Liv. No, it's turning blue.
Call 911.
Okay, I'm getting messages that Chad is trolling. What's going on?
Well, you're muted right now, but I checked his.
I just unmuted, yeah.
We're good.
Yeah.
It
All right,
was
so
fake.
anyway.
We texted, so it was
This is fascinating.
how we
absolutely
switched on measles.
Yeah, like think about how dramatic they're making it sound now.
It went from a Brady Bunch sketch to
And
now
they've
to
got
1
dots
hour
in a
drama
smile because they don't have to go to school.
procedural.
Man, again, like I'm sure that measles does kill people, but it's pretty fascinating that we've gone from trying to be chill about it, finding it funny, putting it in a sitcom, to it's now like Law and Order SVU drama music. Like, oh God, we've got like this dramatic outbreak. Just saying it's interesting. Just saying it's interesting.
Is chickenpox still a thing?
I don't know.
I mean,
Like,
I don't have kids.
when
so I'm
I was a
assuming-
kid, they used to do chicken pox parties.
Oh yeah,
where-
to get everybody around
Yes.
each other so you could.
My mom literally took me to a chicken pox party.
You had chickenpox then?
I did, but I didn't get it from that.
Have you had chickenpox?
I had chickenpox. That's how my scar.
You have a scar?
Yeah, like this little circle dot somewhere over here.
Oh, because
did
you
not leave it
scratched
alone?
Yeah,
scratched a
I
little
sc-
pox.
I scratched the
Oh,
pox. So.
my mom was like, "Don't touch him! Don't
Yeah.
touch him." I got lucky. I gave my sister chicken pox right before Tolo. If anybody knows Tolo, my sister was not happy. There were tears.
What's
She
Tolo?
was mad
know
at
what
me,
Tolo is.
like I did it on purpose. Tolo is where the girl invites the boy.
You mean Sadie's?
It's the same idea. I don't
Okay.
know if there's a difference that I'm unaware of, but we had Tolo. We didn't have Sadie.
Is it like a YOLO, like an acronym?
No, not that I know of. How about that? Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. I guess it could be, but I have no idea. The gaslighting that legacy media does, that to me is the insane threat. Lyra, you're not wrong, man.
That's
People
where I was
really
going.
do
Is this
control the
like
narrative.
media capture type thing where it's like we can use this to state to create factions, to create resistance?
Why do people do it?
Like, is that?
Ooh, I think this is
incentive?
going to be a relatively complex thing. So you have some people that really do have sort of threat level 900 on everything, and it's just all panic all the time. And my generation, Gen X, was like the last generation before parents were so terrified of their kids being kidnapped that they just locked them down. Like when I think that my mom let me, when I was like 8 or 9, ride my bike miles away from my house on main roads to get to, we went to a bar. I remember we had this whole thing. I'm not even gonna tell you guys why, but like we went all the way there and my mom was like, yeah, it's all good. She didn't know why we were going, but she knew the neighborhood we were riding our bikes to. Totally chill. That I would go to bike, like BMX parks, like just in the middle of woods where people built like all these like dirt ramps and stuff, people falling and hurting themselves all the time. Yeah, all good. And now it's like, whoa, like people are really like hovering over their kids. And so that increased sense of like anxiety, the world's a dangerous place, like all of that plays into it. Controlling the narrative is a big part of it. That it gives you control if you're the government when there is an emergency. All crazy. But I don't think it's any one thing. Hello.
We have a super chat from Paul.
Let's go, Paul.
Thank you for the $5, Paul. It's your first super chat on the live stream, so thank you.
Indeed.
Paul says, if AI robotics have the potential to drive production costs close to zero, do long-term budgetary concerns such as Social Security remain important? This is actually Ribsy. Ribsy from
Ribsy.
Twitch.
Wait, Paul is Ribsy?
Paul is Ribsy. Well, they said
go,
Ribsy.
Ribsy?
go.
All right, Paul. It's good to have you under any name.
Thank you.
So no, if in the long run, it really does drive energy costs to zero, that you can basically get everything for free, that we are essentially post-capitalist, all of our budgetary problems go away. This is one of those where it is just a different game that will be next to impossible to predict. It won't be all good, that I can assure you, but I think that it will be far better than where we're at today. But when you have that kind of GDP, when you can bring on, I mean, there will be, how many cars do we produce in a year? Can somebody look that up? Just ask chat. Globally. How many cars globally are produced in a year? That you will be able to produce more robots than you can cars. And so whatever.
75.3 million in 2023.
Okay, so imagine being able to bring on 75.3 million productive working adults every year. That's crazy. So, and they can do things. So the only thing you run up against, Ishan and Miggy do not agree on the number of cars produced in a year. We'll split the difference. So that is going to be crazy. That's going to be incredible. And the whole adage of it takes 18 years to make an 18-year-old will no longer be true. So, but we still have some hurdles to cross. AI isn't there yet. Robotics isn't there yet, but it's gonna be, 3 years. That is going to shock people. Kit Moon, you are correct. You are correct. Which is crazy. 120 million. Got it. Let's go. Drew in the feed trolling people. I mean, good cars, bro. Ishan with the correction. I like it. All right. Drew on the topic list. So let me just run through what we got. Elon on Rogan not wanting to say out loud the like primary game of corruption because he said it will get him assassinated. And then he legitimately refused to answer the question. Now, Rogan didn't press him on it, but that was interesting.
Yeah.
Now, look, is it because he doesn't want to say because it doesn't really exist and he just wants to make it sound dramatic? Could be. Yeah. But given that people actually have tried to kill him and we know they've tried to kill the president, I don't know. I buy it.
I dropped a leak
Leak
coder
coder?
story. Have you seen this?
No, I was like, leak coder, is that a typo? What is
No, this is super cool. So a kid gets leak code, which is basically it's like a cheating tool that you could use to help you cheat on big tech interviews. He gets an interview from Amazon, Meta, and a couple other like big tech companies. YouTube's the whole thing of him using the software, and then get to Amazon. Then Amazon.
Did you show that to me?
Yeah. I dropped in a link over the weekend.
No.
Yeah.
Before that, because pull it up. I have seen something like this. where it tells him how to answer, right?
Yeah. G is coming your way. So yeah, I just thought it was cool that like, call it a clout thing, but using AI to get the interview, then instead of getting the interview, he then like leaks everything, makes a YouTube video about it, it goes viral. So it's like interesting. Just
This is crazy. This is one of the many ways that AI.
Yeah.
I see you. I see
and then
you, Eunice.
Amazon execs get mad, and then they send a letter to Columbia trying to get him like kicked out of school. Like,
Come on, that's not the
Yeah.
play. That's not the play.
so that's the letter that Amazon sent to Columbia to do it. And then if you scroll to the top, it's like the 1, 2, 3, 4 of what happened.
Yo, this is my favorite thing on Tech X this week. 1, kid makes leak code cheating tool for big tech interviews. 2, uses it on Amazon interview, gets offer. 3, YouTube's the whole thing, tells Amazon to fuck off. Amazon gets mad and emails Columbia, gives him disciplinary letter. 5, tweets the letter. Yeah, dude, what are people thinking? You're going up against the internet, bro. The internet is undefeated. This is not the play.
Yeah.
Not the play. But you know what is the play? Is this $9.99 super chat we got from Zach.
Let's
Oss.
go, Zach.
Super chat.
Zach. All right.
With a little remix, okay. Zach says,
yeah.
I've always had the idea. If you collected all taxes and burned all the money, it would be better than how the government uses it. Thought experiment. What do you think would happen?
Okay.
Give me
Just a little
Zach would
thought.
ask
Dark
that
Knight
super
vibes.
chat.
Yeah.
Dark Knight vibes.
Yeah.
Burn it all, baby.
Okay, but he asked for the thought experiment. So you, let me just read this again. Collected all taxes and burned all the money. So digital and physical, I'm going to assume it would be better. Okay. So if you burned all the money, it would be wildly deflationary, but you're only burning what you take in taxes. So the question is, are you burning what you took in taxes that year? We take in, what do we take? 4 trillion in taxes every year. I think that's roughly, someone's going to need to look that up just to make sure I'm not speaking a fool, but I think we spend 6 and tax 4, something like that. Okay. So you burn the 4, what would actually end up happening is we would just print the money. And so you would hyperinflate very quickly. You would lose your country. They would take it over. So it would be, in my estimation, a far worse situation. It would be Mad Max Stilo. But he's thinking of something else because we'll assume he's a smart person. What is he thinking? How would I steel man his position? You burn all the money. Your dollars are worth more. That is for sure. If you're going to burn it, you'd never be able to burn it every year. This is only a one-time thing. It would just be so deranging. Even if all it did was force you into a catastrophic depression born of no money velocity, because I have said many times that an innovation-led deflationary situation is not a bad thing. It's only crisis-led deflation that's problematic, but this would be crisis-led deflation. So you now have no money velocity whatsoever. You force the government to inflate or to default on all of their entitlements. It would be catastrophe. There's no situation. This is why even Trump, who would desperately love, I'm sure, to slash entitlements to get the budget balance, is never going to do it. It's bad mojo. It's bad mojo. It's the old and infirm and shit that get left out in the cold. It's just, it would be all fucking bad all the time.
We collected 4.9
Also, you'd have no
trillion.
DOD. Like, this would be bad, bad, bad. China makes a move. It's bad. Sorry. Say that again.
We collected 4.9 trillion in taxes last year. That's nuts to me.
Bro, this is why when people push back on fraud, waste, and abuse, I want to fraud, waste, and abuse their head, because it's like, what are you doing?
4.9
What are you
trillion
doing?
is wild.
Bro, come on.
A year. Like a
Yes.
year.
Yes. Yes.
That blew my mind. I
It
didn't know we
is
collected that much in
hard
taxes.
to spend
I
money
did
well.
not know we
This
did
is
that
why
much
you have the greatest capital allocator, certainly of this generation, by far, in the government trying to help you allocate capital well. And all people are screaming about is he's going to move money to his companies. Let's assume that's true. If he's got the best fucking companies, what the problem is, Drew? So this is where I'm like, put it out in the public square. Don't do anything behind the scenes. The shit all has to be super transparent. But if you're giving money to him instead of NASA, if you're giving money to him instead of Verizon, because he has better companies, word. Did you know that of all the material put into space, Drew, let me ask it as a question. Just take a guess. Of all the material put into space, and don't forget countries like Russia, China, what's happening?
I just got radicalized. I'm sorry. Somebody in the chat told me to do this. If you spend $1 million every day, it will take you 13,698 years to spend $5 trillion. We collected that in taxes last year. Yo, I just got radicalized live on chat.
This is the
It'll
greatest
take
day of my life.
13 years to spend all the money.
No, 13,000.
Yo.
13,000 years.
Yo, that's I
Yeah.
just got radicalized. Hold on. Wait a second. $1 million a day. Like per day.
Yeah.
13,000. Okay,
We should play that game where it's like, have you ever seen that game where you have the same amount of money as like Jeff Bezos or something, and it's like you could buy anything and everything, and it would tell you how long to like spend it all?
Yeah.
We should give
I haven't
that game
played
to
the game,
Drew.
but it's crazy. I remember this was back in like the 90s or early 2000s. Choked up by the memory. Where Bill Gates makes so much in interest alone that he's better off, if he sees $100 bill on the ground, he's better off to keep walking, thinking about whatever he's thinking about to continue growing his company than he is to stop and pick it up. Because the number of, 1.8 seconds that it would take him to bend down and pick it up, he's made more in interest by like orders of magnitude. But anyway, again, most of that is not real money. That is all on paper, which people do not understand the difference. Okay. We already did the men being snatched Ukraine thing. Relationships. I need to know if this is real. Drew, can you pull that link up? If this is real, this is the craziest shit ever. I have to look this up because this makes me want to relaunch the relationship theory channel.
Gee, it's on you.
By the
Okay.
way, where are we at on timeline?
9:54.
Read that for people, Eunice.
You want me to read? You want me to click on it again?
You're going to have to pause it once everything's on screen. All right. Eunice is going to read it to you.
It says, divorce rates, men and women, 49%, men and men, 29%, women and women, 72%. Men aren't the problem. Ladies, numbers don't lie.
Now, the question is that true? I don't know that it's true. It's certainly a meme and it's certainly funny. But if that's actually true, I wouldn't be super shocked, given that I forget something like 70% of all divorces are initiated by women. It's very interesting. I want to know if that's true. Again, chat, this Conspiracy Corner, put your thing on, but that's amusing.
That's hilarious.
Iggy Foxy
at
says,
minimum.
that's because men and men are mostly open relationships.
That's an interesting thesis. Let's talk about it. I don't know that that's true. I need to see some stats on that.
I would like to hear the statistics on who usually initiates open relationships, because I feel like it's usually men.
I would
initiating.
be scandalized if it's less than 99% men.
Now in today's toxic society, it's probably like 95%. But yes, it's majority men.
Gotta be, right?
But there are some women that are trying their best.
Hey, do your thing. But man, again, my whole thesis on that is I get why people want to have sex with other people. I don't understand why they want to be in relationships
Yeah, it doesn't make
with other
sense,
people. Like, that's crazy. I don't get it. It does not line up with my experience in this thing we call life. Sex, yes. Relationships, hard pass. Hard pass. Okay, back to our flow here. Oh, I was going to look up what time we need to be done. Okay, we still have time. Nice. We still have time. Chat. It's getting a little bit concerned. All right, we got some cool stuff in robotics. Was this? Yeah, Elon. We've got a thing from Elon. Play that for chat if you would.
And
Keep the relevant commentary coming for me. Please, Eunice, from
for the
chat.
robotics in the infinite products,
Yeah, this is what we were just talking about.
the Instagram.
Yup.
Hey, bots, get out of here.
Do we have bots?
We do have bots.
We don't get down with bots, Eunice.
We don't get down with bots.
Mm-hmm.
Play it.
humanoid robots and deep intelligence, you basically have quasi-infinite products and services available. So with Tesla building the most advanced humanoid robot, then those humanoid robots can be directed by deep intelligence at the data center level. You can say you can produce any product, provide any service. There's really no limit to the economy at that point. You can make anything. I'm not sure at that point will money even be meaningful. I don't know. It might not be. Economic output is productivity per capita times how many people do you have. If in the form of humanoid robots you have no meaningful limit on the number of robots, and the robots can basically do anything, then you'll have a sort of a universal high income situation. Anyone will be able to have as many products and services as they want, with the exception of things that say have artificial scarcity, like a particular piece of art or something like that. But for any goods and services, they'll be available to everyone. It's gonna be a very different world.
Man, I've said it many times, but it still just boggles my mind because I have not, is probably a better way to say it. I have not taken the time to formulate what a world like that looks like. When I ask my brain what it looks like, it hands back a null answer. And it's just like, have not thought about this and will need to, put some real time into that. But that is utterly fascinating. All right, we got a red light.
Super chat.
Let's go.
Lyra,
Super
thank you for the $2. Lyra says, 2,739 years to spend $5 trillion at $1 million a day.
It's even more.
Hold on, go back up. What was it?
2,739 years to spend $5 trillion at $1 million.
Oh, yeah. I did 4.7. I didn't do the 5. So that makes it even.
But wait, those sound like they're way off.
No, 2.7. That's. Gemini lied to me. If you spent $1 million every day, it would take
You can also just do divide whatever 4 trillion by $1 million times 365, and that'll give you years.
By 1 million multiplied by 365. Yeah, 36,698. Lyrith, I challenge your math.
Yeah.
I was in the math club.
Kilgraph equals bot. Were you really?
Yeah. It was a 24 club. Like, that game 24? You have to make 24.
I don't even know what that is. No.
They give you 4 numbers on a card, and you have to figure out ways to make 24.
Hard pass. No way.
Yeah.
That sounds like Sudoku.
Kind of. I do those every time I'm going to get on a plane. That's
absolutely
like my
not.
comfort.
No way. I'm not. Nope. My brain does not, nothing positive comes back from my neurochemical system when I engage with numbers, except in business. It's the one time where I want to scream into the void that when I asked my algebra teacher, when am I ever going to use this? That she didn't say, you're going to run a business one day and you're going to realize that complex math will help you model things into the future. And now I just go to chat. But for years, I was like, oh, Jesus, I don't even know how to formulate this. So I'd spend a lot of time going, what if you think about it this way? Does that make sense? What if you think about it that way? Wish I'd paid better attention in math. That is for sure. All right, you blocking these bots? Get them.
I'm banning them.
Get them. I like it.
I'm getting all of them.
Yeah, you don't play with you nice. All right, I'm over here on X. Starship is the first rocket spaceship capable of making life multiplanetary. Really think about that. Kids, I'll be 49 this month. Okay, so will you give me that I could live to 80? Thank you. That's 30 more years. The odds of me being alive when humans start colonizing Mars is high. That is insane. Do you guys get inspired by that? Are you guys super amped, or is it just me?
I'm sorry, I blacked out because I was banning bots. What was the question again?
Wow. Well, banning bots, good. The question is, given that in the next 30 years, we will almost certainly see people colonizing Mars, not going to Mars like we went to the moon in 1969, colonizing Mars.
Okay.
Are you yo, that's amazing? Or are you whatever? You have a hedgehog on your shirt, so I don't love your answer.
Yeah, whatever.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wait, why? How is that not the coolest thing you've ever heard in your life?
It's giving Interstellar, and I love Interstellar.
Uh-huh.
But
finish the sentence.
I don't know. It's cool. Am I going to go live there? No.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm not going to live there. It's not
going
to impact my daily life
at all. But I don't think I trust it.
Uh-huh. Trust what?
Living there.
Okay. Did I ask you guys if you want to live there, or did I say, are you inspired?
Ribsy said, I'll care about Mars when it has good coffee. Very valid.
Ipso facto,
Very
right there.
valid.
Wow, this is so interesting. Okay, every now and then I will play a game called What If My Behavior is Universal? And right now I'm realizing that my beliefs about Mars are not universal.
What if we could get the red light to turn on?
Wouldn't that be nice? Lisa would have more faith because she was just like, this doesn't work. She's like, terrible system.
It works out there. Okay. Mental Wolf Games, $5 super chat. Thank you so
go.
much.
Mental Wolf Game.
Mental Wolf Game says, hey, Tom.
Yeah.
I know you're not talking about anime anymore. Do you like Sword Art Online? It seems to align to a future you want, not the trapped part.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That's crazy.
I thought Sword Art Online is probably cooler at the level of concept than it is at the level of reality. So I was like, whatevs. I felt about Sword Art Online the way you guys feel about Mars. So I thought it was okay. So I've seen like 2 episodes and then I tapped out. Yep.
We have another one from
Let's go.
Lyrith. $2 super chat. Thank you. Lyrith says, my bad. I meant $5 million spent per day.
There we go. Okay.
That's
makes
to
sense.
you, Drew, directly.
Super Blue
by
in the
way.
house. Let's go.
I appreciate it. Math club still strong over here.
Eunice, you going to give Super Blue
What do you-
her due? I guess because she's a female avatar. I'm making assumptions.
Where's
here.
Super Blue?
Is
Oh,
that
I
not
missed
it?
them.
Right there?
Oh, Super Blue. Oh my gosh, thank you. Eunice has earned the title Bot Slayer. She now gains +1 against his
Yes,
favorite
she
enemy.
does. Let's
you.
go.
Thank you.
Super Blue, thank you for that.
And we have another one.
Bevo.
Bevo, $10. Thank you for the super chat. Last Energy is deploying 30 nuclear reactors in Haskell, Texas to power the Stargate data centers.
Say that again? Last Energy what?
Last Energy is deploying 30 nuclear reactors in Haskell,
Oh,
Texas.
Last Energy is a company.
Yeah.
Yep.
Got it. Got it. That's dope. I think we're going to see a lot of nuclear stuff coming online. That is for sure. By the way, was there another super chat? I thought I saw one more.
Lyrith, Bevo, Super Blue, and then we got Mental Wolf Games. We got them all.
All right, there we go.
Nice.
Thank you, everybody, for your
Booyah.
super chats.
Thank you. Amazing. Somebody mentioned, I think it's called Hailu. I have not played with that yet as a AI service. I've been messing with, what are the ones that I've really been going hard? Obviously, you've got Midjourney. Kling is gangster. I love Kling. Luma AI is a bit goofy for my money. And then Runway, ML, and Pika. Those have been the ones that I've spent the most time with. If anybody is like really on the forefront of AI, please keep me up to date. Hailu, Tom, Wuxia rocks. I don't know anything about it. Kip Moon's a long time though. I trust that link-ish. Should we click it and see what that's about?
Yeah.
Let's
Oh,
go.
we've got another super chat.
Dread.
Dreadcon's Piracy for $2. Thank you so much. 2 Year Eternity
Ooh,
in
I have that manga. I have not read it.
Hey.
I've not read it yet. But also another good one that I really, it was only because you can only have so many, but I love The Promised Neverland. The Promised Neverland as a manga. I haven't seen a ton of the anime, but the manga, unbelievable. Same with Spy X Family, which I just say Spy Family, but for any purists out there. All right, what is this? This is Wuxia Rocks. Let's go. Let's see it. Full screen that bad boy.
That's the link that Kit Moon dropped.
This is all AI generated?
Yeah.
Now, is it, or was he actually on the road and they just added the special effects?
If we close out, there's a text there. I think it said it was text to video.
Wow. I believe it with the teeth grinding thing, but go back to the top. What's it say? It's easy to see what we see. It's harder to see what we don't see. No, that doesn't help me. AI director model. Okay, well, look, all of this stuff is racing forward. Here is my big beef with AI. After now spending quite a bit of time with it, you spend an obscene amount of time trying to get consistency. If you could create a character, make it a 3D model, feed the 3D model. In fact, if you could prompt to get a character, lies. If you could either prompt or draw a character, input it so that you could have complete control, it then AIs it into a 3D model. You do a turnaround, and then you tell the AI, I want that exact character with that exact design in this scenario. The second you can do that,
Yeah.
oh my God, everything's going to explode. Ova's in the house. What's up, brother? The Kardashev scale is like a video game level system for how powerful a civilization is. This is all true. Based on its energy use, level 1, a civilization that uses all the energy on its planet. Yup. Level 2, a civilization that controls all the energy of its star. Yup. And then level 3, I think, is all of it in its solar system.
In the galaxy.
In the galaxy? Oh, there we go. Yes, because the second one, giant star, that is a solar system. There we go. Word. I don't have the context for why we brought it up, but I'm here for it. King Tut. Yes, that's what I was trying to do a year ago. King Tut, I told you, man, I am your first customer if you can pull it off, because that is what's needed. I spent so much time trying to, in fact, I'll share some of this stuff with you guys. Let me pull up. Remember, it's early, so these are not perfect, but they are getting somewhere. Let's see, is this my favorite one? Let me find. Okay, it's not perfect, chat, but check this out. Like, the fact that I could do, this is really a character that Lisa created. I think I have it muted.
You can share the link or close up on the laptop?
I think we're going to close up on the laptop because it's just on my computer. All right. Everything from the audio, the video, everything is AI generated. All right. Ready?
Tilt it down. Yeah, that's good.
Back up, please. Get away. I've lost control.
Like, that's crazy. So this is a character from Lisa's comic named Lexi. That is almost what she looks like. The helmet's a bit fake, but like all the colored lights and energy and stuff. And I was like, this is crazy. This is not something you can post on TV by any means, but man, that every bit of that is generated by AI is insane to me. Like, it's crazy. Now, once you're able to actually create the character is always the same, yada, yada, gonna be off to the races.
It was interesting.
Wipe that laptop screen, buddy. Miggy, here's the bad news. Lisa just did. Like, you should have seen it 2 weeks ago. I would literally, until I have to chisel things off my screen, it just wouldn't occur to me. Yeti Bandit Lisa is indeed multi-talented. I will agree with you on that. That is for sure. It is a comic book called Wish Academy, hopefully coming to a YouTube channel near you as an anime if AI keeps advancing. Yes, you did. I was just showing him some of the
Lisa
stuff.
Bill, you in the building, everybody. Lisa!
What's up?
Lisa Bill,
You gonna come say hi? You can't just be off camera over there.
Bill, I've got a ton of deadlines.
Oh, also you're sick.
Well, I'm not
You
sick,
good?
mate. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm-
so we're just being paranoid.
I'm a little stuffed up, but we've had some cleaning.
You sound good now.
Yeah, we've just got some cleaning stuff. I think it's
Oh man, I
cleaning
really,
products.
dude, same. Like, it was really messing with me.
Hi everyone.
There she is, everybody.
I heard you talking about Wish. 5 years I've been trying to get Wish off the ground. 5 years. So anytime someone mentions it, I get very excited.
Let's go.
Did you show your AI?
Waving is waving for red light.
Yeah.
She is now struggling with red light in the same way that you
Oh,
were.
just I don't know why. The other
of a
day was
sudden.
fine.
We got bad.
Lyric just says, it's a $2 super chat. Lyric just says, like and sub, guys. All your brain food.
Let's
is here.
go, Lyric.
Like,
paying to
follow.
help promote. Lyric,
Here for-
could we
here's your
love you
friends.
anymore?
All the
I don't know that we
Oh,
could.
sorry, someone said about
Well, thank you,
having a
Lyric.
daughter. I get very mushy when I read comments about daughter. So it's for 14-year-olds to 16-year-olds.
Yeah, I would say that means you're going to draw on younger kids because the character is 14, so you'll draw people all the way down to probably 11.
Did you give
if
the
I had to
pitch?
guess.
It's Harry
I have,
Potter
but not today.
Sorry? Oh, sorry.
I was just trying to zip
Oh,
up.
yeah, sorry. It's Harry Potter meets Mean Girls.
She meant Gossip Girls, everybody.
No, Mean Girls.
Do you mean Mean Girls?
mean Mean
Wait,
Girls.
no, that's not what you
Yes.
used to say.
I know, I changed it.
Oh,
Because I
snap.
realised Gossip Girls wasn't quite right. Mean Girls is you've got the one that everyone bullies, everyone teases. You've got the click up of the girls.
Let's go, chat.
So Gossip Girl was more just like the elites.
Fair. Okay. I
XOXO.
respect that. Red light. I think we're trying.
Yep. Dubstep Kid 801
Well, thank you for joining us. Love of my life.
sends $2.
Dubstep. You and I both. We love
And
us some
Dubstep Kid says, Tom, please, please
Who's Gary Stevenson?
have Gary Stevenson on
Gary
the
Economics.
show.
Oh. We reached out to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We're about that life.
On the Z.
We're trying, Dubstep. We're trying. You got to go let him know that he needs to say yes. That always becomes the catch. Lisa for the win, for the win, for the win. Indeed, Lareth. Savannah. Lisa equals Babe. As long as it's not Babe Pig in the City. You ever see that movie?
That'll do, babe.
Roughly, how do you
no, 'cause
roughly
I feel like
see a
I've seen
movie?
it. It was like one of those like school movies.
It
Like, I seen it in school. But
was
I don't-
so good. It was made. Okay. I want you to take the wildest guess in the universe. The guy that directed Babe, Pig in the City also directed another film.
M. Night
Just
Shyamalan.
guess. No, but at least you guessed because I gave you so little to go on. Drew.
Stephen King.
He's
Ridley
not
Scott.
really a director, although I think he may have directed
I don't know.
something. No, good guess. Babe, Pig in the City, that director also directed Mad Max.
Oh.
He's the guy that brought you the most recent, like crazy Mad Max films. This is the original guy. I forget his name, but I was like, wait a second. Babe, Pig in the City?
Who is that guy?
What is his name?
Hold.
Chat?
George Miller.
George Miller. Thank you very much. Indeed. Please confirm just in case
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
having a
looking at it.
misfiring synapse.
He also did Happy Feet. I love Happy Feet.
But wait, can we confirm?
Babe, Pig in the
Look
City.
at that. The guy that did Mad Max.
Now guess who did
Babe, Pig
Stuart,
in the City is
Stuart Little.
phenomenal. Ooh. Oh, that was, he wrote it. M. Night Shyamalan.
M.
wrote.
Night Shyamalan.
Yeah.
He
Can
wrote-
somebody please, how do you say his name?
M. Night Shyamalan.
I thought it was
Shyamalan.
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 I thought it
I
was
don't
Shyamalan.
M. Night Shyamalan. is
Shyamalan?
What I thought.
Anybody? Did we need
M.
a final
Night.
answer.
Just M. Night.
That's what I do. I'm just like, yeah,
M.
M.
Night.
Night. Now, M. Night, if you've seen Lady in the Water, I think it is, if a student turned that film in, I would fire them. And that was made by a major Hollywood director. I was aghast. I clutched all my pearls. The whole movie, I was like, dude, this is walkoutable. It's that bad. Now, I stayed and watched the whole thing because this came out during my like hardcore film buff years. But that thing was god awful. Mad Max. Okay, now Pig and Happy Feet. Crazy, right, Shauna? Crazy.
I used to love Happy Feet.
No, you didn't, Miggy. Miggy! I'm going to need you to take that back, Miggy, because I like you way too much. And it's not okay. Like, there are some things that are just not okay. And liking Lady in the Water is one of them. It's not okay.
Mr. TK, all of Happy Feet was for adults. That was definitely like one of those like
Was
it
that
was
the
made
one?
for kids, but
Did Happy
Shia
Feet,
LaBeouf with the penguins?
was Robin Williams in that?
I don't think so.
No? I haven't seen Happy Feet. I don't know why I associate him with that.
He wasn't.
All right, wait, scroll back.
Yes,
we have,
you're right,
we
you're right,
have
you're right,
like
you're
at least a
Oh,
little
it
bit
wasn't
on
Happy Feet with Shia LaBeouf. This was Elijah Wood and Robin Williams. You're right. I was
All
thinking of Surf's Up. The
that
other
I haven't seen
penguin
either.
movie.
Barry says that's not true. The show non super chats often. I think we're non super chatting as we speak. We do, but here's the thing. So what ends up happening, because I think this is going to be a thing in the community where we have to figure out what we're doing with super chats. So I'm totally here. I get why people we're processing through how as a group we're going to handle this. So I'm definitely here for the super chat wars. In fact, I meant to have, can you look up like how other streamers handle super chats? Like, is it a thing where some do, some don't?
Most call them.
We have to figure it out. Yeah, to me,
Yeah.
that seems crazy
Yeah.
that you wouldn't acknowledge a super
Yeah.
chat. So anyway,
Some people collect them all at the end. It's just kind of,
got it.
yeah.
I'm open, man.
I'm trying
I'm open.
right
We
now.
need a Timothy Chalamet movie by M. Night Shyamalan for the means.
We do.
Memes.
Hey, he was snubbed, by the way,
memes.
at the Oscars. Just saying.
For what?
Did he get nominated?
Yeah.
But he just
lost.
didn't win.
He lost to Adrian Brody.
Yeah.
Was Adrian Brody dope?
AI.
You said AI.
That's what everybody's saying.
Why? I don't understand.
Because they're saying that Timothy Chalamet put a lot of work into his character, 5 years, gained weight, all this stuff, blah, blah, blah. And Adrian Brody was mostly like AI in his movie.
Really?
Yeah.
His movie also was 3.5 hours long.
Timothy
Anyway, we have a
or-
super chat.
Adrian Brody's The Brutalist. It was 3 hours and 35 minutes. If it takes you that long to tell a story, you need to.
Damn, our boy's coming in hot today. All right, Lyrith, we
Lyrith.
got you.
400-ish likes. The rest bots. LMAO, JK maybe. Lyrith, whose side are you on, pal?
Everybody like to prove Lyrith wrong. Like right now.
It is what it is, chat. It is what it is. I think you just got to win out in the world.
I just seen the like number go up. Thank you to that person that
Let's
listened to me.
go. Let's go.
I appreciate you.
Tom, your take on AI human blend as the next level of evolution. Alan, I think that maybe not now, but in 5 years, I am going to take a lot of heat for my stance on this because I'm all for transhuman. I'm all for upgrading. I won't be an early adopter because you got to make sure that stuff is safe, but 1,000%. I will be on that train. That is for sure. Drew, people are not happy with your Happy Feet take. Savannah says, Happy Feet was so lame. What the fuck, Drew?
I was thinking of Surf's Up, not Happy Feet. My bad.
I make sarcasm fresh and comedy rules. Let's go, Lyrith. I see that red light. I see red
We've got a first super chat ever from Maverick Mentality.
Maverick.
$2, thank you. Sakamoto Days on Netflix.
Oh, let's go. So because Sakamoto Days is coming out on Netflix, I started reading the manga. The manga's fun.
And they
I
also
haven't
said
seen the anime yet, though.
Grok 3 versus GPT for the W.
Depends on what. I have a feeling Grok 3 can outcode it, though I cannot vouch for that. But I still use GPT more. So we'll see. But Grok 3 is fast. It's much faster. All right, what you got?
Nothing, I'm trying to turn it off.
Oh, I see.
There we
Word.
go.
Surf's Up is goated, says Elderez. I don't know about that. But I haven't seen it, so maybe it is. Maybe it is. Dustin, I don't know if that's aimed at us, but if it is, thank you. It's very kind. Ova, Surf's Up is my girlfriend's fave movie. She's seen it like 100 times.
It's a good one.
Yo, what is it?
That's the Shia LaBeouf penguin movie that I was talking about. It's good.
Oh, where he voices a penguin?
Yeah.
I trust. All right, we gotta check this
It's
out.
not that good.
Surf's Up. It really is a penguin surfing. What are those called? Emperor penguins?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, chat. I don't know what to make of it.
Shauna TV said this channel is awesome. Thank
Well,
you,
thank you, Shauna. Make sure that just because I feel like it is important, if somebody is saying that we're trash, I also want to hear that so that we know where we actually stand. Don't only read the good stuff. If people think that an idea that I have is dumb, I want to know about it. I'm all for the challenging ideas. So indeed. Okay. Guys, we are now getting at that point where I really need, if there are things that we are missing in the news, if you would please bring them to the forefront. I'm going to go to X, explore here and see. A lot of times, yeah, this is stuff that is algorithm based. So if you guys can look at it, but Musk criticizes Zelensky's war strategy. That's going to be interesting enough to look at.
I really like, do you put that measles split?
It's in the doc,
It's
yeah.
in the doc? Okay.
Yeah.
I think we covered that.
That'll be fun to talk about. Cryptozar, David Sachs. I don't know why people are like so talking about this, but confirms that he sold his crypto stuff. Microsoft Dragon Copilot launch? Say more. Hassan Abi banned from Twitch for the 5th time. Let's hear about that. What'd he do? Eunice, I trust
no
you
idea.
to know what Hassan's up to.
I
Can you look it up?
genuinely don't know.
Can you dig in?
Okay.
Let's
I
see.
do know
Why can't I
if we
open
want
this
to
in
talk
the
about Twitch drama or
We
I
like
guess
Twitch drama. Let's go.
live streamer drama,
Yep.
Kai Sanat was kind of roasting PewDiePie this weekend. Do you know who that is? Hey, brother.
Don't look at me because I was with Kai on that one.
Drew.
Oh,
So
that's crazy.
is that what stray did I just catch? Was that, were we being ageist or just assuming that I'm
Why did my
totally
hey, listen,
unaware? At one point he was the biggest YouTuber on planet Earth.
I don't. You have
Do you know who
crazy.
that is?
You know crazy
Do you
things, and
know
you
who
also
that
don't
is?
know crazy things. You
Name-
said cow Y one day. All right?
It is Kawai.
That's crazy.
Okay, hold on. Do you know why I call it Kawai? Drew, you ready for this story?
Yes.
Do you think that Eunice should just, before I give the explanation, do you think she should write down her apology? Or does she roll the dice and think that like, oh no, I got this one?
Drew, you tell me.
What is it?
What am I
She's
doing?
got her gun out. What does she do? Okay.
Story. I need to hear
Here it is. My sister was born in Japan. My parents lived in Japan for 2 years. My mom came back from Japan and said it's pronounced Kawai. Now, that's an American interpretation. But I would like to say I've got some street cred when it comes to Japan on the Kawai front. So
I'm just saying,
thank
it
you
sounds
very much.
crazy. Cow eye. He's saying cow eye, like a cow's eye.
Correct. I'm going to need to hear a Japanese person says Kawai.
We also have a super chat.
Let's go
If I
super
could get
chat.
the light to turn on. Stephen Lamar for $5. Thank you, Stephen. Says, do you have any insight on these posts I've seen on social media about Doge offered car insurance rates at $17 a month? That sounds like an ad.
It does. Have we been bamboozled?
I
have not heard anything about this.
I'm in the
so
market for car
I
insurance,
can't.
though, if you
That seems
got a
impossible.
plug, you go, let me know.
No idea, Steven.
Lux
no
Art.
idea. But by the way, if that's a way to like get your message in front of people, it's pretty good. Pretty good. All right, let's see if we can get
Okie
somebody
dokie Sophie.
saying.
Okie dokie Sophie in the
Okay,
chat
wait.
says,
Here it is. Yep. Okie dokie, Sophie.
Kawaii. Japanese speaker here.
Oh, damn. Okay, that's going to be hard to top. But let's see. This person's saying it. That's not the word we asked about. How do you start this over? What's happening?
Are we hearing it?
Can you guys hear it?
Can we just get
Kawaii.
kawaii?
No.
They're saying kawaii, not kawaii.
Kawaii. He said, I heard cow-eye. That's what I heard. I'll tell you that right now, chat.
You know what?
So I feel...
I'll disagree, but commit. How about that?
I think on camera you should just go ham. It's way more fun.
I think then I'm disagreeing.
There you go.
With you.
Stand on your convictions. 10 toes down. Let's do it.
10 toes down. We were talking about something else.
Were we?
Kai Cenat, PewDiePie.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
'Cause you were afraid I didn't know who PewDiePie was.
Yeah, that was the big live stream news. And I think
So
Kai Cenat
just
is
he
so
was
wrong.
like, what?
He said he doesn't
We pull up the
understand why
clip?
people followed or liked PewDiePie in the first place, as if PewDiePie didn't
Ouch.
pave the way for the Let's Play content on YouTube.
Yeah, that's a little rough.
And he's just like, I don't understand why anybody watched him. And then his friend was like, people say the same thing about you.
Yeah. Look, every generation, it's
Yeah.
going to evolve and change.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, look, I think as he gets older, he'll probably like tame that down. It's a fun stance. Take it, be bold, do your thing. Like, I get that.
I don't
but
think so at all.
No,
I
you're
think
not.
he's just so wrong. Like, I think he's trying to be wildly hot take so he could go viral. That's what my stance is.
There's a sports commentator I follow. His name is Bomani Jones, and he talks about
Monty Jones?
Bomani Jones.
Bo Monty Jones.
But
Bo
B-
Monty
Monty.
or Bomonty?
Bomani,
Got it.
Bomani.
Bomani.
And yes, and he's like, there's two Americas. And I think that in the rise of social media and in the rise of YouTube, PewDiePie absolutely was a force to be reckoned with. But there are a lot of neighborhoods his content did not crack ecosystems. And I was one of those people. I was YouTube. PewDiePie just didn't like, it just wasn't my type of content. So it's not that it's not that like it was malicious, but it's the same way how like you might not know every single rapper that came out, but I'm sure there's a very specific rock reference that you got that I don't have. So it was just different.
Drew, are you calling me white? That's what that felt like.
Which you
What's
are.
happening right now? Wait a second. Does Dad know? Okay, now if anybody can tell me that movie reference, I will be so impressed. Come on. Does anybody know that reference?
Nope.
Oh, God. You guys are so young. Oh, let's see if it pops up. Hold on, chat. This is fun enough. I'm going to get so lit on fire at some point. Somebody's going to do a horrible compilation. Oh, God. Does Dad know? Let's see.
Abhinav Giri.
Oh, my God. It came right up. Hold on. You got to play this clip. This is going to be the end of the show, or we're all going to have a good time. I don't know which. But this is hilarious. No, get out of here. Don't come at me with that stuff. Oh, how much of this? Oh, wow. It really happens that fast? Let me send you this link. This is fun. I will hit you with it on Slack.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Bear with us, chat. This is terrible TV, but I'm hoping this is going to be worth it. This is a deep cut reference. All right.
Ribsy got it.
Did he?
Yeah.
Where?
As soon as
It's Richard Pryor, but I don't remember. Yeah, exactly. We got the link. Here it is. I hope we don't get a DMC strike or DMA or whatever it's called. DMCA. You promised you would get
I got
that
it.
premium
It's
account.
only on the master like level. Since I'm a manager, it doesn't count.
Dad, no. Oh, God. Dude, people used to be like way in the not PC place back then. All right, I got to see what chat thinks about that. Depending on their age group, whoo, that might not be a thing. I want to be in this movie. Says Akshay, laughing my ass off. Yes, Yeti, that is the right answer. That movie when it came out, because so not Gene Hackman, he just died. Oh God, what's his name, please? Charlie Chanka. What? Charlie. Gene Wilder. Thank you. Lisa Billy with the God voice for the win. Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor were in a bunch of movies together. They were hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Not going to get that kind of movie now. No, you are not. All right. So do we want to play a clip of the PewDiePie issue? Anybody?
Do
have
we?
that link?
I think we've pretty much covered it. That Drew's wrong.
We're moving on. Oh, the Jordan Peterson thing pleads with, okay, do you guys, chat, where are you at on the Tommy Robinson thing? Charlie Chonka, yeah, Ova, sorry. That, yeah, whoops.
There was new Tommy Robinson news?
Yeah, so Jordan Peterson made an appeal to Elon Musk, which, in fact, we might want to cover it not because of the specific things he brings up to him, which I did not find particularly interesting, but the fact that he made a video to directly appeal to Elon Musk as like, we have the closest thing to a magic genie that can just fix things. And Elon Musk, please pay attention to my thing. I can only imagine how many people are creating videos like that now. And he said, one of them was Tommy Robinson. I forget what the other one was now. It was so like, whoa, you made a video about these two things? But do you know about Tommy Robinson?
Yeah, he was the one leading the anti-immigration.
I don't know enough about him to know that, but
I
he
wouldn't
was
call
the
it
rape gang, groomer gang guy. And he's in prison now.
I didn't know he was in prison.
Yes, in solitary confinement against his will for 9 months for, what did he call it? A civil offense? Because it wasn't, he didn't like get in a brawl or anything like that. It was just literally for, I think for talking about something he was told explicitly not to talk about. And so they, and then we should look that up because I don't want to start spreading this information here. What time is Trump talking today about crypto? The Gambler. Do we know that's true?
He released it, he released big news, but it was about the.
But that was on Truth, right?
Yeah, that was about the. I thought about the strategic reserve, but let's see if he's actually gonna have like a follow up.
Yeah, somebody just said, "What does Elon have to do with that?" I agree. And Keeson, I don't know how to say your name. Forgive me. Yeah, I don't know. That one felt weird, and I love Jordan, but it felt like two very strange topics. If you're gonna make a video, and by the way, it had like almost 900,000 views this morning, and it was very recent, so it seems to be resonating. But I was confused. You want to call anime news? You are just like ABC. Luke, I don't know what to do with that. So first of all, we're not a news program. Second, does ABC cover anime? Because if they do, I'm going to watch a lot more ABC.
ABC Family.
So we'll see. Do they?
I don't know.
Let's go. Dubnet, there was that neo-Nazi YouTube influencer who posted to Musk as well. Well, that's fun. Don't plan to do that search. Chris Michael, did you guys cover that Putin offered Trump a mineral deal? No, I hadn't heard that. Thought experiment. Should Trump take the deal? Oh, Jesus. I would need to know a lot more about the deal before I can answer that question. You looking that up?
Yeah, and
Let's
it is
go.
confirmed.
Hey, wait. Who was that? Tom, didn't you say somebody died? Was it Joy?
Gene Hackman?
No, the girl, the lady, like a week and a half ago. Didn't you say somebody got arrested or died or something like that?
What's happening?
Joy Behar? Joy?
Oh, no, died. Jesus, this is how rumors start.
Her show got canceled.
Did it? The View? What?
Oh, no. I was thinking Joy Reid.
Yeah, no. Joy Behar, there was potentially AI-generated videos claiming that she was arrested trying to flee the country because she had lost a judgment against her for $50 million. And so I was just saying, hey, is this actually true?
Got it.
It does not seem to be true.
Yeah.
So
I just saw her name pop up in
welcome
chat
to
again.
the age of AI. All right, we need to figure out why Hassan got banned.
Drew, Google it.
Is anybody saying?
Crazy, Drew.
No word on how long it is.
You want me to
stay
Google
on
it
that
then?
one.
I got a video. I just liked it.
This is the Trump one?
Yeah, Putin saying they'll be open to cooperation.
Let's go.
With the U.S. I think you grabbed the wrong one. Oh.
Can you turn it up a little? I know we're reading, but still it feels weird. Okay, start over, please.
Be open to cooperation
Американским нашим партнерам, партнеры, административные, правительственные структуры и компании, если бы они проявили интерес к совместной работе. У нас, безусловно, на порядок, я хочу это подчеркнуть, на порядок больше ресурсов подобного рода, чем в Украине. Россия является одним из безусловных лидеров по запасам редких земельных металлов. Они у нас имеются и на севере, в Мурманске, на Кавказе, в Кабардино-Балкарии, на Дальнем Востоке, в Иркутской области, в Якутии, в Тыве. Это достаточно капиталоемкие инвестиции, проекты капиталоемкие. Мы с удовольствием работаем с любыми странными партнерами, в том числе с американскими. Да, кстати говоря, что касается новых территорий, то же самое.
The new territories, including Ukraine's territories that he just took. Could you just play the end of it?
Jesus.
Привлечь иностранных партнеров и так называемые новые наши исторические территории, которые вернулись в состав Российской Федерации. Там тоже есть запасы. Мы готовы с нашими партнерами, в том числе с американцами, работать.
Wow. Yo, do you guys remember who said to look into this? Because we owe them a debt of gratitude. That's big. That's really big. That's super unnerving. Okay, so this is where... do these debates need to break along moral lines, or do they break along realpolitik lines of who's stronger, who's got the leverage? Because originally this felt, and I see that you're swinging, so red light, but hold on a sec, let me finish this thought. Originally, the things around Russia, Ukraine were breaking along the following lines. Russia was the aggressor, regardless of whether NATO was being pushed up against their borders. Russia was the aggressor. They came into Ukraine, millions of lives lost, or certainly north of 1 million. Horrible. And America was helping the Ukraine. Trump comes in and is like, hey, we still want to help these guys, but it can't be a blank check. So let's negotiate something for the mineral rights. Now, I had beef with him negotiating things that had already passed. Like he wanted something for the money that we'd already given him. That never sat well with me. However, I certainly understood the play moving forward because I have a base assumption, an unchecked base assumption to be completely fair, but I have an unchecked base assumption that Russia is in the wrong, that they never should have invaded, that was diabolical, and I want to see us on the side of Ukraine. So it feels very weird to me to now make this. I really need to think more about the game that Putin is playing, but certainly on the surface, you've got Putin playing a game of, oh, cool, this is going to be about mineral rights. Here's an opportunity for me to completely isolate Zelenskyy and say, oh, Trump, word. Like, let's go. I've got way bigger deposits than Zelenskyy. So if this is an economic play, then come over on this side. Now, he is smart enough to go out of his way to say, no, this isn't about just the administration. This is just about, like, we're open for business. Russia wants back in, because I'm reading that book about economic warfare, because we have a guy coming on. He's almost certainly going to be a part of the Tom Billy Show, not a standalone episode, but it's called Choke Point, which is all about economic warfare. And by Edward Fishman, in the book, they talk a lot about how Russia ended up getting iced out, has been completely, I mean, they've rebounded from it pretty spectacularly, but that they've been really iced out of the global economic system. And so if this is Putin's way back in, that is very interesting. And it hits me morally wrong. It hits me morally wrong. Now, I am a realpolitik guy, so I look at it and I'm like, how asinine it has been for the US to keep moving NATO closer and closer and closer. But at the same time, I completely understand why the Ukraine, wanting to stop being a part of the Eastern Bloc and wants to start becoming a part of the West, would want to be in NATO. All right. A lot of things I would need to spend time with, but that is where Tom Bilyeu as AI is at today.
Woo!
Red light.
red light because I just wanted to shout out Chris Michael. Chris Michael is the one who brought up the mineral deal. Thank you, Chris.
Chris, thank you, man. That's huge.
Thank you.
That's
Good man,
huge.
Chris. Thank you.
Send that bill. I saw that comment. Much appreciated, Chris.
Also,
Very, very grateful.
just want to give a time warning. It is 10:38.
Yep.
It is 10:38 a.m. PDT or PST. Do we say PST right now?
I would just say Pacific because I never know if it's S or D.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
Pacific time.
So Pacific time. Okay. If we could please chat anything else that you want to see covered. Let's go. That
also,
one. Did you pull the clip? Put that in the doc.
one last thing.
Yep.
Hassan was banned for talking about the Rick Scott situation.
Who's Rick Scott?
The guy.
Oh, we're not, because this is going to get us banned?
Potentially. Because he got banned.
Just for talking about it?
Just for
Or did
talking
he
about
have like some crazy hot take?
I'm not sure. There's no
Okay,
clip
so
yet.
there's a guy named Rick. We'll leave the last name out of it.
Rick Scott
Using euphemisms, what did Rick do?
got axed.
By?
Potentially being killed.
Those aren't euphemisms, by the way. Those are the actual words.
I know. He said in the chat, someone said, he said that someone
SpaceX
should.
launch. Let's definitely talk. SpaceX launch. Let's definitely talk about that, Drew. If you could grab something, because I love that. Mars talk.
Senator Rick Scott.
Oh, wait.
He called for the.
Yep. The worst day you can have of someone. And that someone had their worst day ever?
He said.
Oh, Hassan said people should do that.
Oh, this is the thing. Oh,
Yeah.
right. I actually saw that clip where he
I'm
said,
like, how else can I?
if you want to do something, the first thing you do is give Rick Scott the worst day that a person can have. And got it. Okay.
And we have another soup chat from
That is
Gareth.
pretty crazy, though, if we can admit, like,
That's crazy.
it's a hot take. And I wish we lived in a world where you could just give hot takes. And, okay, what do I actually think about this?
Yeah, she is making guns with her hand, Hassan. Yes.
I don't think that he was calling for actual violence. That's my honest answer. But I think that it could be read that way enough that I get why people are up in arms. But if we were on the floor of the House and you asked me to vote, I would say, I hate that he said it, but he has a right to say it. Yeah, because he was giving a hypothetical. God, that could be abused so fast. Yeah, this is where I do walk up to the line of being a free speech absolutist. Go ahead.
Lyrith with another $2 super chat saying, my first super chats today, address and win this. That's it. That's the super chat. Lyrith,
first
please
super chats.
expand. Please. I don't know what that means.
Address and win this.
Yep.
And it's only a
Did we
24-hour
miss their
ban,
first one?
apparently.
Okay. That's not crazy. It's a private company, whatever. So I certainly don't think it should be illegal. I don't think it should be going to jail or anything like that. I do think it was absolutely outrageous. And it's interesting that when I heard that, I was like, well, that's ridiculous. But I don't get morally outraged.
The
Not sure
launch
what to do with
footage is
that,
a bit difficult because it's nighttime. But
say that again?
The launch footage is a bit difficult to parse through because it's nighttime. So when the rocket is down, it looks good, but when it gets in the air, it becomes
just like a big ball
choppy,
of light.
Yeah.
Like, I just more want to talk about like going to Mars and all that excitement and that we've got another one of these launches. And I never gave the answer because I never got the question fully out. But of all the tonnage put into space, including China, everything, SpaceX does 95% of it.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
This is why, one of the many reasons why I think people are out of their minds to act like Elon isn't doing anything. It's like, Jesus, this is globally, he's 95% of something that used to be done by governmental organizations. And a private citizen was able to aggregate the talents of other people. I'm not saying Elon is in there welding, but he was able to aggregate the talents of other people and get this thing. It's absolutely incredible. His declaration of war on the USA was my super. Oh, I see. Lyrith is calling back.
Oh, no, that's what she
So this is what she was talking about.
Thank you, Lyrith.
Okay.
Thank
If
you.
Putin attacks our minerals, it's declaration of war. But why do you say he's attacking our minerals? I didn't see anything in that clip. So I keep coming back to, you have to be talking about if we did a deal with, whatchamacallit?
With Ukraine.
CDNA, dam. I don't know what the dam part is. I'd love to. Famous Quan. Bitcoin doing worse than ever. Will they drop it back to 60K? Is it? As of this morning, it was doing just fine.
It came right back up, guys. It came right back up.
BTC price.
It was in the 90s.
It's dropping like a rock right now. So it's at 87.5. So
do the 5 day.
Here, my thing is,
it was at 79.
Yeah.
On Friday.
Also, it's a volatile asset. So you're going to get the ups and downs. This is what people want. Many people want Bitcoin to be highly volatile. All right. I'm going to start making the intro. Chat, if you would, give me just fill this up with single issue that you want to see. For the next 60 seconds, I'm just going to look at chat to see the things you guys want covered. So let me see what you got.
Yeah, I don't know where we start.
All right. White House Crypto Summit. Yep, definitely want that.
That's on.
I understand, but this is ridiculous. I don't know. That's a callback. 50K inflation. Greg, do we have anything to anchor on inflation? I don't think so. Milei speech. Miggy, let's look that up. Drew, if you would, please. My coworkers are in denial of AI taking our jobs. I'm always game to talk about that. Self-development, probably not going to make the show. Chia Pet, 60 seconds to put ridiculous things. Yeah, Chia Pet, I was waiting for that. EU wants to fight Russia. Yes, solid. That is a very good one. We should find a clip. Zelenskyy had a meeting without the US with the EU. We should 100% cover that. More anime. King Tut, we might at the back. Zamboni Funk. JP to Elon Musk. That's a good one. We don't have that in the doc. Can you at least pull it? We'll see if it fits in the intro. What price does Sailor get liquidated? I think it's really, really low. It's really low.
Yeah, I'll have to get to like the 30s.
Joe Rogan and Elon Chad. DF, tell me what you want to cover specifically. The one thing we have from that interview is Elon being unwilling to say where the real corruption is. National debt crisis. We talk about that between the lines. We're always looking for something that's popping off in culture that we can anchor these conversations around. Meme coins. I don't think BP there's anything new. I mean, other than like the big thing I see in crypto today is the strategic reserve. That we'll definitely talk about. Esoteric dichotomy, AI jobs. Again, we need something to anchor on. But I really appreciate you guys giving me these answers. Policy addressing housing, pricing, and property taxes. Nothing to anchor on there. Art gallery wants a lot of dots talked about. Ukraine draft. I don't know what that means.
Oh, when they were throwing people into the van.
Oh, right. The forced conscription. We will definitely talk about that. Regarding BTC, keep an eye on the 85K-ish level. We're there right now. Devin, what jobs to go into? Yep, the AI will take over. Probably not going to talk about that today unless it comes as a response to something else. Are the infinite bots gone?
Yep.
Oh, that were killed by Unice. Yep.
Oh, yep.
Why the anime industry will implode without AI. That's true. That's maybe a good thing at the back of the episode if we are in need.
Oh,
GDP,
over the street.
What was the GDP one? I think we're below that. GDP estimates crash. Okay, Maxime, if there is something new, Drew, can you look that up? Because if there was a GDP estimates crash, I think we may have talked about this on Friday if we're talking about the same thing. JD Vance, we did a whole thing about him on Friday. Andrew Windmind says, 1, cannot sell their citizenship in America, but you can renounce it and then become subject to deportation. But if you're born here, they have nowhere to put you, so you couldn't overfill the systems. Well, keep in mind, Trump was more than happy to send at least the most hardened criminals to other countries, so be a little careful with that. National debt crisis, yeah, we talk about that a lot. Zelenskyy called Vance Sika, which means bitch, during... Interesting. I'd need somebody to confirm that, but that, if true. Bitcoin reserve, yep, sir. Wicked, we will definitely be talking about that. Quantum computing, I don't see anything new, Zamboni Funk. If you've got a link, though, let us know. Tommy Gunn, I'm guessing you're earlier, or you just want us to talk about Jesus? I suppose that's possible. Probably not going to happen. I'm not your guy, but...
Ooh, Atlanta's Fed's GPT Now model now estimates U.S. real GDP growth for Q1 at negative 2.8. Down even further than last week's forecast of negative 1.5.
This is specifically in Atlanta, right?
No, U.S. real, but it's coming from the Atlanta Fed.
Got it.
But the estimate was +4 when they announced it in real time. So it was a numbers revision, and it went from +4 to negative 2.8.
Yikes.
Sheesh.
That's stealth recession, everybody. What's fascinating is you want to talk about catching strays. Every administration catches a stray from the one before it for the economy, at least in the first year, because even with all the crazy shit Trump has done, he's not going to be able to affect GDP in 4 weeks. But yeah, I am not super surprised. Okay, we got to now start writing this episode. Thank you guys for those. Some really awesome suggestions in there. All right, per usual, I'm going to run to the restroom now and then write the intro, and we are off to the races. I'll be back.
All right, everybody. We already know what time it is. You know, as Tom goes to the restroom, he's going to write the intro. He's going to lock in. It's just going to be Drew and I chit-chatting with you. What's Tom reading while he pees today? You, right now. That. He's looking at you. Over to Street said, big one. Luigi Mangione didn't have his Miranda rights read to him for 20 minutes, so the evidence they found on him might not be usable. Is that true? They sent a link.
That's interesting. They're gonna get over that though. This case is way too like high stress, high media.
Yeah.
That they're not gonna let that slide.
Lab Experiment says, Eunice, are you showing the show live today or saving for tomorrow?
Yes, we are going live today. We had technical difficulties that made us have to cut the stream. This is why we need Eunice around. You know, when she's not around, everything falls apart. Which is...
You know, what can I do? What can I say? Even when I'm congested. Okay. Chia Pet, that is a crazy chat. I'm not going to read that one out loud. Celine Meyer says, Galinda. Miggy Foxy says, Eunice is the new Kevin Costner and we are Whitney Houston.
Aww. What's that song?
Maybe I don't get that reference.
The Bodyguard. Man, Whitney Houston.
And I will always love you.
And I.
Yeah. I love that video of that girl who's trying to do it. She's like, no, I can get it, please. Eunice is young AF. Yeah. Thank you. That's it. That's it.
Hey, Drew, I'm not holding you to the 200 push-ups day thing because I had to stop because my hand really was hurting really bad from it.
That's crazy.
It took 1,000 miles to, well, you know, you got to do other things you can do in the meantime, but it's cool. Maybe do some dips.
Do some squats.
Do some squats.
Do some squats.
Light checker.
Back that thing up.
Light checker. I was trying to match your energy.
They said dream.
Light checker.
Lab Experiment says EU nice or Drew?
Eunice, of course.
Drew.
Hands down. Easy.
And you guys are forgetting to call him Drudicus. Okay, his name is Drudicus, not Drew. Please don't forget.
Roger S. I'm like a selective viewer, so I have gotten into anime, but I don't get into the like group like hype of the anime. So if it's just not good, I don't watch it. My biggest example is like Jujutsu Kaisen. The whole first act was about his dad dying, and then when then he got his powers, and nobody talked about his dad anymore.
How mad
and
do you think
I just
the
like that
community is that you called it Jujutsu Kaisen?
That just shows you
Jujutsu.
Everything I need. That shows you everything.
Jujitsu.
You need to know.
He gonna fight.
All right. We're about to
What is Whitney Houston's best coordination? Hand eye. That was a good one. That was a great cut. That was great.
Hand eye.
What did I miss? That doesn't even make sense.
The Bodyguard. And I will always look. Yeah, hand eye.
Wow. That was good. Thank you, everybody.
I've never heard that before.
Bob Smith said, headphones and gum, get in the zone.
That's what time it is.
Get in the zone.
That's what time it is. All right.
Eunice of Drew, any comment on life on Mars, specifically mushrooms? He said link in Discord.
There is.
There is one? Let us check.
There's mushrooms on Mars? That'd be crazy. It's giving me Martian vibes. I don't know if people seen that movie. But we're getting Andy Weir, the guy who wrote that book, on the show soon.
Hey. Tom, you gotta watch. We'll tell him to watch Berserk when he gets back to real life.
So In-N-Out moving to Tennessee, I feel like they're now going to have In-N-Outs everywhere. Because the whole thing was they don't have them past Texas.
Yeah, West Coast.
No, but it was supposed to be like, apparently you can't, they would have to freeze their burgers and they're like anti-freeze. And the longest distance they can do was like Cali to like Texas or something. But if they're moving to Tennessee, then theoretically that would make it a national.
But it's a financial reason, right? It's not a.
Oh, well.
I'm thinking it's a financial reason, not a burger freeze reason.
Copy.
Yeah.
We talked about this. You love In-N-Out.
I like, yeah, In-N-Out's great. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say something.
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not obsessed with it.
The West Coast people were just staring at you in the corner like, yeah, I really like it. It's the best ever. Blink if you need help.
Listen.
Just let me know.
The Neapolitan milkshakes, banger. I've never been a, what's it called? Animal fry person, though. I've never been an animal style person.
I do it on my burger, animal style.
Yeah.
I'd argue there are no living mushrooms on Mars, that there may be spores or traces, but they don't have the resources to prosper and develop. Yeah, I feel like it's different ecosystems for different atmospheres. So if there is some type of moisture, it might not be what we're used to on Earth, but there is that way of cultivating it in that specific thing. There's always a long line, Miggy. Always.
Because you can't beat the price, really.
Yeah. It's a good price.
Yeah.
It's not like Five Guys. I used to love Five Guys.
Too greasy. It upsets my stomach.
Really?
Yeah. I wish I want to love it.
I want to love it.
I want to love it, but I can't.
My default is probably going to be Shake Shack. I think Shake Shack's better. We talked about this before.
Yes, we have. We always go back to food.
Because we're hungry.
Sterling Jackson says, will we ever see a live panel of guests speaking on topics? You guys are fantastic. It would be great to see different perspectives.
Yeah, we're experimenting with going live, having guests on the live format. I don't know if you were paying attention.
He can hear us.
Yeah.
Cute.
Oh, and we're working on getting Tom's book list. So Weenus ×2, I seen your recommendation about the 3 Audible credits, where I actually have a meeting this afternoon to kind of set that up. So that way we can actually have like the Amazon list. So you can see what he's listening to currently and what was some of the things that Tom read in the last like 3-9 months or something like that. Bob Smith said, Tom, you're the man. Keep kicking ass.
Yay. Vladicus says, why does Gen Z treat us young millennials like we're so old? I like to think 33 is relatively young.
Right? Right,
it is
Vladicus?
young. It is young.
Right. I'm going to live to 100. So what are we talking about? I got plenty of time.
That's what I'm saying. Thylo Savage, first time chatter on Twitch. Hi, welcome. They said, what is the best platform to watch this on? It's up to you. We're live on YouTube, Twitch, X/Twitter. We're live on all of them. It's up to you, whatever you prefer. We see the chat from all places, so not a single one is singled out. Truth Devin said, no, you guys are old. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well,
why are young millennials so sensitive and even care about what Gen Z thinks? Oops. Well, not sure.
all right, Lyrith, I'll check it out.
I think everybody gets a little sensitive once they start getting older. You know, it's just that thing. Getting older is crazy. Isn't it crazy? Our bodies get older. It's just crazy.
Yeah. I have older brother, older sister, so I feel like that's been like I've been seeing it because my sister's 10 years older than me. My brother's 6 years. So it's kind of like I've seen each stage of like, okay, 5 years, I'm going to look like that. 10 years from now, I'll look like that. So that was always kind of like, so it never really.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I always kind of had the cheat code.
I also have an older sister, but to me, she's always like 24. Like in my brain, she's like stuck at 24.
Even though
she's older.
Okay.
I just see her as like my 24-year-old sister, and I'm like, woo. But now she's like 2 kids, you know? Like, I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Dilly Joe Roasting, props from filtering from so many chats. You are welcome. It's my job, baby. Ribsy says, yeah, but Twitch is more fun. Well, you know. I think so too. Super Blue says, Eunice, do you think you will want kids someday? Yeah. I'm not against kids. I'm not against having kids. I'm mostly against bringing them into a world where I'm not super prepared, though. Like, I wouldn't want to bring a kid into somewhere where I'm not ready.
I don't think there's anything robust enough on the GDP now Atlanta model. So the Atlanta model, first of all, is not a forecast. It is like a real-time model that incorporates data, and I guess it changes quite rapidly based on what data they're pulling into the system, and that you want to wait for the Bureau of Economic Analysis later, once like the dust is settled, they go back and look at it.
Tom, can you move your microphone closer so they can hear you?
I'm talking to Drew more than I'm trying to talk to chat. Forgive me, chat. So I don't know that this is something that we want to get into right now. I feel like we'd just be popping off.
All right, scrap it.
I won't be surprised if it ends up being true that it really is down. But from Trueflation, somewhere that I do put a lot of stock in, I don't see their fourth quarter data yet for 24.
No, it's Q1.
Yeah, but I'm saying Q1, you're not going to have real data. Q1 isn't even over yet.
Copy.
So that's my whole thesis is it's too early on the Atlanta Fed data.
Copy.
It's kind of like looking at BTC at any one moment and then being like, oh my God, it's falling off a cliff. Maybe, maybe not. We need to wait, dust settle, look back, then say. It could end up being accurate. And maybe over time we realize, Jesus, you got to pay attention to the Atlanta Fed. Yeah. But from what I can read quickly, it's saying like, pump the brakes. Don't get too crazy just yet.
Bob Smith, thank you so much for that comment. That's very kind of you. King Tut, I do not hate kids. I just don't have any. I'm not going to have a kid out of wedlock. That's personally me. I don't hate kids. I have a niece and nephew. I love them with my whole entire heart. They're my whole world. They're my phone background. I have all their pictures up in my place, okay?
Ooh, Sterling Jackson, what impact do you want to leave on the world before your time?
Hey, that's a good one, Drew. Drudicus?
That I was somebody that was in people's corner, and I loved and I cared, and I tried to give back. It's not about like accolades and stuff like that for me. It's not about what you do for people, it's how you make them feel. So I hope that people can be like, oh, Drew was always the homie.
That's cute.
Yeah.
I love that. Dilly Joe says, really looking forward to the upcoming episode as always. Love the direction this show is taking. This is 100% my favorite YouTube channel.
Dilly Joe, that's awesome.
Thanks, Dilly Joe.
Love kids, hate teenagers. Miggy, woo, I am learning that live. Learning that live.
But Lynn's a good kid.
I love her. She's awesome. She's a teenager.
I remember me as a teenager.
Hair flip. And that says everything.
I was not that, I don't think I was that bad. But I definitely remember parts of my youth where I was like, man, I was rude to my mother, my stepfather, my dad for no reason, just because I was crazy.
Top list going on the doc I just shared with you. If you want to start pulling links.
Drew and Tom should form a heavy metal band. What would the name of that band be?
Drudicus Maximus.
And you. But they said Drew and Tom.
We'd have to think.
Also, you're supposed to be locked in. Stop paying attention. Someone just said it. It would just be impact theory. No, we need something more creative.
It's not a bad
Robotics Maximus is crazy.
All All right, so we got boom.
Drew and the Tom Tom. That sounds cute. That that sounds very cute. Venus says it's 6 a.m. here. It is 11:03 a.m. here, Venus. Eunice's sweater. It's a hedgehog. Yep.
But not the fast kind.
Hey, we love Sonic. We love him.
Sonic or Mario?
Mario.
Jeez.
Easy peasy. I love all Nintendo. I'm a Nintendo. You know what I mean? Like, I love all of Nintendo IP. It's crazy. Dubstep Kid says, Drew and Tom and Eunice and everyone in the chat, I love you all and have a good day. Thank you, Dubstep Kid. Thank you for the
Dubstep.
Thanks for the good vibes. Hashtag plur. Does anybody know what that means?
Clearly, you're
From the
all right,
the
okay.
rave community knows what plur means, right? All right. Never mind.
Nope.
Never mind. Never mind.
So then we're gonna cut out U.S. GDP is falling then on the list then. Copy.
Yeah, I'll delete that now.
Yeah.
Plur is peace, love, unity, respect in the rave community. And then you pass over a bracelet. I'm not a raver, but I do know a few who have made bracelets. Yep. Mario all day. Mario all day. Mario 100%. Both but Mario. See? See?
If Sonic wasn't in Sega, I feel like he would be like the GOAT of all time. But I just feel like Sega just fumbled the bag.
Oh, 100%.
Repeatedly.
Yes.
Repeatedly.
Drudicus and the Billu theory. Oh, that's... I like that Drew's the headliner here.
Strategic.
Super Nintendo World at Universal Japan was legit.
Holy shit.
I'm
At
dying
least
to go there.
in the UK, those numbers on divorce rates seem to be accurate.
Wow.
That's crazy.
So women really are the problem.
Hey. Say it. Stand up and say it over here.
I'm joking.
All right. What are we talking about again?
That's the divorce thing.
Oh, I'm not married.
I hate to be the guy like, yeah, I have a lesbian friend and she's divorced, so that justifies every stereotype I see about lesbians. No.
No.
Like, I hate that. But I'm trying to think of my friends that I know who are like in same stuff, and they are 3 for 3 all divorced.
Oh, well. Drew gives me frontman vibes. For the band? Well, you know,
I can't even play the guitar. Let's start there.
Drew's a singer. Drew's a singer. At karaoke.
Oh,
Boom.
Oh, I'm a yokier. Oh, I'll yoki.
That's not how you do that. How
Always
do
got
you do
fun
that?
with Padoom pouts.
Boom. That's not how you do it. Sonic movie or Mario movie? Sonic movie, Miguel. Sonic movie. Mario movie, they did my Mario movie dirty. And no, I will not say anything else because I don't want to get into a fight.
I love the new Mario movie, and I hate Mario, so this is very interesting that we see those things very differently. My mom divorced 2 times, my dad once, so the numbers are there for my family. Yeah, every lesbian I know has at least one divorce. And of course, we hate stereotypes, guys. We are not trying to stereotype. But it was an interesting statistic. It said men and women 49%, I think. Men and men 29%. Women and women 72%. Tom, you ever been to a rave?
I've been to what?
A rave.
Not in the traditional sense. I've never done drugs at a club, unless you count alcohol. I used to go to a weird fucking BDSM club.
Oh,
I know.
hey.
We're opening a can of worms here. I don't have time to explain it.
Hold on.
It's called cinematic.
Just puts his headphone in and goes back.
I know.
Right?
I went to a BDSM club once. Beep.
Yeah, long story, but I went through like a really industrial phase, and there was a cool club here in LA called Cinematic. I used to go, even though I didn't participate in any of that stuff. But I watched somebody get bat wings sewn on their arm. It was crazy.
Hey.
It's crazy. Anyway, story for another day. I gotta write this intro. Yeah.
He dropped that now. Exactly.
Yeah, for real.
Drops and puts his headphones back
Sorry,
in.
guys. Sorry.
Everybody, we're going to put a pin in that one.
Oh, also, if we're gonna pin in things, I went to something called the fetish ball.
The ball?
These are real talk, and watch people play tug of war.
No.
With these gigantic metal rings in the skin of their back, and they pulled
ow,
against
ow,
each other.
ow.
Yeah, it was
No.
crazy. Even I'm surprised I was there, but I was there.
Oh.
Back to the intro.
Anyway, you should just open like that. Hey guys, one time I went to a fetish ball. And today, Zelenskyy.
It's definitely a Rob Zombie music Yeti band. Yes. Rob Zombie was on repeat at that club.
No, it was more like Switchblade Symphony, if anybody knows who that is.
All right, get back to work, sir. Get back to work.
You need to focus.
Get back to work.
Louder. I'm hearing too much.
Yeah, get back to work. Throw it in the show, the fetish ball. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that'd be a great opener. We will be going back to that conversation in the future. If you guys remember to bring it up at the beginning of the live stream, we potentially can. That's a good one, Eric. Eric said that's the name of the band, the Fetish Ball.
The Fetish Ball.
They're playing Coachella this year. You know, Coachella this year kind of looks good. I'm not gonna lie. Any Coachella-ers? Music festival-ers?
Once, yeah.
You're not going this year? Oh, I thought the lineup was good this year. That's crazy.
Would you go? Are you a Coachella?
I've never been, but I would like to go.
Nice.
Just to try it.
Impact Theory Coachella trip? Come on, G.
Let's
4
go.
years in a row. What? Why not?
Hey, I'm down if you're down. I'll drive. We could be the new Channel 5.
Live in Coachella.
Live at Coachella.
Stephanie's in. Okay, that's 4.
Okay.
I'm not hip enough either, Yeti. That's why we're just going to show up.
Oh, that's a good one to see live. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Love how Tom and Drew have differing views at times. Me too.
It's the conflict that works out together.
Vlog at Coachella? That'd be good. That'd be good.
I'll try my best, Stephanie. I can't guarantee that. I can't guarantee that.
Is Bonnaroo still a thing? I have not heard of Bonnaroo since I was 18. So it might still be a thing. It used to be pop. I feel like all of the festivals used to be popping like 11, 12 years ago.
It's just like, how sustainable can it be? Like, music isn't that fast anymore. You know, you do it 12 years in a row, then it's like.
I feel like some of them used to be a little bit more indie rock too. And I feel like the indie phase is kind of gone and past.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, Venus. Yes, Bonnaroo is still a thing. That's interesting.
Warped Tour's back too? Really? Wow. Indie phase just evolved, I think. Evolved into what though? Because I'm not seeing any more like Two-Door Cinema Club bands anymore. Like, you know what I mean? Like Foster the People, Two-Door Cinema Club. Those were all bangers. I feel like Glass Animals was kind of getting there, and then they were like a 3-hit wonder and dead.
I'm trying to think of that song now. Lady Gaga, Missy Elliott.
Oh, I'd go see Missy Elliott in a snap.
Green Day, Charlie XCX, The Misfits, Post Malone, Meg Thee Stallion, Zed. Those are the top 3 of each day.
It's all girly pop now. I guess it is all girly. I mean, there was girly pop back then too, though. Like, I mean, think about that same time was also like Lady Gaga, Rihanna. I guess they weren't as girly pop, but they were still girl pops.
That is.
You know what I mean?
We fell in love in a hopeless, like that.
Hey, oh, you're right. She did sound like that back then.
Yeah. Yo Gabba Gabba? They can't be like the show, right?
Drew, did you guys see the news from China that they're claiming they found enough thorium deposits to give China limitless energy for 60,000 years.
I did see that. It's like some new like resource that can like power China. Yes, the X article I seen it from though was like shifty, so I haven't seen it. I was waiting for like a regular news source to cover it. That's a bad thing about getting your news from X. I feel like sometimes you're like, oh, I just found this thing, and then you realize it was just a troll.
Bob Smith said, damn, I didn't know Drew had the voice of an angel. That's what I'm saying. He would be the singer.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna start. Bright side. Right? It's your song.
Sheesh. I tell Eunice too many things. She knows way too much about me.
I think you know way too much about me too. Right?
No, I feel like you're Shrek. I feel like you're an onion. And I feel like every stream, just a little additional layer just pops out.
Did you guys talk about Shrek?
Yeah, it was a nothing burger. Tom was like, yeah, I don't see a difference. I was like, I don't see a difference either.
That's crazy. You guys, it's like the whole Discord thing again.
Did you guys chat? How do you feel about Shrek? Was it a big deal for you? Was it like Sonic level that Universal needs to go and reanimate it? Or is it like a nothing burger?
Shrek got plastic surgery.
They
yassified him. Why did they do that? And Donkey too.
A million tons of it.
Thorium generates 200 times more power than uranium.
Wow. What about cake? Everyone loves cake. I actually don't like cake. I'm a brownie cookie person myself.
I was thinking about the band, but okay.
Oh, yeah, that too.
I also don't like cake though. Like,
really? So what's your birthday like preference?
My family will get me cake, but they know I love tres leches because it doesn't have that much icing or anything. Time?
Possibility of a 12 o'clock team meeting?
Yeah.
None.
I know it's not happening, but
We're about to say we're going live in the next 10. This episode will be on the shorter side. I don't see us hitting an hour, but
we'll always push an hour, so team meetings in danger certainly of starting on time.
Yep. But you feel 30 minutes is probably good. Buffer.
We'll probably still start by 12:30.
Okay, cool.
12:35 maybe. It's not gonna be crazy. So I'm almost done.
Thank you.
When did it become 11:15? It was just like 10 o'clock. Time flies when you're having fun, chat. Yes, you were saying tres leches because it doesn't have that much. What?
Icing.
Yeah.
You know what I love? I love a good chocolate chip muffin.
Ooh.
Yep. Or a chocolate chip cookie, like a homemade chocolate chip cookie.
It makes so good chocolate chip cookies. That's like my.
Love it. A brownie's good too. I think, honestly, anything that has icing on it, I don't eat. Cupcakes, nope.
Tom Holland is the weakest Spider of them all. I get why Tom Holland is popular as Spider-Man. He's not my favorite Spider-Man. I liked Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, but people thought that he was too cool, and I feel like that was the...
Eunice.
Okay.
Do you say his name Hassan Abi or Hassan Abi?
Well, I don't know why you guys keep asking about Hassan.
How do people...
I generally don't know.
What's happening?
Because you love him.
I say Hassan Abi.
Hassan Abi.
Yeah. Okay. Don't quote me if that's correct.
Chad, if you have a different take, please do let us know.
Tobey Maguire Spider-Man is the best Spider-Man. That's all I'm going to say. Who doesn't love his dance moves?
I thought you were going to go to the train scene. I thought you were going to do so many other things. But
if he did the finger guns to me on the street. I'd fall right into his arms.
Okay, so I got to add that back to the list.
Toby was the best Peter. Andrew was the best Spider-Man.
That's a great way to put it.
Hey, that's not bad.
That was a great way to put it.
That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad, you know. All right, Super Blue. All right. Hassan Abi. Yep. Yep. Hassan Abi. Thank you, Ribsy. Thank you, Miggy.
Oh, somebody has a video.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill
Pom Pom Pern says, a Walla water bottle for Eunice, very Gen Z. I got this at Whole Foods for like $6 before they were popular because it was on sale. Pom Pom Pern. And I don't know if you saw, but last week I had a Hydro Flask. So, you know, they get deep cleaned and I swap them out. Gotta rotate the bottles. Can't be using the same one every time. I prefer Miles Morales. Peter Parker has been done to death.
It boiled my heart when they left us on a cliffhanger just for them to push that movie indefinitely now.
Is it?
Across the Spider-Verse, yeah. I forgot what the third one was supposed to be called, but yeah, they don't even have a release date anymore. Straw Hat, you missed it. Tom lists his top animes, and he didn't say One Piece.
Straw Hat, that's so true. I even shouted you out. I said if Straw Hat was in the chat, he'd be so upset. Who was a greater hero, Aragorn or Samwise? Like from Lord of the Rings? Samwise.
Hold on. I think the chat's moving fast.
Samwise.
Ricky Martinez, you said the lawyer is suing the Fed over what? Drilling rights in Alaska? What's happening?
All right, take a look at the intro, please. I think we're ready. Please make sure you turn it into a checklist. Let me know if you think I missed anything. Otherwise, go ready to rock. I'm going to read this one more time.
DF says Gollum. That's crazy. My precious. All right, guys. As Drew and Tom are finalizing the intro here, that means we're getting ready to roll the actual episode.
Say that again.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to chat. Sorry. We're getting to roll the actual episode, which means I'm going to go away. They're going to ignore chat a little bit. But you guys are still going to be here and watching. Thanks for watching.
Okay, yep. I'm good to go.
I can upload that. Can I copy and paste?
Yeah. It's done, right?
It's grabbable, yep. Are we live or is chat gone? What up, chat? Thank you guys for being with us. As always, much appreciated. Drew, are they staying with us? What is you running experiments, I assume?
Yeah. I have one more to go.
So chat gets to stay and watch the episode today.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Chat, always wonderful to have you. Let's see. Did we ever... I'm going to steal... Do you need this? It looks like you're pretty full over there.
Thank you. Yep, I am at 100%.
Do normal, please. That way we can always talk over it and you don't have to re-edit it. Even though I know that Joe Rogan Training by Day, even though I know it's him, my brain can't accept it. I've seen him say it, but it doesn't sound like him for some reason in the intro. It's always sad when I can't see chat anymore.
advancing a bill, and you know this bill's going to
Official episode. We got to sit up straight here.
and you know it's going to affect this industry and this particular manufacturer, and you can buy stock.
It's more than just insider trading. Like the insider trading stuff.
You can probably pick up right there. It's more than just insider trading.
But there's, it's more than just insider
Manufacturer, and you can buy stock.
Got it.
All right. I am ready. Keep this open. I may take some notes. Drew, I'm hungry today, man. I am hungry. We're pushing noon. I've had 3 small pieces of bacon. That's where we're at.
And
That's
is your
where we're
food
at.
like sitting on the side upstairs?
Yeah, literally still in the pan because unfortunately today I had to get my hair cut, and that did not leave us with enough minutes to also chew. So the dogs will need to be put away. That is Fojo. Do you want me to send that text, Eric, so you don't have to fuss?
Should have been sent, but maybe I haven't checked my phone.
I'll
Oh,
send-
yeah. No, they're sent. Press sent it.
Excellent. Maybe Hap, they're barking for that reason.
Everything look good, G? Just double check for me. Just all good. Check if it looks good.
Wait, are those Kaizen shoes?
They are Kaizen shoes.
Oh, man.
Let's go. Customs 101s. We got our sleeves rolled up real weird here, chat. That was for the hand washing. Yep. Y'all. I really do want to. There's no money, at least not at our scale. There's no money in merch, but I love it so much. Oh my God. With AI, we're going to be able to create ridiculous merch. I'll just spend a weekend doing merch. Oh, I can see chat. Whoever did that, thank you.
I did. I believe it.
Straw Hat, those are Kaizen shoes. Yes, indeed.
Yep.
Ooh, Straw Hat with a new icon. I like it. I like it. I thought of you when I left off One Piece.
All right, guys, rolling on set.
Not a signal of anything other than I have not watched the anime.
Filming the episode. All right, you guys all set?
I am certainly ready, good sir. And I am going to leave my computer open today as I may want to start taking notes. Note taking ended up being very advantageous for me in interviews, but I wonder if I'd be faster with my little pad that I can write on. We'll find out. We will find out. Okay. On my mark. Drew, big energy.
Big energy.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Here it is, everybody. All right. Putin says Russia is open for business in the world's weirdest auction. Videos supposedly showing Ukrainian men being kidnapped and sent to the front lines surface on X. Elon refuses to tell Rogan the main method of governmental corruption because he fears for his life. Trump teases a crypto strategic reserve. AOC says illegal immigrants are her constituents, sort of, while helping people dodge ICE. SpaceX has another incredible launch. Hassan Abi gets a temp ban on Twitch for a red hot take. Kai Cenat goes viral for trash talking PewDiePie. And the Oscars, well, they happened. Drew, we've got some really fun stuff to talk about today in the show, but we do have to start with the really consequential stuff. I'm sensitive to being a negative machine factory. Like I do worry about that. But the reality is we're living in a super weird moment where my weekend was spent with, those X videos of people getting snatched off the street. Now, I want to be very clear. I cannot confirm that that's what's going on, but we can confirm the Putin stuff. And I want to talk about both. So take us there.
Let's go with it. So pulling up a video right now. Allegedly, this is their recruitment tactic for Ukraine because they are so down soldiers that any young man of drafting age is getting grabbed up off the street. So as you can see from the video, he was walking his dog. 2 soldiers jumped out and pretty much chased him.
And again, like, guys, please, somebody in the comments, if this is like a 4-year-old video or something, but I saw a bunch of these going around on X this weekend. I could not verify by reading the comments that they're fake. So, yeah. But if anybody, and I mean, they're getting views, and I saw several of them.
But do you honestly want that person fighting for your country? Because I feel like that they become more of a liability than like a asset.
You would think, but there is a long history of forced conscription.
Wow.
So this is one of those, you put people in a situation where it's fight or die, and they will fight. Sun Tzu doesn't use these words, but he's got a concept that has been articulated as death ground, that you don't want to put people on death ground where their only option is to fight, because they will fight. And so if you put somebody in a situation where if you try to desert, we'll kill you, and if you face the enemy, you better win or they'll kill you. Now all of a sudden your only real option is to fight and to win. This is the whole idea of like burning the ships at the shore. But even in like the Revolutionary War, man, they would kill people for deserting the army. So you don't want to play around. Like this is where I would love to have a show where these kind of things weren't happening and I don't feel compelled in my soul to discuss this stuff. But the reality is this is happening right now. And the reason that this really matters to me is that I keep running the thought experiment of what if it were China invading California and they show up and they're in Los Angeles, and now I've really got to deal with it. Because this is easy when it's, you know, a really long way away to be like, oh, it doesn't really matter. Politics doesn't affect my day-to-day life, which I think for the first time in a long time, people have got to feel like that just isn't true. Like the rate of change that the Trump administration is bringing in, the only time it's ever been even remotely paralleled was FDR. And so the rate of change right now is extremely rapid. It's extremely consequential what's happening, good, bad, or indifferent. Like change is upon us. And because the world order is changing, and I think it's going to have extremely consequential impact over the next, I mean, this all gets complicated by AI and robotics, but in a normal timeline over the next, call it 30 years, this would be a moment of dramatic upheaval. Now, we don't have anything specific to show people right now, but I've been hearing whispers about China is doing like really provocative testing. They didn't notify anybody. Guys, as more information comes out, we'll cover this in depth, but they're like cutting fiber cables that lead to Taiwan. They're doing supposedly training exercises to be provocative. So it's like we're living in this really precarious moment right now where you had this utter breakdown of negotiations between Trump and Zelenskyy on Friday. I mean, that was fireworks and a half. And now you're getting Putin calling out to people saying, hey, we're open for business on minerals. We have way more minerals than the Ukraine. Oh, and I call them like new territories. Like there's a ton in our new territories that we are, we have the clip. We should probably just play that clip of Putin talking about this. But you put that together with seeing these men being forcibly conscripted, I mean, which is a euphemism for kidnapped, and drugged to the front lines. And this moment is just weird. All right, this is Putin in his own words here. I'm going to read this for people that are just listening. Start this over. Okay, this is Putin. By the way, we would be open to cooperation with our American partners. And when I say partners, I mean not only administrative and governmental agencies, but also private companies. If they show interest in working together, Russia possesses significantly, I want to stress this, significantly larger resources of this kind than Ukraine. Russia is one of the uncontested leaders when it comes to rare and rare earth metal reserves. We have deposits in the north, he's going to list a bunch of places in Russia that I won't butcher, as well as the Far East in another place, region, more regions. Developing these resources requires substantial capital investment. We would be happy to cooperate with any foreign partners, including American companies. Yes, by the way, same is true for the new territories. We are open to foreign partnerships, so-called new or historical territories that have become part of the Russian Federation again, also hold certain reserves. We are ready to work with our partners, including Americans. Okay. Wow, man, that one was chilling. And shout out to chat who brought that up to us today in the live. I am really unnerved by that. So, okay, this is, we are living in a time of velocity and volume of information where with Trump, this is even escalating more, but with social media, you're just able to see this stuff all over the place. But Trump has answered something like 4 times more questions in the first 4 weeks of his presidency than Biden answered in the entirety of his presidency. Jeez. Just to give you an idea of the level of access that we're getting. I thought it was atrocious to see Trump, Vance, and Zelenskyy go at each other in full view of the public. But also part of me is so intrigued because we're actually able to see how all of this stuff works. Now, I think the cameras are influencing in a way that makes me uncomfortable, but I'm going to set that aside for a second. Putin obviously is seeing all of this. And when you take that as a response to him going, oh, like you're trying to get the mineral rights, bro, we've got a lot more. So whether we take Ukraine in or the Donbass or whatever region, we bring those in. Hey, we're open for business. Now, this is something that you saw in the Middle East as we were going from World War I to World War II. I can't remember if it's right before World War I. Anyway, right around that time period where we realized, oh, oil is going to be everything. And I don't think people realize that we just made that switch like 100 years ago. I mean, this is not like super old. Mm-hmm. And you're now seeing that with rare earth minerals becoming so important for technology. Russia has some of the deepest deposits of that. Ukraine, obviously similar. And Putin saying, don't worry. If you can't do a deal with Zelenskyy, no sweat.
Come on over here.
Yeah. And so I was like, hold on. For a while, on the surface, not saying that this is ever what it was below the surface, but on the surface, the world was asked to join in a moral debate. You had Putin, the aggressor of Russia, coming into the Ukraine, violating their sovereignty, killing God knows how many people, north of 1 million people lost when you combine the two sides. Some say millions. I don't know the exact number, but it's way too much. Mm-hmm. And that felt clear. Now, of course, anytime something seems clear, it's probably been simplified beyond recognition, but that felt clear. Like I understood the moral argument. I understood where I was in this landscape. Can't invade a sovereign nation, all bad, ice Russia out, this is terrible. Now, this is shifting and we're actually getting into, is this what this is really about? Like, is this a resource grab? Is this Putin with territorial inclinations? Is this about NATO coming up against the border? Is it both? Almost certainly yes. And I'm sure a lot more things that we don't see. And so the messiness, the morally grotesque reality of war, of realpolitik, of the strong will do as they will and the weak will suffer as they must is playing out before our eyes. And this is, I think, the messy reality of a declining superpower with a rising power in China, who's far more aligned with Russia than we are. Mm-hmm. And this kind of loop plays out a lot, especially as the US becomes more desperate to get out from under their debt, to project strength at a moment where their strength is declining. Neil Ferguson, the historian, has a really interesting take on this. I know the internet feels some kind of way about Sam Harris. I would not rule him out. And Neil Ferguson on Sam Harris in a very recent episode was talking about, if you read Trump as somebody who believes that America is actually in a weakened position, suddenly the way that he's behaving actually makes more sense. Somebody who believes they need to project power, need to reestablish power, he makes a lot of sense. Somebody who believes that we confidently are just the strongest, the best, all that, he starts making a lot less sense. And I kind of get that read. So it is a hyper consequential moment in which the decisions that we make as a nation are going to matter tremendously. Mm-hmm. And morally, this is going to be debated for the ages. Should the U.S. have forced Russia onto what they may consider death ground by moving NATO up to their border? Should Russia ever have invaded a sovereign nation when it's call it a soft threat? Should we be talking about mineral rights? Or should we just be talking about either borders matter or they don't? I mean, it's like
that's kind
it's
of where I
crazy.
want to pull it is back to the war aspect of it, because Donald Trump tweeted over the weekend, "This is the worst statement that could have been made by Zelensky, and America will not put up for it much longer." Is what I was saying. This guy doesn't want to be peace as long as he has America backing and Europe. In the meeting they had with Zelensky, stated flatly that they cannot do the job without the U.S. Probably not a great statement to have been made in terms of a show of strength against Russia. What are they thinking? So this is in reaction to Zelensky saying that there's the end of the war with Russia is very, very far away. So we were, it seemed, on the brink of peace on Friday to now the war is very, very far away. Zelensky just got a $2.8 billion loan from the UK to continue financing the war. With Russia now coming out offering these mineral rights, do we see that this as a way to kind of end the war? Is it just jockeying position at this point? Point?
So let's play that thought experiment out. For that to be true, what would have to happen is the U.S. would say, yeah, we're going to stop funding them because, of course, Russia right now, we have iced Russia out as much as humanly possible. It actually didn't work nearly as well as we thought, but we have done everything we can to ice Russia out of the global economic system without causing a recession around the world because of energy costs. So it's a delicate balance, but the U.S. has gone way out of their way to make it economically difficult for Russia to function, period, full stop. So we would have to back off of that, presumably. I'm guessing. But if I'm Putin, I'm like, hey, we're open for business, assuming you stop fucking trying to annihilate us economically. And oh, by the way, like the way that he said, Putin is many things, but a fool is not one of them. And when he says that, oh, these new territories also have these incredible deposits, he's saying you don't have to choose. You don't have to choose between the mineral rights in Ukraine. Make a deal with Russia. You get it all.
You get both.
Dude, if we did that, yikes. Okay, admittedly, we are now leaving the part that I feel that I'm thoughtful about into the part where I have an emotional reaction. Nobody distrusts their emotions more than me, but I believe give people a sincere take, a sincere, strong take, and then people will think through the problem on their own. They have to. That really freaks me out. I'm not saying that's not realpolitik. It is, but god damn, is it morally gross. So it's saying, let us reabsorb that. It gives us NATO distance. It gives you the economic advantage that you want, but it's so in the daylight because this is what it always has been, right? It's always been this. It's always been this with mineral rights, with oil, whatever. But man, do I miss the days where we had like a cover story. And I'm conflicted. I don't know why I like that. Because whatever is true, and you want to be dealing at the level of truth. But I have this really weird moral discomfort with just saying the thing. I don't know, man. It is bananas. So anyway, I'll have to grapple with that. Everybody listening will have to grapple with that. But I really, really, really don't like that. Now, you've got Zelensky and Europe pulling in a different direction, and Europe realizing that they may have to go their own way because for the first time, these guys are really realizing, oh, wait, Trump, their perspective. Trump may be so unhinged, he may actually not back up his NATO alliances. And if that's true, we've got to fund our own militaries. We've got to be ready for this. History, this is not my quote, but I don't remember who said it. History, the only consistent part is the law of unintended consequences. And so there are going to be all these crazy butterfly knock-on effects of things that we just can't imagine. But if we as the US fracture from Europe because we don't like the way that they're handling the negotiations with Zelensky because we want the mineral rights, and we've got a president now that will feel some kind of way about Zelensky, starts icing him out and acting like Zelensky's a dictator, but Putin's not. Like, yo. So you start asking yourself, okay, how do I make Trump make sense? In this moment, Trump makes sense to me, at least, when you go, oh, when people don't show him the deference that he believes that he deserves, he's going to turn on them. If he sees an economic opportunity to make America stronger, he's at least going to give it a look. Because I don't know how Trump's going to respond to this. He may be like, get the fuck out of here. Like, Putin, that's crazy. I'm not interested in that. But I am going to get what I need out of Zelensky, or I'm going to back off and let you guys fight it out. So we'll see. I do not think I have a crystal ball into which I can see the future. But if you play out the thought experiment of, oh, this leads us to peace, that's how it leads you to peace. You back Putin's bid to take over Ukraine, you do mineral rights, and you make it an economic win for the US, and you just say, it is what it is. And hey, they weren't in NATO. I didn't betray my NATO alliances, but then that causes a fracture with Europe that's clearly backing Zelensky, and it just gets real weird. And also, not that Trudeau hasn't already said that he's stepping down, but they really lingered on a shot of this recent meeting between Europe and Zelensky, where Trudeau, who, yes, I understand Trudeau is not a part of Europe, but anyway, he was there. Trudeau hanging real tight with Zelensky. And so given the frictions between us and certainly the Trudeau government, I don't know, man.
We'll see. In other government news, the U.S. has announced a U.S. crypto reserve. Donald Trump tweeted over the weekend as well, a U.S. crypto reserve will elevate this critical industry after years of corrupt attacks by the Biden administration, which is why my executive order on digital assets directed the presidential working group to move forward on a crypto strategic reserve that includes XRP, Solana, and Cardano.
I actually
ADA.
thought I was being trolled. Hold on, I know there's more, but when I read XRP, Sol, and ADA, I was like, hold on a sec. Is this real? It really seems to be real.
I will make sure the U.S. is a crypto capital world. We are making America great again. Bitcoin loved the news because the markets were up before they were down, because crypto was trending to being down 20% over the weekend at 79. They bounced up after the news to a new high of 93, or a new regional high, like locally in the last 2 weeks.
Right.
But now there's been a sell-off for that. So
and now it's like falling off a cliff again. It's a volatile asset, boys and girls.
But brass tacks, net positive. What do you think about the U.S. having a crypto reserve and not a Bitcoin strategic reserve? Because I think that's what we need to drill in on.
So I think the person that has a really good take on this is Joe Lonsdale, and I found myself nodding in agreement with his texts or his X post tweets. There we go. Hi. And that is basically that. Now I'm going to use my own words. So all of the stock market, and doubly so for crypto, it's gambling.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows my thoughts on forcing Americans or anybody else to gamble because they can't save their money because you're inflating the money supply is morally bankrupt. But nonetheless, that's the position that we're in. I do not like the idea of the government taking your taxes and gambling on crypto. If it was BTC, I would feel less about it just because I have my own personal thesis about what Bitcoin is. But even that, I would question it. And what I was saying during the live is this gives me Sam Bankman-Fried vibes. Let's remember that Sam Bankman-Fried ended up, at least in one snapshot in time, being right. And it was, let me steal your money, and I'm going to, without your knowledge, I'm going to invest that in things that will return more money. And I think it did. If they had just let it go, I don't know if it's still true, but for at least a moment in time, he was right and he was up. And so we put him in jail for basically ever because he did that. Because we're like, yo, I don't want you gambling with my money. I gave you money for one thing and you did something else with it. And now the government's saying they're going to do the same thing. And I'm just like, what? I don't want them gambling with my money. Now, it gets complex when you start talking about a strategic, a sovereign wealth fund, because now you're talking about like, hey, if we can get a deal done for TikTok, for instance, should we be able to capture some of the upside of that for the American people? I actually kind of dig that. But also, when you fuse the government and corporations, it's called fascism. So it's like this all starts getting excruciatingly complex. So in my nice and simple way of viewing the world, I would rather they did a balanced budget, stop deficit spending, let people save their money, let the stock market, let people gamble if they want, but make it optional.
Make it optional.
Let the crypto market be the crypto market. Now, I'm very happy to be wrong about this and to see that this returns just gangbuster results for the American people, and you get our greatest minds like Howard Lutnick, I think that's his name, who you've got in the government right now. Like he's done a bang up job. There's a reason that people get Ray Dalio to come to their country, whether China, the US, Abu Dhabi, wherever. They'll bring him in and be like, yo, help us. So there's a reason that you get these tremendous minds doing this, and then you're able to make incredible investments into your country. So it's like, it's one of those where what do you do when you like the outcome and you hate the method? That's where I'm at.
Ooh, that's interesting. I like that we're at least trying new things, but to your point, We don't have it. Like,
well, also
we
if
don't- we don't got
XRP, Sol, Bitcoin, any of them tank, and the American people are like, "Yo, I can't make good on my." In fact, it won't be that. I was going to say I can't make good on my entitlements because you like bet this stuff on something that's international, and it goes down at the whims of human sentiment. But they won't. They would just print money. But now you're back into the position
square
of
one.
you just stealing from everybody.
Yeah.
And so it's like, oh man, I just, these games are so complicated, and I think it's better that the government stay out of the vast majority of these games.
Agreed. In future tech news, Elon talked about infinite products and if money would even be worth it. Let's jump to the clip.
Money would have any value. It's crazy.
Humanoid robots and deep intelligence, you basically have quasi-infinite products and services available. So with Tesla building the most advanced humanoid robot, then those humanoid robots can be directed by deep intelligence at the data center level. You can say you can produce any product, provide any service. There's really no limit to the economy at that point. You can make anything. I'm not sure at that point will money even be meaningful. I don't know. It might not be. Economic output is productivity per capita times how many people do you have. If in the form of humanoid robots you have no meaningful limit on the number of robots, and the robots can basically do anything, then you'll have a sort of a universal high income situation. Anyone will be able to have as many products and services as they want, with the exception of things that say have artificial scarcity, like a particular piece of art or something like that. But
notice that he doesn't sound excited. And I mean, he's racing to build the world, so he's obviously not thinking, oh, this is a negative thing. But I think the lack of enthusiasm is so unknown. Meaning and purpose. What do you do? Like, how do you make that work? What does that even look like? And I agree that we should be racing towards this as rapidly as we can with thoughts on safety. But I very much agree with, I think it was JD Vance that said, you're not going to nanny state your way to success in AI, and AI is a race. It is an arms race. That is a right way to think about it. And at the same time, when I look into the future and ask my brain, what does that world look like? It hands me back a null void. And it's just like, it's so different. There's no way to accurately predict what the world is actually going to look like. So much of human motivation has to do with, I have a goal that really matters to me, and I'm going to pursue that goal. When you take away the "it really matters to me" part, which most people are not good at inserting something to say, oh, I'm going to make this the thing that I pursue. Mm-hmm. This is why I think the default answer in life is become the kind of person worthy of getting married, have children, raise them well. Not because I think it's the only path. Obviously it's not. It's not the path that I walked. But when I think about the amount of effort I've had to put into making sure that the things I do in life matter, it's a lot, man. And so you want to align yourself with the evolutionarily planted algorithms that exist in your brain whenever humanly possible. And capitalism is the result of an evolutionarily placed algorithm that runs in people's minds. It is I want to do this thing and I want to win. I want to win more than the people around me. And people can hate that if they want, but all of innovation is effectively, see how fast I can get canceled. All of innovation is effectively men going, I want to get laid. And so I want to be better than the next person. Now, of course, when you're making something, that's not actually at the forefront of your mind, but that's the machinery that's implanted in your mind that gets you to go do that really hard thing to make things better because you want to contribute to the tribe in a way that makes you somebody of high standing in the tribe. And one of the ways to do that is to make the future better than the present. And so if you can make the future better than the present, you become high status. Being high status gets you access to high status females. And that drives so much of this. And that's why so much innovation is male led. People can hate that if they want, but it's just a reality. And so given that, it's like, I don't know how much of the machinery of the human mind breaks when you have infinite resources, because we just didn't come up in that period. And so now it's going to be like, it's much like I would never have predicted that eternally present abundance of delicious calories would be a bad thing. Like if you had asked me back in like 1500, I wouldn't be like, oh no, I see how this goes wrong. I'd be like, oh my God, that's amazing. Race to that as fast as you can. Only to find that people are morbidly obese and still like sicker than ever. And so it's like, oh, whoa, I didn't see that coming, that, oh yeah, I guess we are driven to eat like things with a ton of fat and sugar and like just mash it all together. Fat is not bad, but when you combine it, ultra high calorie in something with a ton of sugar, it just, you overconsume and you pack on the fat and it just becomes a total shit show. So I worry that there is a similar lurking problem that we have not yet identified that will raise its head once we have that kind of abundance.
I agree. I took his lack of enthusiasm, though, where I differ from you, is that it wasn't necessarily that he's harping on the meaningless problem, but more so that it's such a sure future that he's like, oh, okay, this is going to happen, then this is going to happen, this is going to happen.
So you just took a de rigueur.
I'm on my way. Yeah. Give me in 3 years and that's exactly what's going to happen.
I'm going to say hard pass on that. So this is really? Elon Musk who said AI is a demon summoning circle and you have no idea what you're going to get. Now, admittedly, he now pegs it, and as far as I can tell, he's just guessing, but he says 80% likelihood that it ends well. Cool. But like, I don't think you go from the guy who says AI is a demon summoning circle to your lack of enthusiasm when you define the future is just, oh, but it's just so commonplace. This is a guy that when he wants to get excited, he knows how to transmit that enthusiasm to get people on board. Mind reading, danger, Will Robinson. But my instinct is there's just enough in that where he knows there are looming cliffs that we could try. And I've heard him talk about the meaning crisis where he's like, oh, I don't know what happens when. So anyway, that's my mind read.
Okay, so let's do the sci-fi writing experiment for a second, because on the same, over the weekend, we had SpaceX launch another rocket that went to Florida. It didn't re-enter as well as they wanted it to, so I think they're doing another launch today as well. At the same time, Palmer Luckey is now working on Halo, Master Chief style exoskeletons. So to your point of it used to be we were tribes, we used to build something in order to bring value to the society to get us laid. Now I feel like we're starting to solve problems that are so novel that it's kind of outside of our day-to-day occurrence. We were talking about this in the live, like going to Mars is a feat, but it doesn't impact a vast majority of Americans. It would just be like, oh yeah, that's cool, we went to Mars, as opposed to be something that's getting there. So I square this circle by saying, like, do you think that the fact that we keep pushing technological advances to the limits is now disconnecting from the fundamental origin of technology when it used to be a tool to help us live better?
I don't think it's disconnecting. I think we will be richly rewarded psychologically for continuing to make the future a better and more exciting place, which is why I'm always surprised. So today during the live, you and Eunice were both like super blasé about going to Mars, something that I think is like unbelievably cool. So I think back to the space race to get us to the moon and how that really ignited an entire generation of scientists and engineers and dreamers, people that were just like, literally anything is possible. My hope is that that's exactly what Mars is for this generation. And because for so long, the idea that Peter Thiel put forward of we were promised flying cars and all we got was 140 characters. And it's like, but you're now getting the flying cars, like legitimately getting the flying cars. And so it took longer than expected. Maybe it came in a form factor that we weren't expecting, but it's unbelievable. And I am on fire. This is why I say, like, having to start with the stuff about forced conscription and the crazy negotiation over mineral rights, not ideal, because I would much rather be focused on all this incredible, exciting, like sci-fi come to life stuff, because this really is, despite all the madness, this remains the most thrilling, exciting time to be alive. So yeah, I mean, I look at this stuff and am over the moon about where we're headed. It doesn't feel disconnected at all. It doesn't mean that I don't think forest bathing is real. And of course, there is that element of humanity as well. But looking at the stars and saying, I can go there, that's pretty thrilling.
Even though we don't see the stars anymore in a majority of U.S. cities and populations. But
yeah, let's contend with that. So you brought this up last time. And I think it's a really fascinating insight that A, there are trade-offs. B, don't accept the world as you see it as the sum total of that world. Know that not only are you blinded to things, but society has intentionally or unintentionally blinded you to it. And so seeking out awe, seeking out things that give you the chills is very wise. But do I think that it is ultimately a small price to pay? Yes, which is why humanity has raced forward technologically as hard and fast as they have, because let me tell you, go watch a season of Alone and tell me that that's worth being able to see the stars for. When you can still drive to Joshua Tree or whatever and see it, like when you have to fight for every calorie and your life is just completely occupied by survive this winter. It's just a different game, man. And if you really want to freak yourself out, I showed everybody that book that I'm reading now about Mao's China called Tombstone. Dying of starvation is gnarly. There was a few towns in China where they found clay, like dig up and there's clay. They found clay, and apparently you can eat clay, but it doesn't have nutritional value at all. And so some percentage of people, they were just so hungry, they couldn't stop themselves from, they would literally line up. It's like your turn now to like dig and eat the clay. Some people would eat so much of it, it would kill them.
Sheesh.
And I just thought, bro, when you starve people long enough, they will cannibalize their own children. Read Red Famine, read Tombstone. They both talk about cannibalizing your own children. Okay. I know people with a full belly right now cannot fathom that they would ever do that. Humans do. They will cannibalize their own children. Enough said about that. They will eat clay. And so when you think that to get out of that state, we have had to, evolution has had to plant in our brains this desire to solve these problems, to not just fish, but to build boats that allow us to take nets out into the deep sea and capture enough that populations can explode. That's what it had to do to get us out of that constant danger of like, you might starve to death. It's pretty amazing. And so your point is taken about we have obscured the beauty of the Milky Way. But bro, like it is a price I'm willing to pay given what I know history looks like.
I think, okay, I don't want to get pigeonholed into this, but I think that's a good, I want to push back because I think to your point, if we have obscured the beauty of the Milky Way with rockets that are shooting toward the stars, cool. Okay. It's for a technological advancement, but 99% of the light pollution is advertisements and streetlights. So it's one of those things that it's sometimes these technological advancements aren't necessarily for the betterment of society, but for the forwardness of personal interest.
Second and third order consequences.
Yes.
There's no doubt.
I'm so 100% glad that, because that is our perfect segue into the corruption piece of the show, which is as we're dealing with this, Elon was on Joe Rogan and didn't want to necessarily talk about the type of corruption that he's seeing in US aid, but I want to kind of pigeontail this with some of the other corruption links that we found today, whether it was AOC giving advice to illegal immigrants to circumvent ICE, or whether it was Jasmine Crockett talking about Trump as an enemy to the US, even though he was democratically elected in. So there's this kind of like, we are seeing the next movement and the next step that the human race is taking forward. But I'm sure we're not seeing all these second and third order consequences like corruption and some of these other things that might be a negative externality of that movement forward.
Of the evolutionary algorithms in our brains, yes, I will give you that. Play this clip. This is nuts.
It's more than just insider trading. Like the insider trading stuff, like the stock portfolio stuff is quite trackable, but it's a lot more than insider trading.
The way they're acquiring wealth.
Correct.
And what other methods?
I mean, this is really going to get me assassinated. It's like, I'm not lengthening my lifespan by explaining this stuff, to say the least. I mean, I was supposed to go back to DC. How am I going to survive? These fuckers are going to kill me for sure. In fact, I do think like it's like, I actually have to be careful that I don't push too hard on the corruption stuff because it's going to get me killed. Yeah.
All right, we get the idea.
You know.
This is super unnerving. I don't think he's wrong. I think you have to plant a mile marker here and say, look, of course, he could be saying that because there is nothing else and he wants to make much ado about nothing and he wants to fuel Doge and he just wants people to get behind him and accept that like there's this crazy thing that's happening and you just got to trust me and I can't talk about it because I'll get killed. Cool. While fully acknowledging that, at the same time, in the full interview, he talks about like when you have people that are in the government, because he was saying you should, I think this all started when he said you should pay people more in the government. And Rogan was like, huh? Why would we want to do that? And he was like, because you create a forcing function for corruption. These guys are living in DC, one of the most expensive neighborhoods in the world, which is already like, hey, that should raise questions. And these government bureaucrats are in a district with terrible schools and they can't afford to put their kid in private school. And so now you create this forcing function where they're going to take corrupt money so that they can do it for their kids. And he said, if I'm stopping people from doing that, then now all of a sudden they can fight against me or try to have me assassinated because they're doing it for their kids. And he was like, once you trigger that, he's like, now all bets are off. Mm-hmm. And so I do think that even if he's faking it, it isn't a fake idea that dragging the corruption into the light is exactly historically how people have been killed. I mean, you don't have to read a whole lot about JFK, which released them files, but you don't have to read too much about JFK before you go, ooh, there's some pretty compelling arguments that this was JFK just had his finger on too much money. Yeah. And so people were like, nah, gotta go. So people do crazy shit for money, crazy shit. And so if he really does see a vein of corruption, that would be so damaging to talk about that he's worried. I only hope that it does find its way into the public sphere, not attached to anyone in particular. But this is the kind of transparency that we want. That's the kind of transparency that we need, making that kind of stuff impossible, paying people well so that you get the best and the brightest. I'm here for that. But creating a forcing function for people to be corrupt, that has the worst second and third order consequences I can imagine.
That makes sense to me. And then now I want to get to this NPR interview with AOC.
Dispute, if that's the right word, with Tom Homan, the president's Homeland Security czar, so-called. You held an online forum, a Know Your Rights forum, that he didn't like. What were you doing? What was your goal as you saw it?
My job is to educate and act as a liaison of critical information to my constituents. And I was informing all of my constituents of their constitutional protections, and in particular, their constitutional protections against illegal search and seizure in the United States.
Holman was upset, I suppose, because he felt that you were giving advice to people who are here illegally. Mm-hmm. Were you?
I was giving advice to all of my constituents. Yeah.
Pause it.
He said he was going to report your...
Okay, so I love anybody standing up for the constitutional rights that you have. However, when you say, and this is why I say, to be fair, she obviously did not come out and say, hey, even illegal immigrants are my constituents and I was fighting for them. But I think you'd be pretty hard pressed not to read between the lines and be like, hold on a second. You clearly don't have to worry about the people that are here legally because ICE is going to look at them and be like, you're here legally. So this is aimed at, I think, being generous. This is somebody who's very compassionate, who understands people worked very hard to get here, that they probably had it very bad where they were coming from. They've come in and she wants to make sure that they're able to stay and she knows a way to help them get around it. And as a country, we're going to have to contend with whether we think that's okay or not. So I would say this is pretty dicey, and I would expect them to keep pushing and pursuing this, because if she is helping people evade this, just like we're seeing people in ICE that are telling people this is where the next raid is going to happen, those people are getting found out and fired. This is going to create real division that people are going to have to put some sort of guidelines in place with what we think is acceptable, what's not acceptable. Because at a minimum, I would expect her answer to be something along the lines of, hey, I'm just telling my constituents exactly what is legal and what is not legal. Anybody that has beef with that is crazy. I can't stop somebody who's illegal from hearing this. And if they're illegal, then obviously that should be processed in a sensible way. And those are not the people that I'm speaking to. And this goes back to the whole thing of like, everyone's just saying the quiet part out loud. And it's like getting real fucking creepy to me. Not because I don't want to know what's true. I do want to know what's true. It's normalizing like all of the shit that we should be striving to get away from. In fact, this is me putting together in real time what's bothering me. Instead of trying to improve ourselves, instead of trying to ask really difficult moral questions, we're all saying, I'm going to do it this way. I want everyone to just normalize that this is the thing. It's no longer about debate and people saying, I don't have all the answers. This is exactly why we have 3 branches of government that push and pull on each other. And we get to things through a democratic process. This is now everybody just like going, okay, this is my way. I'm going to do it whether everybody's watching or not. I don't give a fuck what you think. I don't have time for morals. It's realpolitik as it should be. And it is what it is. Like, I want people to acknowledge that realpolitik is a thing so that they come to the world with their eyes wide open, but I want them to strive to be better. And the message that I always got growing up as a kid, you were always striving to be the better version. And it's interesting because I think this all filters down. Oh, this is fucking interesting. Controlled narratives, man. Controlled narratives.
Bring the elites back. Start lying to us again.
James Burnham. This is, I don't want people lying, but I do want an aspirational narrative. I want the full embrace of the truth. It's interesting, Drew. This is what I'm trying to do with this show. A full embrace of the truth, an acknowledgement that even when I bang on a table and say, I know this and I understand this and everybody should listen, people should merely take it as a data point that allows them to build a more cohesive worldview as they understand it. But I understand that I don't have all the right answers. I don't want anybody to treat me like I have all the right answers. Everybody needs to think for themselves. No one is coming to save us. We want to map the world as it actually is, but we should aspire. We ought to aspire. That is me expressing my beliefs about what the world should be from a moral perspective. We ought to aspire to something better. And I feel like because of the velocity and volume of information that social media has brought to bear, I don't feel people striving for that. I don't feel I don't feel that there is a cohesive moral narrative that we share. The hesitation in my voice is because this is all coming into conflict. This is all being confronted by the reality that this is really tribes that don't share a moral understanding of the world. And I am realizing in real time, my real beef may be, we just don't share morality anymore. And that sounds dangerous to me. That's how you end up in a civil war.
Wow. So do you think we're closer to, was that like a civil war light switch?
I mean, look, it's all coming together with things I already believe. It's just always fascinating. This is why people should journal. And thank you all for, this show has effectively become my verbal journal. When you see far-flung pieces of your belief system click into place, it's almost more unnerving than when somebody gives you a better lens, because you're like, all of these things that are happening. Because I haven't thought a lot about civil war. It used to like really was occupying my thoughts when I first started looking at it through a financial lens, and I was like, ooh. But yeah, this is 2 worldviews racing away from each other really, really rapidly. And because everybody believes they're right, they just flout. I don't think that's the right way to use that word, but it's so close. I'm going to stick with it. They flout their beliefs against the other side. Oh, that's not quite right. But hopefully you guys get what I mean. They don't give a shit.
Yeah.
They just start moving in a different direction. They don't care.
Yeah. In lighter news,
Yeah,
We're gonna
take us somewhere lighter.
Yeah, we're going
Jesus.
fun now to wrap the show up.
All right, let's go.
In lighter news,
sure, let's have some fun. Here we go.
The Oscars was this weekend.
Yes, it was.
Honora was the big winner, winning Best Picture, Best Actress. Adrian Brody won for
Let's go,
Best
Adrian.
Actor in The Brutalist. Zoe Saldana was Best Supporting Actress. Her speech went viral about being the child of an immigrant.
What'd she win for? The musical? I gotta watch it. Is it worth it? Yeah.
No comment.
I've seen too many people make that face.
No comment.
I love her in Lioness, though.
Lioness is the GOAT. I got time on that show. You guys should check it out.
It's true.
But yeah, and of course, in true fashion, it was revealed that Oscar rules require diversity quotas for Best Picture nominees.
This came out a few years ago.
Yeah, this was after the Oscars was so white fiasco. And then Elon retweeted, "This is messed up. Should just be who is best, not best with an asterisk."
I agree. So for those that don't know, I went to film school. Film is my first love. Always thought I was going to be a film director, which is why Impact Theory is so focused on making content for 11 to 15-year-olds, yada, yada. Not this show, obviously, I'm well aware of that. But I now don't really think about film much anymore. Now, I still love entertainment in a way that many people will find distressing, but filmmaking has really lost its oomph. There's been a talent drain over to series, which God bless it. Series is probably a better format.
Like TV shows and stuff like that.
Yeah. It's a better format, lets you go way more in depth, lets you binge watch, which is certainly a thing right now. But the thing that gave me a flag that I could plant and say, this is why I've sort of given up on Oscars, because I used to like fantasize about winning an Oscar, and now I legitimately don't even think about it. It isn't just this, but this just put a nice fine point on it, that not only in front of the camera, but behind the camera, like you've got to meet certain quotas for your film to qualify. And that means that there are so many of the greats of cinema that wouldn't qualify today, which just strikes me as ridiculous. So that makes me sad. Like, I just want to see the art form do battle in the world of public opinion for the art. And the more you can blind people to anything else, just like the final piece of art, did it reveal something about the human experience? Did it make you feel something? That is the game for me.
Yeah, I feel like all the award shows have lost their appeal. This takes me back to the Grammys a couple years ago, where like Kanye was pissing on his Grammy. Drake said he's never going to attend a Grammy.
Did he literally piss on his Grammy?
Yeah, he pissed on his Grammy. Drake said he'll never attend a Grammys again. So they were billed as the tastemakers, and these were the best of the best, and we're starting to realize that it is a biased group of people. It is a biased group of journalists. It's a very select, isolated group that you have to be in that ecosystem and in that world to understand the choices that they make. So by no means am I saying that the Oscars is worthless, but by no means do I think it is the crowning achievement of a creative that it was once billed as. I feel like there's a lot of extremely talented people who have made movies that touch my soul that never won a gold trophy. And I feel like that's the ultimate like nod is, will your movie last 10 years from now? There's a bunch of movies that went home with 10 Oscars, but after that year, you never think about them again.
Interesting.
So
it's so interesting. It would be fascinating to do like, in fact, somebody please out there in the land of social media, do this, to give awards like a decade hence. So, all right, to qualify, you must be at least 10 years old and have stood the test of time.
Yeah.
And now we like do our thing. That would be really interesting. But this goes to cultural energy. Like it really is like, it's a moment. Even the show, we build around not just things that are evergreen. We build around like what's culture on right now. And that's part of the fun. Like you want to be in that stream. That's just like, oh, there's so much energy around this. So I get why they would never work to do that sort of long-term thing, but is a far more fascinating, like, would I rather have created something that wins 10 Oscars in a year, or whatever award that I care about? Would I rather do that? Or would I rather be totally panned, but like 10 years later, people are like, yo, this is the thing? I'd much rather this is the thing. To be remembered. would be phenomenal.
To me, that's what art is about. But all right, moving on. This was a fun one that I found over the weekend that we have to talk about. So I'm going to give you guys the bullet points of what exactly happened. So I am Roy Lee. Shout out to him on Twitter. This was his week. So he makes Leak Code. It's a cheating tool for big tech interviews. He uses it on an Amazon interview and gets the offer. Then he YouTubes the entire thing, creating the code, using it during the Amazon interview, and tells Amazon to F off, declines it. Amazon then gets mad and emails Columbia and gives him a disciplinary letter. And then he tweets out the letter out loud. Like, this is crazy. I went through his Twitter. He also had an offer letter from Meta. They pulled once they kind of found out who he was. It's interesting to me of like, this is like a coveted job. And for him to kind of give the FU to the institution, it's like, I like chaos. I like to watch it burn. But it's like, sheesh. Like,
I like chaos.
He stood 10 toes down on this. So I just thought that it was amazing of the intersection between like AI, but using it in almost a revolutionary like standpoint. What's your takeaway?
This is fascinating to me on two levels. One, that AI is getting so good that AI is feeding him the answers. He reads them verbatim, if I remember the clip right, and gets the job offer, which says AI is able to get a coveted job at a company that a lot of people want to work at. So, hey, from a Turing test perspective, that's a pretty gangster like performance by AI. And also, listen, to all the kids out there, if you can hear my voice right now, I promise you, the grades that you get and all that stuff, none of it matters. What matters is, and what this kid is going to be remembered for, is he made something. He had the guts to do this. He had the wherewithal to like document it, put it all out there. And when I think about the iconoclast that we all love and remember, people like Steve Jobs was fired from Atari because he smelled and he was such a pain in the ass to work with because he literally wouldn't shower. And so people that are not afraid to jump outside of the box, to really view the world through a totally different lens, if they have the intellectual horsepower and all that, it's not one dimensional, they end up creating true new novel things. So I have no doubt this kid is going to be just fine. The second way that I think that this is super dumb is that is just not the play. Like if you're the company, you want to be like, yo, this kid is fascinating. If I get the guy that made him the offer feels like a fool, and so he's going to rescind it. Yeah. But if I'm high up in the company, I'm like, somebody reach out to that kid. I want to talk to him. I want to find out, is he only an iconoclast and he can't like be a part of a team and do a thing, in which case I don't want him. But like, he's ahead of his time. He's at the cutting edge of AI. He like had the balls to do this thing. Like, I want to talk to that kid. Yeah. And you will often find when people can set their ego aside and just be like, but objectively, this is interesting, which is why it's captured the attention. To go to Columbia and be like, yo, like this kid is cheating. What? Yeah. Like this guy built something, is leveraging AI. And I don't know, I assume if they send him a disciplinary letter, it means that he's still in school. Yeah. If that kid is doing this at like 20, 21, 19, maybe, I mean, come on, that's really impressive. So yeah, I would be like, hey, I'm impressed. This kid's got something. Now, whether he can integrate with a team is a question that life is going to ask him. And if he can't, he won't go very far. But if he can, it's impressive.
Sky's the limit. In streaming news, Hassan was banned for Twitch for calling for the unaliving of Rick Scott.
That's what said.
We have the censored clip here.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. If you cared about Medicare fraud...
We don't need to play it twice. Thoughts. It's a 24-hour ban, so he should be back relatively quick, but...
Okay, so he's right in that gray area of... he did not say, go unalive Rick Scott. He said, if you cared about this thing, you would. So because I walk right up to the line, I'm not quite a free speech absolutist, but I walk up to the line, 24-hour ban by a private company. Cool. I got no beef with that. If you keep saying stuff like that, ban it for longer just because you don't want it on the platform. Cool. Should he be fined or arrested? Absolutely not. So that, when I look at the UK and I see people going crazy there and people getting harassed and arrested there and in Germany, I'm like, you guys have read the book 1984, right? Like this is not the game that you want to be playing. So yeah, look, I think it's crazy. I wouldn't say things like that. I think that's a mistake. I think he's coming in way too hot. Probably really is his worldview. But I hate everything about that. But I wouldn't from the perspective of should he be allowed to say something like that? Yes. Is it in a gray area where I'm not surprised that he got banned for 24 hours? No. I mean, it's very much in that gray area.
Nice. Kai Cenat also had a spicy take. Streamers were on the roll this weekend when he was talking about how he didn't understand why people watch PewDiePie.
But I couldn't see how niggas got into PewDiePie. I'm sorry. Nah, I agree. I feel like I didn't watch him. When I looked into him, I'll be honest. That might be an outtake though. You feel me? It be like that sometimes, but everybody's not for everybody because some niggas might say that about you. Not facts. It be like that. Not for me personally.
Robin's spitting facts over here.
It'd be like that. Mr. Beast did retweet him and end up saying, yeah, it is an outtake. PewDiePie helped shape the YouTube landscape. So,
I mean, that's facts, but like the fact that Kai Cenat doesn't like him, whatever. So, I mean, this is fun, to be really honest. I do love cultural drama like that, where people just want to have their take. So I am not at all above like being in the fray of ultimately meaningless things like that. Yeah. But it is, not everybody's going to like him. I have to admit, I'm surprised he's still as big as he is. Like now when I look at, it feels like culture has moved on from that. But yeah, I mean, he terraformed YouTube. Like when I first heard how big he was, I was like, whoa, I don't understand the landscape. Like this is incredible. So yeah, I mean, shout out to all of our forebears. Like we are all standing on the shoulders of giants, and PewDiePie really did a lot of this stuff first, or certainly did it first and best, as they say. I mean, same, shout out to Rogan. Like say what you want. Like I forget the exact phrase. He did it best first. Like he was not the first podcaster ever, but he did it so well, so early that he is now reaping the just rewards, but he will ultimately be replaced by somebody. And culture is just going to move on like that. It just is what it is.
Yep. Speaking of moving on, update from the streets. They're still trash. They're still trash. Streets is trash. A girl got mad at me because I told her I didn't want to have casual sex.
Okay.
Streets is
well,
trash.
This just took a turn.
Hold
on.
Streets
More info, please. First date, where are we at?
No, it was dates number like 2.5.
And you were just not feeling it.
I wasn't into it. I didn't want to do it.
And were you attracted to her?
I am attracted to her. But I feel like I don't want to just have like meaningless sex anymore.
Yes.
And I felt like I wanted to like establish that boundary. And then it became like, but wait. And then it turned into like a text message argument. And I was like, oh wow, you're like really upset about this. And then then I was like, oh cool. So you should go your way and God bless you. And we decided to just handshake. It was a cordial agreement, but it is easier to have casual sex than to find a girlfriend in the streets of LA in 2025.
Whoa. Okay. just when I thought this was going to be like super light and casual. Drew, I love everything about this. Okay, so I'm Team Drew for sure. Now, were you saying like, hey, no, I want to have more dates, we're not there yet and I want to keep going? Or were you like, this is a breakup because this is just casual for me and I'm not interested in having sex?
No, it was, I want to see where this goes, but I feel like if we start to have sex now, I'm not going to learn more about you. I'm just going to be attracted to your body. And then before I know it, we're just going to be having sex all the time. And I want to see if there's something more to this than just us having sex all the time.
Okay. Interesting. Why do you think that sex would make it harder for you to get to know her as a person?
I believe that sex clouds your judgment.
That has not been my experience, but that's full stop.
Yeah, that's my complete sentence. I feel like what I think where I'm at in my life is I'm looking for like maximum compatibility. And I feel like sometimes when you have good sex with somebody, a lot of green flags or a lot of red flags start turning pink. You start to overlook some things because you like how they look.
You know something about yourself, and I over-index on the sexual aspect, and that blinds me. Very clear. Okay. Wow. Well, first of all, it's high-level communication, so I certainly commend you. It's also a extreme degree of self-awareness that most people lack, so double commend. It's interesting. I have not had that experience in my life, maybe just because that's not my blind spot, but I've been married since I was 26. So take that for what it's worth. But that's really interesting. Now, I have a feeling that she took it as you're not attractive enough to have sex with. But I wasn't in the DM, so who knows if that's accurate. But when I think about if somebody has an emotional reaction to that, they feel rejected. They were rejected. You did reject her. She made an overture for sex and you said no. everyone's going to feel some kind of way about that. Women probably 10x more, because it's usually a very useful strategy to be like, well, I'm going to give them this thing. Therefore, it will give me an opportunity to form a relationship with them. Men tend to bond. Like, there's a great saying, women need to feel love to have sex, and men need to have sex to feel loved. And I've always thought that was bang on.
Yeah.
And so if she has learned over time that that's how to draw a guy in deeper, I'm sure it would be very disorienting for her that you were like, nah. And then her internal monologue is going to run away with her about what it means and all that. It's very interesting. Drew, thank you for sharing that, man. That is extremely.
We were supposed to talk about this post, but we got a little bit derailed. Okay, this was hilarious. Divorce rates: men and women 49%, men and men 29%, women and women 72%. Men aren't the problem, ladies. Numbers don't lie.
Okay,
what's your first takeaway?
Well, so the first thing I was like, there's no way this is true. Actually, that's not true. My first reaction was, oh yes, this is everything that I know about men and women. And then I was like, oh, okay, hold on. Let me look this up. This feels a little too memey to be accurate. Now, I haven't done in-depth analysis, but it does seem that it's not 100% correct. First of all, the stats seem to be coming from a UK study, and the UK study does back up the directionality of this, but the 72% is data from 2019 indicated that 72% of same-sex divorces involved female couples. So does that say the same thing? 72% of same-sex divorces involved female couples. So 72% of same-sex divorces are lesbians.
Yeah.
It doesn't say that women and women have a 72% divorce rate. There we go. That's why that doesn't sit right.
Yep.
So that isn't quite accurate, but it may even be a more, because it would be 28% of divorces are men. So look, it could be an even stronger indication. But anyway, that exact stat isn't represented quite accurately. But the fact that of same-sex marriages, 72% of them are women, lesbians, that is absolutely fascinating. Also, there is some, I don't know the exact stat, but most, so north of 50% of divorces are instigated by women. So now the question becomes, does that mean that women are more emotionally intelligent and they realize that this relationship is going nowhere fast and men are just too dim-witted at the emotional level to realize, oh, we need to pull out of this? I don't want to immediately say that it means what men want it to mean, but it is very, very interesting that women get divorced at a much higher rate. That's pretty fascinating.
I'm going to leave this alone after my weekend, so I just want to leave the numbers out there.
There it is. All right.
That's all
very, very fascinating. Everybody, first of all, make sure you're joining us live. We go live Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 a.m. Pacific time, most of the time. Check the schedule on Discord if you're ever unsure, but we're typically live during those times. We engage massively with chat. Would love to see you guys there. And here, if you haven't already subscribed, be sure to do so, my friends. And until next time, be legendary. Take care. Peace. All right. We out. Ooh, 12:30 on the dot. Let's go.
Right in time.